The action takes place as the elder lies with his eyes closed, and his disciples talk about how if he leaves, there is no telling what will happen to them. When Elder was young, he tried to survive on the streets, and by sheer luck he fell into the Wasan faction. Since then, he made it to the top and became an elder, a position that someone like him would never have achieved. He was able to become an elder because he lived in an era when everything was abnormal. This place has been torn apart by war for decades. Countless people have lost their lives in it. Soon, people began to refer to these times as the era of war. Many of the Wasan faction, the organization to which the elder belonged, also died. In those days, it was impossible to find anyone to take the place of an elder. Therefore, without much choice, the place went to Soshon. Seo-chung was the oldest and the most educated. And so the age of war ended and peace finally came. Within the Wasan faction, Soshon spent most of his time studying Murim. But he didn't take disciples because he hadn't rightfully taken the place of an elder. Seo-kyun was too busy worrying about what others would think. And now he feels incredibly sorry and annoyed. After becoming an elder, Soshon gained access to all the Murim books kept by the Wasan faction. He became even more powerful, but there wasn't much meaning in So-chang's life. He couldn't find love, so simple for others. He only practiced martial arts, never even touching a woman's hand. So-chang wanted to excel at Murim, but he wasn't good enough. One of the most chaotic eras in Murim history, countless stories are still passed down. There are heroes and villains who made their names famous during that time, but Seo-chun is not among them. He's sure he's lived his life for nothing. He regrets his life very much. Suddenly, the elder heard someone calling his name. Seo-kong opened his eyes and saw the master in front of him. The master told him that he was crying in his sleep again and saying something. Seo-chong realized that something unimaginable had happened. Then So-chang realized that he was 8 years old, a fourth-generation disciple in the Murim. And in front of him is Master Yu. Seo-chong is just sure that he has traveled back in time. He realized that after spending a few days in doubt, So-chun, who had been given the position of an elder in the era of war, had died, and now So-shon has returned to Wasan as a child. Before the flowers were sprinkled with blood, and before the world was filled with wars, So-shon was very happy to be back. He didn't know how he had gotten back in time or who had sent him here, but none of that mattered now. After a week of reflection, So-shon decided once again that he could now use the memories from the past to live a new life. When So-shon took the place of an elder, he learned many secrets of the Murim alliance and the Wasan faction. He also knows all the events that will happen from now on, and now So-chang knew with full confidence that he would do it. This time it would work out. In his previous life, So-chang was strong, but not anymore. Now he's just a child barely 8 years old, and in the Wasan faction, there is no such thing as freedom. Everyone must clearly follow the same rules. So-shon was horrified at the thought of having to go through all that hellish training again. The teacher shouted for them to run without stopping. So-shon remembered that child or adult, training to death didn't change. Every teacher knows the limits of their students. It is important to rest before passing out to recover, then everything repeats again. The worst part for So-chang was that he hadn't even gotten to the training camp yet. The training center for the fourth generation is located in the Temple of Nakan. The way to this place is called the Nakan Hell. So-shon realized that he had a long and not at all easy road to travel all over again to achieve his goals. After 1 year, So-chang reached the age of 9. Master Yu praised the boy and said she was proud of him. At first it was strange for So-chang to be treated like a child, but over time he got used to it. On that day, the master told him that from now on he could train on his own. Seo-kong was very happy to hear this news. He couldn't train while the master was by his side every day. But that didn't mean he was bored. He still had to go through Nakana Hell. When he just thought he was getting better, the masters would raise the bar and make everyone suffer. Even though this is the second chance in So-chang's life, but he doesn't want to go through this hell again. Once was enough. And So-shon began to systematize his memories. Even though he knows what will happen in the Murim, he doesn't know everything. Human memory has its limit, so So-chang began to write down all the important events that happened in the future. Who would have thought that he could use what he had learned? So-shon was excited that he would finally be able to do what he had been waiting a whole year to do. 66 years before his death, there was a genius in the faction, famous for his hidden talent, and thanks to this genius, the secrets of Manhwa Qigong were discovered. It's the foundation of the basic martial arts techniques that everyone knew. Who would have thought there could be secrets in such a simple matter? So Chang crouched down by the tree to feel the fuse energy. Quoting verses near a manhwa tree allows you to absorb its energy. And it's not just absorbing its life force. If that were the case, the tree would have been depleted long ago. It could not be called a technique. It is not taking away the life force of the tree, but borrowing it. Qi energy does not only exist in humans, it also flows in animals and plants. All living organisms exist and breathe qi energy. This kind of technique was So Chang's favorite. So Chang understood that if he revealed this secret, he would receive honorary titles, but that wouldn't be right to that person from the future. So Chang decided to save it for himself. Though Qigong is known for its stability, its disadvantage encapsulated in its limited speed and strength didn't make him particularly popular, but with the discovery of his secret he was highly praised and recognized. With the discovery of the secret, the problems associated with speed and power disappeared. So Shon realized that with this, he could surpass the others. Master wasn't around, so he decided to just do it. So Ching no longer had any reason to suppress the flow of Qigong. Using the technique, So Chang's Qigong that had a 5th level instantly grew to a 10th level. Seo Chang was unable to push Qigong beyond its limit due to lack of training, but in time it would be. Afterward, Chul, a 3rd-generation disciple, came up to So Chang. He said that he had heard that So Chang had reached the 5th level of Qigong. So Chang confirmed it. Chul said that he would now teach So Chang the techniques of Manhwa. The boy was overjoyed and thanked him. Soon So Shon began his training. Chul was adamant that it was important to learn the basics of Wasan before engaging in sword battles. Therefore, he did not accept any complaints. Chul had noticed that usually students would whine about not being allowed to use a sword right away, but So Ching was different and liked it that way. One day So Ching was practicing Manhwa by the tree again. Suddenly, some boys came up to him and bullied him, saying that the tree was his only friend. Seo Chang remembered that there was no greater evil than children. In a normal situation, he would have said he was busy and asked them to back off, but even if he did, they would still continue to annoy him. The world is full of hate, so Soshon told them that he would interrupt this series of events by breaking the hatred, and ordered the wicked children to do what they intended. Soshon said that he had learned the Manhwa technique to destroy hatred. The evil children did not expect this and did not understand what was wrong with this Sochang. Soshon began to massacre each of them in turn, and was even able to use a kanho kick. Upon hearing Soshon call his punch a kanho kick, the children started laughing at him and said it was just a regular kick. Then Sochang offered them a taste of his Manhwa technique. He began to beat the boys to a pulp. Suddenly after seeing this, one of the guys kneeled down in front of Soshon and asked if he would like to be his secret friend. After all these events, Soshon realized that he had gained 6 months of experience in just 1 month. Sochang developed internal energy at the age of 8. He spent a whole year accumulating Qigong energy. He mastered it in just 1 month, but Sochang realized that any knowledge was useless if the body didn't keep up with it. He couldn't risk harming the growing boy's body. So he made the decision not to be greedy. If his body would allow it, Seochong would start practicing with the sword. But there was no other choice, he would have to go step by step to his goal. Suddenly, the very guy who wanted to be his secret friend approached Seochong. Seochan thought he had come back for more, but this fellow did not come alone, but brought his master. The master asked Soching that he was the one who loved Manhwa. Sochang introduced himself and said that he was a 4th-generation disciple. The master replied that he was a person equal to his master Yu. The master said that he had heard that not long ago there had been a quarrel between him and his disciple. Soshon asked what he meant. Suddenly, a guy started shouting and saying that he had told the master about the sneak attack that Soching had carried out. Socheng began to say that it wasn't true, and that his student was harassing him as usual in training. The master was surprised and asked if he was really being harassed by his disciple. Seokong replied that yes, it was. The master then slapped Socheng and asked how dare he talk like that if he knew that his student wanted to be friends with him, because Socheng has no buddies, and he added that Soshon should know his place, because instead of showing gratitude, he responded with violence. Also, the master said that he might have considered forgiveness if Soshon had apologized, but made the decision that the guy needed to be punished. Seochong realized that he couldn't dodge, and even if he could, it would make things worse. He would have to be patient. Seo Chong couldn't let this affect his master. Suddenly opening his eyes, Seo Chong noticed his master Yu above him. She grabbed the guy's master by the arm and asked what he was allowing himself to do. The master replied to her that no explanation was needed because her student had been cruel. The boy gave in and said that Soching was bad. The master also added that Soching had disregarded kindness and acted like a coward by attacking his student, not to mention lying. Sochon replied that it wasn't like that and he was practicing in seclusion. Master Yu said her student would never do such a thing, and she believes her child. He's not that kind of person. The master was angry at this answer, thinking that Yu was accusing him of lying. Yu replied that she only believed her child. The master took a pose to attack. Yu was surprised and asked if he was sure of what he was doing. The master stopped and said that he seemed to have gotten too excited, but children are children. The master asked to forget what had happened and said that he forgave Soching. Suddenly, Master Yu started coughing. Seo Chung was very frightened and ran over to her to make sure she was all right. Yu said it was fine and she just overdid it. She should have been more careful, that's all. Seo Chun knew what was going on. After all, how could he forget what happened 5 years later when he would be 14? Master Yu would pass away because of his illness. Obsessed Blade Yu, it was a nickname given to her because she was always smiling. The master had always had talent in martial arts, but illness had weakened her. Although her abilities have not deteriorated, she experiences severe seizures when she makes sudden movements. With her skills, Yu could have become one of the Sword Wasan. But her condition didn't allow her to do so. Sochon still couldn't forget the day his master fell to the ground from another seizure in front of him. Sochon decided that there was no way he should lose his master this time. He would do anything to prevent that from happening. Seo Chung decided that there were two big things he had to do. Change the fate of Master Yu, who will pass away in 5 years, and first to reach the triple sublime mind. 300 years ago, there lived a legendary thief who became famous all over Murim. He was the triple sublime mind. He was active for a century after his first appearance, but apart from his notes nothing has been discovered. When he became inactive, the government announced to the public that he had been caught, but no one believed it. People discussed that the government had caught the triple sublime mind and thought it was nonsense. After all, neither the government nor the Murimians had found a single trace of him in the last century. But 6 years later, the legendary treasure trove will be discovered, and the world will be swept up in a storm. After this discovery, people will converge on the treasure site. It was enough to wreak havoc among the people, but it didn't cause any wars. Sochon decided that until then, he should clean the place out. After all, the treasure would allow him to gain wealth, which in turn would help him in the future. But the bad news is that there's no getting out of the Sochon faction in the next 6 years. Even though 15 years old is almost an adult, but even that wouldn't give him enough freedom as an adult within the faction. Seo Chun began to think about what he should do. After 2 months, Soching had achieved 2-year development in just half a month of work. Sochon had known before that Svigong was simply amazing. Seo Chong came to see his master Yu, but while he was knocking on the door, he heard Yu coughing. For now, he could only ask the doctor to examine her, but he had even rejected the requests of the Murim leaders and elders. Sochon remembered something about being obsessed with rare books on medicine. Seo Chun had lost count of the number of times he had tried to bring the doctor there. If only he could get the medicine the doctor uses. But it's too expensive. And then Sochong realized that it didn't have to be a medicine, it could be a medicinal plant. These herbs can be used to both cure and enhance qi. And why didn't Seo Chong think of this before? The boy began to think that there must be newly discovered medicinal herbs. And then he remembered a fruit that would be found 20 years later. He has the power to turn an ordinary peasant into the greatest martial artist. Seo Chong hoped it would work. The fruit was found in a flooded cave north of where Sochon was. The boy thought it would be easy to find because the one who found it had spread the word about its location to the world. Soching despised himself for having only the treasure trove on his mind all this time. He decided that his mind should be more flexible. Sochon came to visit the master again, to inquire about her well-being. The boy knew he'd get his chance when Master attended the meeting in a week. The time came and Master Yu went to the meeting. She told Seo Chong that she would be back in 4 days. Sochon decided to go after the fruit. It was not easy to get out of the faction through the various rat holes. However, he had succeeded. Seo Chang even suggested that he could get there in just a day. The path was difficult. Seo Chang spent too much energy to get to the right place, but it was worth it because he made it in time. It was necessary to dive underwater. So Chang buried his belongings nearby and stretched himself properly. He jumped and hoped he wouldn't stiffen up. Seo Chang realized that he should have been better prepared before jumping. If it wasn't for the master, Seo Chang would have already swam back. He immediately ordered himself to pull himself together because this pain was nothing if he could save the master. Finally Seo Chang swam out into the cave. It was more difficult, and he thought he would freeze to death if he kept going like this. Seo Chang decided to use the energy to create heat. He set a clear goal, to take the fruit and return to the Wasan. And suddenly he finally saw a tree that shone unusually beautifully. It was amazing to see such a miracle growing in a cave underwater. Seo Chang noticed the fruit. However, it wasn't that simple. Seo Chang didn't expect to see the mythical animal there at all. He noticed that judging by the size of the snake, it was at least 100 years old. But for now, it was asleep. However, Seo Chang didn't remember anything about the giant snake guarding the tree. The boy didn't understand why it was there, but then Seo Chang realized that of course he didn't remember not the snake, because this place wouldn't be found until 20 years later, and things would be different. Seo Chang was already thinking that maybe he could escape from there. But Master Yu's fruit and health played a huge role. The guy realized that even if he came back here in a year, it wasn't a given that the snake wouldn't be there. Seo Chang slowly and quietly crept through the snake and saw that there was not one, but 2 fruits. He couldn't even believe his luck. Extremely quiet and careful, Seo Chang pulled out each fruit and finally exhaled, "Done the deed, walk boldly." Suddenly, the snake opened its green eyes. Seo Chang's breath caught with excitement. It was pointless to run. Seo Chang and the snake stared into each other's eyes for a long time. The boy was afraid to move even a little. And, miraculously, the snake closed its eyes again and went to sleep. Seo Chang was overjoyed at his good fortune. He finally swam to dry land with the 2 fruits. Seo Chang was cold, tired, and frightened as he headed back to the faction. Now he was faced with another task. How to slip Master Yu a fruit without her noticing. The boy was in doubt whether she would take it if he said he'd ripped it off somewhere on the street, and it was better to tell the truth. Suddenly, the master came over and asked him what he was thinking about. Yu said that Seo Chang looked as if his mind was burdened with deep thoughts. Master advised Seo Chang that if he couldn't solve the problem himself, it might be helpful to get help from someone else. Seo Chang realized that if she started to suspect something or ask questions, there was nothing he could do about it. It was all for her well-being. However, there is a chance that the fruit will lose its medicinal properties, and that would be the worst-case scenario. Then Seo Chang got up the courage to offer the master a taste. Yu was surprised and asked what it was. Without thinking, Seo Chang replied that it was medicine. He knew it was too stupid. But he had to make her eat it at all costs. The master asked if Seo Chang had stolen it. The boy replied that he hadn't. She then assumed that he had traded it for something, but Seo Chang denied it too. After that, the master assumed that Seo Chang had tricked someone to get him. But Seo Chang shouted that it wasn't like that. The master asked him again where he had gotten it. And Seo Chang told her that while she was away, he had gotten out of the faction and accidentally found the fruit. But Master Yu felt that Seo Chang was holding something back from her. She said she could see it on his face. Seo Chang was about to make an excuse, but Master Yu said that she trusted him. Seo Chang couldn't believe that the master trusted him without any proof. Yu replied that if the master didn't trust his disciple, then who to trust? And if she suspected Seo Chang of something, she would have started asking questions a long time ago. The boy was surprised. Yu said she didn't know what it was, but she noticed that from that day on, Seo Chang started acting more mature. He was trying his best to hide it. The master said that she understood that Seo Chang had a reason for that, and it was the same reason he brought her that fruit, so she believed him. Seo Chang thanked the master sincerely. Afterward, the master asked him to protect her while she took the fruit. Master Yu began to devour the fruit. She noticed that it went beyond any medicine she had tried. Yu didn't understand why her body wasn't listening. She thought that her body was failing. Master told herself that she couldn't leave this world and abandon Seo Chang because he was so young. At this time, Seo Chang was standing at the door and could not find a place to sit. Suddenly, the master came out and hugged Seo Chang tightly. She said that he had saved her life. So Cheng asked what had happened. Master replied that it seemed to be all about the life force chi. Life force chi, it is a special type of chi that people are born with. It is the purest source of chi that cannot be replenished, so if one is deprived of this chi, there is a possibility of dying or getting sick all the time. Master said that it was just her guess, but if you imagine Kai as a bowl of water, then the Master's problem was like a crack in that bowl. Master said that it was only natural that her body would be weakened due to training, with unstable life force chi. The Master couldn't imagine that the fruit would restore the destroyed chi power, whereas no medicine could. Seo Chong replied that it didn't matter anymore. Seo Chong realized that all that mattered was that the future had changed. With joy, the boy threw himself into Master Yu's arms. Master Yu apologized to the guy for making him worry, and said she had something for him. Unexpectedly, the Master pulled out the very fruit from her pocket. Seo Chun was surprised. The Master said that she wanted him to eat it. Master asked not to say that So Ching wants her to have it just in case, because she knows her body is already fine. So Chang then asked her to eat another fruit to prove it. However, the Master replied that he could use it more. Then during one of his practices, So Cheng looked at the fruit and knew that now that the Master's health had returned, he could cross it off the list. He suggested why not continue his workout after he ate this fruit and absorbed the surrounding energy. So Cheng knew that with what he had achieved in his past life, he could have developed Manhwa Qigong any way he wanted. But he would end up drawing unnecessary attention to himself. That would lead to a restriction on his actions. So Cheng decided to practice Qigong and hide from everyone by developing other techniques. He recalled the art of the purple blur. It was a technique that was only passed down to the supreme elders in the Wasan faction, but as an exception, 5 elders also learned the technique. Many were killed during the war. If a supreme elder died at that time, his disciple inherited the seat. Because of his young age, he did not yet have a disciple of his own. Keeping this in mind, the new elder considered the likelihood of his death and chose 5 elders under him to whom he passed on key knowledge. Unfortunately, the transmission of the purple blink was forbidden. With what was going on in the world, it was the only decision made. But peace had been restored and all the worst predictions had been put to rest. But there are difficult aspects to the art of purple blink. Even a practitioner of this art cannot fully realize it without reaching a certain limit. The purple mist technique is named for its color while in use. It is a power that can only be achieved by reaching one's limits. Until the user reaches a certain point, the full potential cannot be utilized. Therefore, So Ching decided that this was the perfect technique that he could study secretly. Seo Chong realized that by the time everyone found out and started asking questions, the era of war would have already arrived. And when that happened, he could provide a good excuse. After So Cheng ate the fruit, a month had already passed. Thanks to this, his body was able to absorb the energy around him without any problems. If you sum up all the chi absorbed, it would give 30 years. This made So Ching sad. His body was simply unable to fully absorb the fruit and its power. For his untrained and young body, it was simply too much. But Seo Chong concentrated on channeling blood and chi. It was worth it. The Master was proud that he had finally managed to absorb the fruit and put it to good use. She knew it had been very difficult, but she was genuinely glad. Master was surprised that So Cheng managed to absorb half a year's supply of chi in just a couple of days. This fruit is incredible. So Cheng was surprised that the Master didn't notice that he was using Manhwa Qigong to speed up the process. The guy realized that the purple blink technique had been properly initiated. Now he would be able to advance to the next level. Master said that given his progress, she was thinking of toughening up his training, and suggested he start today. The Master told me that she came up with these workouts while trying to cope with her terrible condition. You explained that at this moment, Seo Chong had 30 years of internal chi accumulated, and it was a huge amount. But it wasn't very good either. There is a saying in the Murim world about the body and Kai: the balance is critical. The human body is much more fragile than people may think. And if there is an imbalance in that balance, the body will be damaged. Seo Chong replied that he knew about it. But he immediately remembered that he couldn't say that he knew all the details. It might come back on him. Therefore, Seo Chong decided that from this day forward, he would absorb everything Master Yu taught him. So Cheng began his training. Master told him to use up his chi and then climb the wall. So Shon remarked that it was a great way to train. The human body is like steel. It becomes stronger with each blow, but make one mistake and death awaits. Seo Kong began to tell the master that he was in too much pain. The master replied that it might be painful, but it was only pain and it would soon pass. She was sorry that she was subjecting So-chung to this pain, but she knew that if So-chon didn't do it, he would get lazy. Seo-chun shouted that it was okay, and a little laziness wouldn't hurt him, but the master replied through tears that she couldn't let him become lazy when his future was at stake. And she asked him to forgive her. So-chon replied that he was fine, but asked him to find a way to help him, and promised that he wouldn't get lazy. Master replied that it's okay if So-ching hates her, so we need to keep it up. And she has faith in him. A few months later, Master Yu was already praising So-ching for doing well and the rock climbing was over. All this time, all So-ching could think about was that he hated rocks and asked the master to stop encouraging him because he was sick of rocks. So-chang realized that after training, he had grown up and reached a high level of Manhwa Qigong. Unexpectedly, Master Yu came up and called out to him. So-chon went with the master and she informed him that she would be teaching him the art of sword wielding from today. So-chon was glad that the time had finally come. Master said that she would now demonstrate the sword art that So-ching would use. The master told him that it was Manhwa sword Qigong. So-ching was upset, since he already knew that. Seo-chung noticed that the master had come close to his limit. He remembered that the master had passed away just before this moment. So-chon thought that the master lacked insight, and what if she helped her, because the master deserved to reach the highest point. Seo-chan decided that he would do it. If the master couldn't go beyond her limits because she lacked insight, So-chon would just help her. A week later, Master Yu didn't understand how Seo-chung had made such progress. A year ago, it was obvious to her that he was unusual, but who would have thought that he would become like this? Master thought he was a genius. But of course, Seo-chun wasn't. He was just using what he already knew, but from the master's point of view, her disciple would be a genius, and with his skills, he could enter the Lotus Squad. Suddenly, So-ching asked the master to show him a different sword technique than Manhwa sword Qigong. He also said that he did not question the master's teachings in the slightest, but he would like to see a demonstration of true swordsmanship. Master Yu said that she understood and would show him 14 the art of Manhwa Qigong sword wielding. But before doing so, she asked Seo-chung if he knew anything about this technique. So-chang replied that 14 art is a technique of the Wasan faction derived from their 24 art. It starts with the Qigong movement at the curb and ends with the 14 step. The master replied that his knowledge was enough to start. Seo-chung noticed that for the first 9 seconds, the master held perfectly, but from 10 onwards, she began to have difficulties. She seemed to lack not insight but skill. The master finished and said that it was 14 sword arts, and added that his foolish master wasn't skilled enough to execute it perfectly. So-chon began to shout that it wasn't true, and her swordsmanship would not leave even the greatest masters indifferent, and So-chon said that her unworthy student had not seen her technique properly. He asked the master to show her again, but only slower. The master replied that if she could do it. She knew that it was much more difficult to perform this technique in slow motion. Although the 14 Manhwa Qigong techniques were powerful, they required more concentration. So-chon saw that the imbalance of the 5 elements, due to the fact that the master had eaten the fruit, her water chi was much stronger than the others. The fruit saved the master, but made it difficult for her to advance to the next stage. The imbalance of the 5 elements, this is just the beginning of the next step. Master Yu is diligent and hardworking. It is said that her excessive persistence is the reason for her limiting limits. Some people were annoyed by her serious approach to business. No one understood what Master Yu's secret was. It's all about relaxation. Sometimes you just need to get away from everything, as Master Yu was advised by Seo-chung. The master replied that they had lived to the point where So-chang was now teaching her, and thanked the boy. At this time, the Imperial Palace was discussing the fact that Master Yu had done this. Not only had she healed her body, but she had also become stronger. Then there was a proposal to test the Master Yu. The future changed again and applied new colors. Master Yu received an assignment. It's been a long time since she received an assignment. Seo Kong was getting worried, but the master reassured him, since even though her body was cured, she was still not given some great mission. Master also said that she had enrolled So-ching for the Lotus Association exam, and told him to be ready. Master was confident that Seo-chung would do well. and told him not to feel that he had a heavy burden on him. It would be okay if he didn't pass the exam, after which the master said goodbye and said she had to go. So-ching said that he would pray for her safe return. So-shon began to think about the Lotus unification. This branch, as one of the few buildings in the Wasan faction, could be visited by the fourth generation of disciples. It is also the place where outstanding fourth-generation students are chosen to train before becoming adults. So-ching didn't know what he should do. In his past life, this was really where he wanted to go. Now he doesn't know whether he should do it or not. So-shon should also not forget the triple sublime mind. So-cheng pondered that after 5 years, the note of the triple sublime mind would be discovered. Nevertheless, he needed to get to the strength contest quickly. So-shon will need at least 1 year to accomplish everything. And he will need help from someone, but it will take 2 years to find someone trustworthy. So-shon really needs at least a year, 2 years at most. In other words, he needs to get to varsity by age 13. It would be quite exhausting, waiting for the opportunity to get into a duel only at the age of 13. So-shon realized that he would have to keep his strength low because he was young. He decided to show only the skills that would allow him to pass the Lotus competition. There are 3 years to wait. This year, So-cheng will enter the Lotus Association and show off his abilities. Even though he hates to show off his efforts, there is no other way. The day of the Lotus Unification selection had arrived. So-cheng looked at the competitors and felt embarrassed to be in such surroundings. So-shon walked by and one of the guys noticed that his face was very familiar. It was the same guy who had brought his master to the showdown. So-cheng immediately realized that these guys would fail, and he really wouldn't have to use his strength to get through. Suddenly the people around him started screaming and some of them even started crying. One of the guys fell to the floor and began to say that he knew that some genius would appear. So-shon noticed that this reaction was because of the girl who appeared, named Nak. Nak, the phoenix of the plum plant martial art. Everyone was discussing her appearance, and So-ching couldn't help but pay attention to her. As the only woman among the 5 great Wasan masters, she is a descendant of a superb master wielding a blood and iron sword. Her skill had reached the point where she was the first person to have the word phoenix attached to her title. But there is a proverb that the most beautiful flowers wither first. During the war, Nak was very active and received the title of hero, but she died before her 20th birthday. During the contest, Nak beat everyone. The boys stood around thinking that maybe next year they would be lucky. Suddenly, So-cheng raised his hand and shouted that he wanted to fight. The surrounding guys were not happy with this behavior and bullied him. So-shon approached Nak and she wished him good luck. Sia-shan greeted her, and the girl said she was granting him the right to attack first. The judges were watching and one of them said it would be over in 3 seconds. So-shon launched an attack and Nak was greatly surprised at such internal energy. But the girl calmed herself down. She thought about having to anticipate what his next attack would be. At this time, Seo-chan had already used his next attack. Nak tried to hold her defense. However, So-shon was unlike her previous opponents. His strength was obviously different. Suddenly, the judge announces that Nak has lost. And the winner is Seo-kian. The guys who had already lost to Nak started shouting that they wouldn't recognize this victory. Because it was only an advantage in strength, not in sword skill. So-shon had assumed that would be the case, so it didn't matter to him how imminent it was. He was worried that it would hurt his master's honor. The judges' discussion began. The owner of the blood sword and iron sword named Shim said that she didn't approve of it. Wise Elder Haxon suggested listening to So-shon's story first. One of them said that he agreed with Elder Shim, and that it's out of the question, because how can they accept someone who insulted a sword-wielding Wasan into the Lotus clan? The Great One in the Tso clan told the two of them not to argue too much with Elder Hack. Herbalist Yun said that he had heard the news that swordsman So's disciple had drunk the elixir. And they can't extract the elixir from his stomach. But he would like to see what effect it would have. Plum Blossom Blade Master Jekyll asked to be allowed to join the Lotus. Even though he is only 10 years old and has only received half of his education. After all, no matter how talented someone might be, if they teach them even through beating them, they will become strong enough. Finally the meeting was over, and the elders came to the general conclusion that the only ones to join the Lotus clan would be So-shon and Nak. A year later, So-cheng was practicing by the tree. Suddenly, Nak crept up to say hello. So-cheng didn't expect it and said that if she continued to sneak around like this, he might fall into a state of chi deviation. Nak apologized for scaring him. So Cheng replied that she didn't need to apologize, since she's still a big kid. Or is it because she's a student of that old lady's student? Nak was about to take offense at the joke. But Soshon told her not to take offense, because admitting a mistake was the right thing to do. Nak called Soshon an older brother and said she had an interesting question to ask him. Seo-chan agreed and the girl asked to be honest with her. She asked if the abilities he was showing were really his real ones. Soshon replied that she did, and reminded her that she knows Elder Shim hates him, and that's why she'd better not go near him. However, rejecting Nak was very difficult for So-cheng. After all, the memories of the moment when he first saw her are still firmly seated in him. As the first in the superlative generation of the Murim faction and a plum blossom sword phoenix, she was to be praised. And countless men would try to win her over, since her abilities and reputation were much better than So-cheng's. He would only follow her without having the slightest bit of courage to speak to her. A few years later, Nak had become beautiful to the point where it was said that she was the most beautiful warrior of Murim, and at the same time she became a hero. Soshon, being nothing, followed people for several years, several decades, until he died. Seokong told himself that now he had to be patient a little longer. Seonbei suddenly came up to him. Sunbei grabbed Soshon and called him a Hylak enlightened, meaning that he only had fortitude, not Murim abilities. Seonbei began to shout that how dare Seo-chong take his warning as nothing. He had clearly told Seo-chun not to hang around Princess Nak. Seo-chong began to explain that it was a misunderstanding because he couldn't ignore his order, and that Seo-chun had only given her a message from the teacher. Sunbei calmed down and let the guy go, calling him an insolent bastard, going about his business. Soshon calmed himself down and said that he should just be patient, because there wasn't much left. After everything, So-chang went to the herbalist for an examination. The herbalist said that it didn't matter when he examined him, but Seo-chung's strength was always amazing, and he added that although Soshon is 12 years old, if you think about it, he has already reached the Gab stage. No wonder he is seen as a miracle. Soshon knew that this was not the effect of the fruit at all, but the training of the plum blossom. The herbalist told So-ching that he and that wimpy girl had eaten such a good thing, and that they were selfish rascals. After all, they should have taken care of the elders first. This made So-ching very angry. He asked him to stop teasing him, because it was so funny to make fun of a child and humiliate his master. The herbalist began to laugh loudly and replied that of course it was funny. Then Soshon said that if his examination was over, he would go about his business, but the herbalist said he had news of his master. So Soshon sat back down. Then Soshon thanked him and said that he was very grateful. The herbalist also said that Soshon should get ready to go outside. The boy rejoiced, for he had been waiting for this for a long time. The elder went on to say that So-ching knows very well that the members of the Lotus clan are much better and splendid compared to the rest of the disciples. But Soshon wasn't interested in that. He had finally waited and the time had come. Soshon was happy. 14th attendant Gupeng greeted the boys and said that he would be looking after them from today. Gupeng said he would take roll call. Then he called out the names, Hong, Soyeon and Sunbei. Also, Soshon added that they're not going to go to their deaths or anything, so they can relax a bit. All that awaits them is the descent from Mount Wasan. Gupeng said it was time for them to go and led the children away. So-ching decided to ask him where they were going. Gupeng replied that they would reach the south, cross Chongqing and arrive in Guizhou. The Soyeon girl queried whether it was definitely in Guizhou. Gupeng said it was a provincial area on the border of the light and dark factions. Gupeng also added that it's just as dangerous here as in Guizhou. There are many masters from the Justice faction around, so they won't get hurt or killed. So-cheng was only happy at this time that they were heading to Chongqing. He thought of the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind. In all directions, Chongqing has been the center of influence of the Justice faction. The treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind is there in Chongqing. Their group traveled south from Shirangsi, arrived at Chongqing, and continued south to Guizhou. But So-ching had no way to penetrate the treasury. And if he had been able to, it would have caused problems. The treasury was not for show. Organizations and warships lurked around it. For now, he could not act. Suddenly, Sunbei spotted a ship and asked the elder what kind of ship it was and where it was going. Soyeon told him to look at the sail. And Gupeng told him that the ship was called a Hosen, a kind of border ship. The man who was driving the boat asked them to quiet their killing intent for now and calm down. The ship approached and the man from the ship apologized for interrupting their journey in such clear weather. He also added that they are members of 18 pirate groups that protect the waters of this river. And they were protecting the waters of this river for free, so they were in a difficult financial situation, and asked Gupeng if it would not trouble him to make up for their losses by donating some money. Gupeng replied that they were protecting the waters of this river, so it was the least he could do, and added that they didn't have much money, and that was all they had. The pirates seized the tribute and said it was an honor to meet them. Soyang and Sunbei started yelling why he gave in to these pirates. After all, they shouldn't just let them get away with it, and that even if they don't have experience fighting on the water, pirates are nobodies against the swords of the Wasan. Gupeng became very angry and shouted for them to be quiet. And he apologized to the man who was driving the boat, explaining that the two men were too zealous. Gupeng asked if they seriously thought he was afraid of the pirates. Giving some money without creating conflict, if they did otherwise, it could cause problems. Soyang and Sunbei didn't understand what problems the older man was talking about. And he said that, for starters, a whole country couldn't be guaranteed to contain every pirate, and asked if they knew why. And then Soshon replied that because pirates are experienced sailors and they have an advantage on the water with their attacks. Gupeng confirmed and said that if someone decided to run away, the news would immediately reach 18 factions, after which, Gupeng asked the question of who they thought would be the victim in this situation. If not them, and not the Wasan faction, and Gupeng explained that the victim would be this honorable citizen leading the boat. And even if they killed a few pirates, the pirates wouldn't even lay a finger on the Wasan, but their target for retaliation would be the boatman. Soyan began to scream that it wasn't their fault. Gupeng said they don't say who is right or wrong. It's no secret that the 18 faction is going down the wrong path. It is natural for them, and also Gupeng added that if the guys are not going to take responsibility for the life of a boater, it would be best to leave it at that, and if word of this spreads, no one else will offer them their boat and escort, and for this to stop, 18 factions must disappear. But their size and power is not so small. Not only the Wasan faction, but also the Murama alliance must begin to take action, so it's also inappropriate. Gupeng asked if they knew why. And So Cheng replied that it would upset the balance, because the power of the most powerful organizations creates a perfect balance. They were equal in power, so none of them could begin to act. If a Muram declares 18 factions as his enemies and starts a war with them, he will lose military power. The remaining houses can join forces and dislodge the weakened Muram alliance. Gupeng replied that So Cheng understands that very well. And he added that the guys know it too. They just don't want to admit it. With some regret, Gupeng said that it wasn't that he didn't understand their hopes, but great power comes with harsh reality, and they needed to think about it. Finally they arrived in Guizhou. Gupeng said they had business there and needed to hurry. There they were met by the king of merchants Li. His name is not very well known now, but in the future he would be the first merchant in the central areas. Soshon realized that the king of merchants was not someone to be enemies with. He must have this money flee on his side. Soshon knew there was no need to doubt his skills. And if he left the treasure in the care of the merchant king, he would be the one to dispose of it. And if you bribe Li, he becomes the most trustworthy person in the world. And it's noteworthy that Seo-chan can safely leave him the treasure. Suddenly, an unknown man approached Gupeng. He began to admire them and said that they looked like they were from the nobility, and they were probably swordsmen from the faction. The man said he was a backwards merchant, and seeing their lofty gait, he could not contain his admiration. Gupeng replied that there was no need for them to unpack at the inn, so let him guide them to the Kailang branch of the Muram Union, and if he decided to do anything, it would not escape Gupeng's gaze. The man bowed politely. Gupeng told the boys that if their destination was Muram, they would not have to stay in Muram. And if there was nothing else in sight, they would be accommodated there. A merchant from the hinterland was surprised that they were providing accommodation in Murama. So he asked Gupeng what his name was. Gupeng gave his name and said that the man was very enterprising. The merchant thought that Gupeng was a big shot. The merchant could not stop and said to himself that he had some extraordinary premonition, for these were disciples from the great Wasan. Sunbei couldn't stand it and told the merchant to be quiet because he had already lost all shame. Gupeng asked Sunbei what his manners were. After all, he is a faction resident and should be neat and more friendly. The merchant apologized and said that he seemed to have caused some embarrassment and he should make up for it in the future. And asked me to follow him. the merchant led them to the Kian office and told them they were there. He quickly went about his business. They were met by the Kaiyang branch manager, Shin. He said he was honored to meet the 14th honorary swordsman. Gupeng replied that he was also honored to meet the branch manager who commanded the front line in Guizhou. Shin said he had ordered shelter and food to be prepared, and asked that the very guys who were members of the Lotus Union were with him. Shin said he was glad to have the opportunity to meet the master on whose shoulders the responsibility for the future of the Wasan would fall this year. Gupeng replied that in the name of the Wasan faction, he assures that whatever mission they are given, they will handle it. Shin replied that Gupeng was as honorable as anyone, and said that he would soon inform them of their assignment. Also, Shin warned that the royal family is in Kaiyang right now, and they will probably be working together on a mission, so you should get to know them. Seo Chong remembered about the royal family of Zhuge, and didn't know if it was the right time or not. Great Minister Sak approached Gupeng and greeted him. Gupeng was glad to see him after 3 years. Sak asked if those youths behind his back were from the Lotus Union. Gupeng confirmed. Sak said he had just brought the royal family to make her a great young generation in the faction, and if all goes well, he'd like to create a place to negotiate in harmony. Sak introduced his nephews and nieces. Sang walked up to Gupeng and said hello, saying, in Kangho he was credited with the title of the beautiful Jade Sage. Then the young lady Shuren introduced herself and said that Sang was her older brother. Seo-chan shouted her name in surprise. So-shon immediately apologized. Sak replied that there was no need to apologize, because on the other hand he was glad that the Lotus Union member knew their Shuren. Sak then introduced the boy Zhu. He timidly took a step forward and introduced himself. Sak said he doesn't usually show himself, so it's not surprising, and asked to keep in mind that he's uptight. Meanwhile, Sunbei was telling Soying that he has a feeling that Seo-chan will befriend his younger brother. Seo-chan honestly didn't even think of being here. He was only pondering the possibility. This era witnessed the birth of an incredible number of heroes who went down in history generation after generation. Sang, who would be dubbed the Celestial Warrior in the future, would become one of these heroes. When the Murim world was filled with wars, Sang showed amazing skills. Sang was great at military strategy and tactics, while the scheming Shuren became an expert in politics. During the war, most of the Murim tactics were created by these two. People even thought that Zhu had been reborn as a boy and a girl. Zhu, who was evaluated a little later, became a priority wanted along with those two. However, the strange thing was that Seo-chong didn't expect to see Zhu in such a place. At this time, Sak yelled at Zhu to get even and called him mediocre, and that just looking at him would make you disappointed and furious. Sak said that it was all because of Zhu, and that he was the one who had created such a mess, and that was why he was called a frivolous weirdo. So Ching was surprised at such terrible treatment. Sak said he wasn't asking for much, just to do regular meditation like everyone else, and to stop studying useless things like the structure of mechanisms. Mechanism building is an art that has been abandoned and considered useless. With the art of utilization, mechanism building was a pride in the Zhuge family, but now this combination has been forgotten. If the enemy force was a jewel, crushing it would have attracted some attention, but that wasn't even the point. It was forgotten because of the two demonic powers, so learning something like the structure of mechanisms would be enough to earn contempt. Meanwhile, Soyeon asked Sang if their little brother was strange and in the mountain who a sect. Suddenly, Zhu apologized for his behavior. Soyeon joined Sang, and Sunbei began to socialize with Shuren. So Ching asked Gupeng if he could go with Zhu. He explained that even though he was called a frivolous weirdo, they would find common ground. Soyang laughed and said that strange people are attracted to each other. So Hong approached Zhu and asked if he wanted to be friends with his uncle. Zhu got very aggressive and replied that Seo-chung was only 2 years older than him and started yelling at him to stop talking nonsense. So-shon laughed and said that he was a little tough guy and if his uncle saw such a thing, he would be scared. Zhu got even angrier and asked what he was trying to accomplish. Seo-chang replied that he just wanted to play. So-shon realized that he should just flatter him first, because with him, even one wrong move was dangerous. Unexpectedly, Zhu replied to So-ching that it was strange for him to say such a thing himself, but So-ching had better not get involved with him. Zhu thought he was a pathetic fool who hadn't even reached 20% skill in attacking the small star of the heavens, and was obsessed with building mechanisms, so completely useless in this era. Seo-chong realized that this was an oddity, And just as Zhu's nickname suggested, it would take some time for his talents to be appreciated. Zhu was seen while exploring the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind. It was because some mechanisms were in the treasury. The faction, especially the Juga family, were able to get hold of a huge amount of treasures. Thanks to the knowledge of Yuga's mechanisms, at that moment, Zhu thought that the neglect towards him would stop. He couldn't be more wrong. Of course, there were people who changed their minds about him. But most people thought he was at least good for something, and when Zhu was almost completely forgotten, his existence became widely known again. And it was because of the structure of machinery. Mechanical engineering, thought to be useless, was revived in the era of wars, and since the mechanic's skill had been forgotten, the only one who could take the necessary action was Zhu. Later, the royal family's influence skyrocketed. It was natural because the only person who was called an expert in the structure of mechanisms was Zhu. Leaving all the work to Zhu was very destructive to his nerves. He was the only one who knew the mechanisms, so he had to keep an eye on everything. He worked on everything himself, and his room was under the supervision of a so-called guard. It was impossible to keep his mind stable under such pressure. Zhu finally became overworked and burned out. About 10 years later, he took his own life. At this time, Seo-chong replied to Zhu that he knows he's far from a gift, a pathetic sight who whines about anything. Seo-chong said that he's aware that Zhu is crazy about the structure of mechanisms, and that's not a bad thing. On the contrary, taking an interest in something that others don't dare to do is awesome, and if he sticks to his faith and continues to work hard, there will be nothing in the world that he cannot accomplish. So there is no need to stop, no matter what others say, to walk the road that is to his liking, and also, as he had done before, not to give up. Everything he has achieved, everything he has learned, don't renounce it. And that if the world doesn't accept it, So Cheng will, and those who neglect So Cheng's brilliant little boy will know his wrath. Zhu was just shocked at such a speech. Zhu asked to tell the truth, and asked if his uncle had asked Seo-chong to flatter him to influence him in some way. So he kicked Seo-chong out. After a while, Xin showed the map to Gupeng and said that moving from Guizhou, they would reach the east in 2 days and get to Wingang. In 2 or 3 months' walk they will reach a village, which in turn contains a murim and a river of evil banners. Also, Xin said that from today's report they found out that they have been pushed back, and he hopes that the Murima Wars of the Guizhou branch will support them. Sak replied that it might be a little dangerous, but it was a good experience for Sang and Shuren. Gupeng confirmed that the Manhwa sect would support the idea. Xin replied that in that case, they should set out today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Seo-chong went out for a walk with Zhu. Zhu said that there is no war at all between the true faction and the false faction. So why is Guizhou the only place where there is turmoil and strife? So Cheng replied that Guizhou is a place that divides the two factions, even if peace and harmony have been formed. If they are not capable of killing each other on the front lines, it will result. Seo-chong realized that Zhu was really only interested in machinery and didn't know anything about what was going on in the Murim. Therefore, he should get it into his head. So Chang tells Zhu that no matter how he tries to keep control, the Murim soldiers are patronized and embittered, and Guizhou is just such a place. The chains of patronage and spite lead to him being unable to change anything. No matter who tries, he can't break them ingeniously. Zhu asked what he meant by genius. And that his intentions are obvious, but they're not that bad. But then Zhu said, if Seo-chong meant something else by genius. Then if it was uncle who sent him, then it's just a cheap trick. So-shon asked the little guy to humble himself, because he knows that he is also considered strange on Mount Hua. So-shon knew his nature was very unstable, but he didn't think he was that fragile. And really that's strange, but So-shon realized that if he didn't believe in this weirdo, no one else would. Seo-cheng gave a friendly shove to Zhu and said that they had a lot of work to do. Zhu started shouting that he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Mr. Sak arrived at the warrior's house. He said that he had arrived as soon as he heard about what had happened. He asked for a more detailed explanation. One of them said the River of Evil is 600, the Murima Alliance is 400. And they have 3 Supreme Masters but no Supreme Masters. Sak said that the first thing they would do was to find out the progress of the battle and decide. But he was interrupted by a military man who ran into the tent and shouted that he had an urgent message. Sak asked what the matter was, and the warrior told him that news had come that a trio of rabid dogs had been sighted in the battle against the River of Evil. Gupeng said that no matter how one looks at it, they can't relax. So he will leave Sunbei and Soyan for 2 warriors. So Cheng wondered why only the 2 of them. Gupeng replied that he had forgotten to tell him in advance, and that he really wanted to take him with him, but he thought it would be too difficult to bring 3 Kaiyang warriors. So he has no choice but to leave him, the youngest, here. Soshon was saddened, but he agreed and wished them a safe journey and that he would pray for their well-being. Gupeng appeared on the battlefield. Vian rejoiced when he saw the 14th swordsman accompanying him. Sak was also glad that these dogs were nothing against him. Shuren asked Sang what was happening to him. He replied that for some reason there were too few of them. Sang approached Uncle Sak and said that he thought they were trapped, because there are 100 to 150 men in the enemy unit. Sak replied that he didn't have much experience in the military yet, so they were probably just wrong. Sak told him he better look ahead because these are the last lives of the River of Evil. Suddenly one of the warriors looked through his binoculars and was horrified. He began to shout that they were advancing on the city while they were in the field. Some of the warriors did not know what to do. Some wanted to flee because they did not know what would happen to the women and children. No one had any idea that they would be trapped. Meanwhile, Soshon looked off into the distance and said that there were about 100 of them, but there must be a master there. Soshon realized that they only had 1 first-class warrior. He hoped that those geniuses probably realized that it was a trap. Soshon waited for reinforcements to undoubtedly be sent. We just have to hold out until then. He also noticed that Yu had disappeared from his sight. He figured the kid had hidden away after hearing about the trouble. It was for the best. Soshon gathered his strength and told himself that it was time to begin. At that time, the enemies had already breached the gate. One of the enemies burst in and started shouting for them to come out because he is Puck, and upon learning about him too, even the children stopped crying. He suddenly noticed Socheng standing in front of him. Park didn't realize who the kid was standing in front of him. Seo-chun replied that he didn't need to know who he was because he was going to die soon anyway. Park laughed at that. Park then asked Socheng if he was really going to fight all of them alone. Seo-chang replied that he was not alone. Puck replied that he was even a little excited that he was so confident. Soshon replied that he would punish him with his sword for underestimating them. The fight began. Suddenly, another of the enemies asked Socheng what makes him so confident, and attacked the guy. Soshon did not expect it, for he was always behind. The enemy asked if he had wet his pants from fear, but Soshon pulled himself together and realized that now it was his turn to go forward. So he started to hold his defenses. Sochang began to apply the Maihua Qigong technique, the butterfly dance, and also the overthrow of sensual beauty. Soshon was able to defeat one by one. He also used the plum blossom technique. Park was watching this and he became enraged, shouting and asking Socheng who he was. The guy replied that he was just passing by. 30 minutes before, Soshon had tried to create some tactics with the remaining warriors in the city. Soshon said to wait for them in front of the gate, blocking the enemies from rushing in all at once. And second-class warriors need to stay close and ensure in places where their help is needed. And finally in the center will fight Soshon with one enemy after another, and this way maybe they can win. One of the warriors didn't believe in Soshon at first, but after seeing him in battle, he realized that they had the Hozan's backing. Meanwhile, Soshon told him to be on guard because the enemy is pushing too hard, and that he understands his feelings, but they are too few and need to stick together. Suddenly, another enemy attacked Soshon, shouting that Soshon would die this very second. However, the guy managed to apply defense in time. The enemy began to laugh, that it was not the faction of the Hozan that was clamoring for honor that was kicking. Soshon answered him. At first, he was a convinced swordsman, but having been to war he changed his mind. Soshon defeated him. One of the enemies began to shout that 30 warriors had already fallen. Pak heard this and became angry. He ordered him to think positively. After all, if they fought hard against 30 men, they must be exhausted. Pak realized that he couldn't back down any longer. Maybe ordinary people could, but since he was responsible for all of this, he would definitely be persecuted. Suddenly, Puck shouted to his warriors that whoever killed this boy would be reported to the senior officer and gifted with gold. Hearing the word gold, the enemies became even more furious and with frenzied eyes saw So-chung's prey before them. So-chong realized that this was now a real ambush. Just as suddenly, 1,000 arrows appeared in the sky. The enemies couldn't understand where they were even coming from. Zhu at this time was standing with a bamboo crossbow in his hands and was happy with his success. So-chang realized that this was definitely what the Tang clan of Sichuan had used during the war, and being men of honor, they were embarrassed to use Yu's invention because it's a killing device, so they sold it to the Tang clan. So-chong admired his little boy. He knew that Zhu would definitely become an outstanding person in the future. So-chong shouted to Zhu that it's a great job and no doubt he's a genius. So he needs to help his big brother and they will do it together. Zhu didn't blurt out much praise and replied to So-chong that he was talking nonsense again. Puck at this time shouted to his dogs to charge in and destroy everyone in their path. Despite his age, So-chong fought honorably and protected the women and children who relied on him. The guy noticed that his warriors' spirits were down and they were exhausted, so he decided to cheer them up. He shouted that he was So-chong of the Hozan faction, and he was asking for support from the glorious warriors. The warriors realized he was still a child, but they believed in him and shouted for everyone to follow young Master So-chong. Park didn't understand what this guy was doing. He was sure it was a bluff, since So-chong had fought without rest and was surely exhausted. So-chong replied that under normal circumstances that would be the case, but not in his case. Something like this wouldn't even make him sweat. So-chong began to advance on their horde and Puck's dogs began to run away. Park didn't expect that and started running away. However, So-chong managed to grab him in time and told him that Park wasn't going anywhere. He wanted the details of the operation from him. Park began to shout that he didn't know much and asked to be released. Seo-kian replied that he would have to kill him in that case. Afterward, Park promised to tell whatever he wanted to tell and would do whatever So-chong said. Finally Gupeng, together with Mr. Sak, arrived at the gate of the city. When they saw the broken gate, they were afraid to see what had happened. But when they entered and saw the mountain of defeated enemies and So-chong, they realized that the warriors had defeated them. Sak began to question the older warrior and said that even though the Evil River's troops consisted of third-grade warriors, but how did he single-handedly defeat an entire 100? The warrior began to shout that it wasn't all his fault, but young Master So-chong's. Sak was angry and ordered him to tell it like it was. After all, everyone knows he is only 12 years old. The warrior shouted that it was true, and yet he had seen it with his own eyes. Then Sak replied that if he was saying that all the warriors of the River of Evil were third class, and half of them ran away in fear, then maybe there was some truth to it. So-chong justified everything by saying that he has a lot more inner energy than his peers, and that played a big role. Gupeng praised the boy. He had looked over So-chong before, and although his fighting skills were average, but his foresight and inner energy were impressive. Gupeng knew that usually if one participated in a real battle at such a young age, their body would become frozen. So-chong on the other hand fought calmly and led the warriors. Gupeng truly believed that young So-chong would become a key figure in the future. Sak decided to celebrate the victory and they had a feast, in gratitude for the labors shown by his faction friends. Xianbei walked up to So-chong and said that he was now in a completely different light. It was nothing compared to what the elders had done. Sang and Shuren also congratulated So-hyun on his victory. So-yang too admitted that she had underestimated him. The boys were sitting at the same table and all rejoiced at their victory. However, only little Zhu was absent. Zhu was sitting alone at the door of the hall where the feast was being held. Suddenly, So-chang opened the door. Zhu asked what he wanted, and then Zhu asked So-chong to keep it a secret that he was using a bamboo crossbow. Because using a concealed weapon in such a prestigious faction is humiliating. So-chong replied that to be honest, they had won because of the little genius. And if he hadn't been there, Seo-kian would be dead. But So-chong added that it's unfortunate they have to keep it a secret, but at least So-chong acknowledged Zhu and asked him to cheer up. Zhu thanked him and said that the great man was not him, but So-chang. So-chang laughed and said that he had finally realized the greatness of his older brother, and he added that he need not be envious as he was lucky enough to consume the miracle cure, and if Zhu takes it, he will be equal to him. Zhu was surprised and asked what the miracle medicine was. So-chong replied that yes, the martial artist has a complicated fate. But no matter how difficult it is, the medicine simplifies everything and solves any problem. Zhu replied that if the world was like that, there would be plenty of martial artists. So Cheng then asked what he would say if his older brother got him the medicine. Then Zhu replied that if it was true, he would not only be his younger brother, but also his subordinate. And he hoped that Seo Chong would remember that promise. 2 days later, a crowd of people stood at the gates of the city. A man approached, and the guard asked the purpose of his visit. The man replied that he had come to congratulate the victory because he wanted to present a gift to the 14th sword attendant. Gu Peng announced to his boys that today he would teach them how to deal with people. And he explained that when they received a gift, if they asked for a favor, it was better to refuse, because it's taboo for a Taoist to be greedy. One should always accept moderate gifts. And if the gifts are expensive, the attitude towards them may change. Also, if someone's tone promises anything, that person should be avoided. Communicating factions like theirs is a heavy burden. The boys went with Gu Peng to receive congratulations and gifts. Someone came from Sichuan. Some came just to express their gratitude and bestow warm words. Some praised the Lotus unit. The gifts were different, to taste and color. Sometimes nice, sometimes not so nice. But there was only one person So Cheng was waiting for. The guy knew that he definitely had to be around here somewhere. He was waiting for the king of Li's merchants. Guy had done a lot to help him and was waiting for him to show up. Suddenly a man came up and said hello. He said that they had met again. So Shon looked and remembered it was that small merchant, but it definitely wasn't him. He might have changed his name, but his passion for money is matched only by the amount of his fat. It is also his great pride that, even if it were necessary for him to confront the Union of the Murim, he would not retreat. At the very least, So Chang realized that he wouldn't act like an ordinary merchant and didn't possess an average physique. So Shon decided that when it was over, he should be sure to check the visitor's book. At this time, the merchant told Gu Peng that he had heard the news and marveled. And that, usually when talking about sword masters, the Hozan faction rises above everything. Gu Peng replied that he had already talked to too many people, so he was declining. The merchant asked for some time. But Gu Peng replied that he had to go. The merchant asked him to stop and grabbed Gu Peng's arm. The guards grabbed him. The merchant started yelling that they even knew who he was. He began to shout that he was a warrior of the Cayenne Branch Union Gold Merchant Organization, and that he was the head of a small merchant association called the Gold Merchant Organization, and his name was Li. It was as if it hit Seo Chong. Merchant Li went home upset, but So Chung stopped him and said hello. The merchant was greatly surprised. The merchant apologized to him for the trouble he had caused and asked him what had brought him here, if it was the 14th swordsman's orders. So Shon replied that he had made that decision on his own and had business to attend to the merchant. So Shon suggested walking somewhere else and talking there. The merchant agreed. Li sensed that there was something to it, and it smelled like money. So he gladly followed the boy. So Ching suggested that we skip the pointless talk and get down to business. He asked the merchant to speak freely. So Shon said that deals were usually based on trust and manners. The guy clearly understood that if he needed his help in the future, it would be better to establish an equal relationship. The merchant asked what So Shon meant by business. The boy replied that he was interested in the business he proposed. Li replied that honestly, even he didn't think there was anything special about a petty merchant like him. And he doesn't understand why Seo Chong trusted him, and added, besides, apparently So Shon had come there without putting the 14th sword attendant and the rest of the Lotus squad members on notice. So Cheng said that he had an interesting proposal. The merchant was very interested, but So Shon also added that he would like to know about his business first. The merchant of course agreed. Li said he calls it a business to make it sound bigger, but it's really nothing special. They sell the most popular product, rice, but the whole point is that Li wants to sell rice as military provisions. Then So Chang said that it turns out he needs a chance to become a war merchant. So Shon asked if he needed financial support. Li replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and they needed help of a different kind. So Cheng said he was willing to listen. Li replied that the question was a bit sensitive and asked to listen to the end. Then the merchant said bluntly that they needed connections. No matter how, he needs permission to trade militarily. The merchant can't get the full, but he can prepare the partial. So Shon replied that he won't get angry in the conversation, so the merchant can talk. And the guy won't judge until he listens. The merchant then asked that being a member of the Lotus squad, So Ching must have visited with Gu Pengam to the meeting place where the head of the Cayenne branch was located. the fellow confirmed. The merchant then assumed that he knew about the conflict in Guizhou. So he asked Socheng to tell him about the areas that were cut off or having trouble replenishing supplies. As Seocheng heard, Li's greed is no joke. And the person who originally helped the merchant is also insane. And judging from the situation, he's asking for information that's supposed to be secret. Seocheng realized that the merchant king was not the kind of person who could distinguish between good and evil. The word gold in the name of the organization is not just for nothing. He is only interested in money. Seocheng had expected this. Socheng replied to the merchant that he could help, but everything would be limited to Weinan County. Li, of course, agreed. Socheng also added that in a normal situation he would have said no, but he thinks the merchant knows the reason. The merchant thanked Socheng for listening, and frankly he's surprised his head is still on his shoulders. And now Socheng said that the time had come for his proposal. The merchant promised to listen. Socheng didn't hold back and immediately asked if he knew anything about the triple sublime mind. The merchant immediately realized that it was about the treasure tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief. Socheng said the fruit he ate a few years ago was originally found in a tomb, not an underground cave. Socheng asked the merchant what he thought about it. Li could see in Socheng's eyes that he was not lying. The merchant replied that if the treasury really exists, how does Socheng plan to move all those treasures without anyone noticing? It's impossible, and continued that Socheng is a Lotus Squad slain and he may not worry about his safety. But Li is an ordinary merchant and will definitely be killed by robbers. Seocheng replied that there was no need to take everything. He asked Li to gather the men to go with him to the treasury and take only the most precious things. Socheng also added that the merchant should keep it a secret, and then he would suggest that the military of the Vannan detachment give the replenishment of supplies to the control of the Gold Merchant Association. The merchant replied that he understood. He asked if the treasury really existed, why Socheng trusted him with it. Socheng could not tell that he knew the future. So he replied that simply no one else would believe his story, and Socheng also reported that he didn't have much time and would leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The merchant promised that he would do so. The merchant realized that if it was real, it was a serious matter. And even if it wasn't the treasury of a three-eyed ghost thief, getting the upper hand in Vannan's military trade was worth it. Socheng and the merchant made a deal. The next day, Gu Peng told his men that they were to return to Hozan tomorrow, so they had to get ready. Soyan ran up to Gu Peng and asked that weren't they going to go see the Shaolin Temple, the mutant faction, or the Murama branch. Socheng hoped the petty one would agree. But Gu Peng replied that he too wanted to show them as much as he could, but as it would be difficult. Sunbei began to say that the squad's first outing into the world served to sightsee and gain experience, and it shouldn't be dangerous like this. Gu Peng replied that fortunately they were not hurt. But the head office was concerned about them and unanimously decided to bring them home, so there was no choice. Socheng's thoughts split into two sides. On one side, the royal family had also been ordered to return, so he would be able to go to Chongqing, but on the other hand he can't ask the king of merchants to go with them. Even if they went to Chongqing and plundered the tomb, he would need to return to Guizhou, so they went back to the river. At this time in the Evil River, a subordinate came to Mr. Cheon and said that there was news that the 14th swordsman would soon arrive at the Yangtze River. Cheon was enraged and said that even the execution of those who attacked the Wan'an and escaped would not quell his anger. And did they really think they would get away unharmed? He told his subordinate to teach those Kosan bastards a lesson. And don't come back with bad news. After a while, Gu Peng and the boys and the royal family arrived at the port of the Yangtze River. Sak noticed that Gu Peng was acting strangely somehow and asked him what was wrong. Gu Peng replied that it was nothing serious, he just thought there weren't enough ships. Usually at this time of the year, many people gather there to enjoy the beauty. Sak replied that Gu Peng had just become quite wary because of what had happened in Wan'an, and he should rest. Gu Peng took a deep breath and enjoyed the surrounding beauty. Then he looked into the water and began to shout. Gu Peng shouted for Murim warriors to guard the Lotus unit and the royal family. Sak couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, armed men appeared on the cliff. One of them said that the 14th swordsman actually had a keen sense of intuition. The enemies jumped off the cliff right onto their ship. Sak realized they were pirates of the 9 seas. Gu Peng told them that if they had confused their ship with some other ship, he would forgive them, and ordered them to get out. One of the pirates laughed and said that they had met before, so he was definitely not wrong. The pirate said he didn't introduce himself last time, so he doesn't remember him. The pirate said his name was Yuck and thanked him for the payment he received earlier. Sunbae immediately recognized this pirate. Sak also knew that Yuck was one of the 100 greatest masters. The spearman of leaping water. Gupeng realized that it was indeed a leaping water spearman, and he asked what he was forgetting on this ship. Yuck told Gupeng to listen to him carefully, and that they were pirates of the 9 seas guardians of the Yangtze River. Since long ago, if anyone wants to cross the river, they must pay a price, but Gupeng defamed them by calling them thieves and did not pay the toll. Soshon began to shout that it was all lies. Yuck replied that they weren't the ones who went up against the Lotus Squad and the stubborn children of the royal family, and that it was those kids who suddenly said they wouldn't cooperate with the pirates and pointed their swords at them. Sang at this time told his uncle that it seems like something is going on, and it doesn't look like these people will just let them go. Gupeng asked that was why there were so few ships in the harbor. Yuck replied that young Murim blood was hot and it was natural to make mistakes without knowing the balance of power. Yuck reiterated that the territory of the river is the territory of the pirates of the 9 seas, and that they cause trouble, and so they, as guardians, protect the peace and law of the river. Yuck ordered to attack and spare no one. Gupeng and the others had no choice but to hold their defenses. Xiaoshan couldn't understand what was going on. Xianbei jumped forward and told Seochun to hide behind him. Seochong didn't understand anything. If they had fought with the leaping water spearman, there was no way he would forget. It hadn't happened in his past life. However, Soching gathered himself and realized that there was no time to think about it, as Gupeng was at a complete disadvantage in this battle. Soshon clearly understood that he had to help the 14th swordsman, but he couldn't die here. At this time, Surak, Soyan, and Zhu were standing aside. One of the pirates shouted for the girls not to be killed. Suddenly, Soshon ran up and struck the pirate who was not far from them. So Hyun called him brother and told him to be careful. Sunbae shouted that Xiaoshan had gone crazy. Xiaoshan replied that he would help Gupeng, so there was no need to voice his concerns. So Cheng headed toward Gupeng. Xianbei tried to stop him and shouted that he shouldn't do that and offered to go with them. Soshon began to attack the pirates. Sak and everyone around him couldn't understand what was happening or how he was doing it. Soshon turned to the pirates and said he didn't have time, so let them all attack at once. One of the pirates yelled that he was a complete idiot and ordered him to kill this guy faster so he wouldn't present himself. The pirates attacked the guy, but he held on very tightly. Soshon shouted to the warriors that he could no longer cover everyone and asked them to focus on defense instead of offense. Soshon began to use the Manhwa lightsaber technique. But the guy didn't expect that. It still took some getting used to. The pirates from the cliff watched the battle. One of them said that the captain should be warned. The other replied to him that he did indeed think that the lanceman of galloping water would lose on water. Yuck was fighting Gupeng at this time, as he suddenly noticed his subordinates falling from some boy's sword. Gupeng fought honorably, but suddenly his sword began to shake. Yuck knew that in comparison, his unshakable water spear martial art leveled out the shaking, becoming terrifying. Yuck had learned enough about how amazing the art of wielding a Hozan sword was. But he decided it was time to reveal the winner between him and the 14th sword. Gupeng realized that this was a bad thing. He knew that Yuck was still sizing him up, and if he fought at full strength, Gupeng wouldn't last long. Suddenly, the body of his subordinate flew over Yuck. He didn't realize what the hell. At this time, Xiaoshan stood behind him and greeted him. Gupeng asked in surprise what he was doing. So Cheng replied that he understood his feelings, but now was not the time because they didn't know what those pirates on the cliff would do. At this time, Surak told Gupeng that he wouldn't believe it, but young Master Soching had wiped out most of the pirates. Sang pulled her aside and said she was too forward. Gupeng was greatly surprised and said that if they got out of there alive, they would talk about it later. Soching said he would help, but Gupeng stopped him and said he'd better not stir at his feet. And he added that he knew that Soching was hiding his real strength, but the opponent was too strong, and if Soshon interfered, instead of helping, he would only be a hindrance, and asked to leave Yuck to him. Gupeng continued to battle with Yuck, but Yuck clearly had an advantage over him on the water, and was showing good techniques with the spear. Yuck started laughing and shouted that all his efforts were useless. He kicked his foot on the floor of the ship, and the ship lurched to the side. Gupeng fell. Yi Yuck seized the moment. Sochong couldn't stand by and watch Gupeng attack. He attacked the pirate. Yuk got angry and started yelling that he was an arrogant child. Seo-chun told him to stop already. Sochong gathered all his strength and used the Manhwa's non-spewing lunge technique. And then a flurry of Manhwa attacks, but Yuk didn't put up with such antics for long. He used a technique and started spinning the whole ship clockwise on the water. The spear flew straight at Socheng, but the guy realized that this was his chance. Yuk flew with his spear at Socheng with full confidence of his victory. But he didn't expect the boy's sword to hold back his spear. At this time, Gupeng made an attack on Yuk while Socheng held back the attack. Gupeng praised him and said good job. Gupeng reminded the kopecker that he had been careless. Yuk couldn't believe that he had been defeated, but then he interjected again as Gupeng called him. He swung his spear straight at him. Yuk missed Gupeng's body, but he broke the ship into two halves and everyone began to roll into the water. Sak was barely floating in the water. One of the warriors shouted for him to swim to him. Gupeng ordered everyone to grab onto that rock. Gupeng looked around and asked if everyone was there. Soyeon began to shout that she couldn't see brother Seo-chong and Zhu. They began to shout, but they were nowhere to be found. 3 weeks later in Guizhou, Merchant Li couldn't get enough of the money. He walked around with them in his arms, kissing them and saying he loved them to death. He knew he owed a great debt to Mr. Seo-chong. If it weren't for him, he'd still be licking someone's ass. The merchant wanted to pay him back, but Seo-chong was no longer in the world, so he could not do so. Li began to cry and said that if Seo-chong could be reborn, he would give him the silver coins, but he quickly came to his senses and began to say that silver coins are a bit too much. And Seo-chong is no longer in this world, and how could a dead man use the money? So he decided to just pray. He had almost forgotten Seo-chong's name for prayer. Suddenly, a subordinate walked in and said that a martial arts master wanted to meet with him. Li asked if he looked rich. The subordinate replied that he looked absolutely beggarly. Li then asked if he was saying that he was a member of some known associations. The one replied that he was a wanderer. Then the merchant replied to send him away. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. Li said yes, but as soon as he saw the man who entered, his eyes went wide. The merchant hadn't looked so frightened in a long time. Unexpectedly for the merchant, Socheng entered the room. He asked Li why he had such an unhealthy complexion and if he was ready to plunder the tomb. Li began to shout that it was a ghost. Seo-chong laughed and replied that you shouldn't bury people before their time. Suddenly, little Zhu also appeared in front of the merchant. Li began to shout that they were two ghosts and that they should leave him alone as he would not give a penny. Sochong slammed his fist against the wall and ordered the merchant to shut up because he was not dead and was standing alive in front of him. Then Li began to say that the Murim had told him that they had died, but he believed that Mr. Socheng was still alive and never doubted. Seo-chong said that he and Zhu were swept away by the current and became estranged from the rest of the group. They ended up near Hubi. From there they traveled to Hune and returned to Guizhou. It took some time, then the merchant asked why they had returned. After all, Hune is the territory of the Light faction, and furthermore, isn't the royal family there? Sochong said that this was the reason why if Zhu or he were found, a fuss would start and they would return to the faction and the royal family, and if that happened, they wouldn't be able to get out into the world for several years. And that would mean they wouldn't be able to do anything with the treasure trove. Li replied that it means Socheng brought a member of the royal family to maintain secrecy, and that it was considerate of him. Seo-chong replied that that wasn't the case, and that Zhu was their partner, and without him, the tomb could not be plundered. Zhu asked if Seo-chong was sure that this tomb even existed. Seo-chong replied that even if it didn't, it was necessary to follow him. Socheng asked if the merchant was ready. Li replied that he was ready. At this time, Gupeng arrived at the Hozan faction. He apologized to the master for failing to fulfill his duties and her apprentice's death. Gupeng said it was all his fault, and if he had more faith in Socheng, it wouldn't have come to this. The master put his hand on Gupeng's shoulder and replied that it was fine, and there was no need to be too hard on himself. The master also told Gupeng that she had recently returned, so she was slightly exhausted, so she needed to be alone for a while. At this time, the master took out a letter from his inner pocket. In it, Socheng wrote that he was fine. Seo-chong wrote, they are now together with Zhu, and asked to keep it a secret. He promised to reveal the reason later. Seo Chong also apologized for making Master worry. He promised that he and Ju would return safely. At this time in the Gold Merchant's organization, So Cheng was evaluating the warriors the merchant had gathered. So Shon spotted 9 second-class warriors. 1 first-class warrior close to becoming a supreme warrior. Merchant Li said he had already warned the warriors that they were going to loot the tomb. So Shon asked if they could trust them. The merchant replied that there was no need to worry about that. Merchant also said that warriors value their families, and each has members who need help. Ju then asked if he had taken their family members as hostages. The merchant replied that he was not that mean. The merchant said he had made a deal with them and they had sworn allegiance to him, accordingly the treatment would be free for them. Then So-Shon asked how the merchant had introduced him to the warriors. The merchant said that he told them to obey his orders, and that they didn't know what So Cheng and Ju looked like, so they shouldn't worry. So Cheng replied that it was good work and said that the treasury was in Chongqing, and handed the transcript to the merchant and told him to burn it afterward. The merchant said he would support Mr. So Cheng on his journey from the side, from behind, and from the shadows, and will plunder and gather everything, even the bones of the three-eyed ghost thief. As So-Shon passed by the warriors, one of them said to another that should they really trust this milkman. Suddenly, a man named Wang came over and told them to shut up, because can't they see Mr. So-Chong's stride length and stride technique? The warrior apologized. Wang reminded them that they must follow So-Chong's orders, for that was what the chief merchant had commanded. Wang also said that there was no need to apologize to him, and for the slightest mistake, they would be brought before the chief merchant. The warriors, along with So-Shon, arrived at the location of the treasure house, but few believed in it. Suddenly, Zhu started pushing one of the stones away. So Cheng noticed and asked what he was doing. Zhu replied that he didn't know what he was doing yet. Seo Chong realized that there was a reason he was number 1 in engineering, because without Shu, he wouldn't have even found the entrance. After that, Zhu shouted out what he had found, and huge pillars came out from under the ground. Seo Chong thought it was really amazing. However, Seo-chan had one question. Who could be buried in a tomb with this kind of mechanism? Together with the warriors, they began to go downstairs. The symbol of the three-eyed ghostly thief met them at the entrance. Suddenly, a Cho warrior approached Seo Chong and asked him to tell the truth about whose grave it was. So Cheng smiled and said it was not a grave but a tomb. Cho asked whose tomb it was. Seo Chong replied that it was the tomb of a legendary ghost thief. Cho said it's just a rumor. Seo-chan replied that they would find out when they got inside. So-Shon asked, "Does anyone want to go inside?" One of the warriors said he might as well die, even though he didn't feel like it. So-Shon replied that they would try to make sure no one died, but if anyone did, So-Shon promised that their family would be taken care of. Also, So-Shon said that No will go in front and Ju will be in the middle, so he will need to be protected from all sides, but asked not to close Ju's view, as there are so many devices in this tomb that it can be considered one big mechanism, and only Ju can study them and neutralize them. Cho looked at Ju with disdain, and asked if this child. Seo Chong replied that he would lead everyone, but the top priority should be given to Ju. He was the expert to a greater extent. The warriors had no idea that their lives would be in the hands of a 10-year-old. Seo Chong asked Ju where they should go. The boy looked around and replied that all the paths were the same. So Chin then suggested that they go straight ahead, but Zhu suddenly stopped So Cheng. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the passage. Suddenly, metal spears came from all directions. So Cheng told him that he had told him that all the paths were the same. Zhu smiled and replied that it was true, they all had traps set in them. The warrior asked Zhu how he learned and asked him to teach him too. So Cheng smiled and shouted that it was useless to ask him. Zhu said it couldn't be explained in words. He asked the warrior if he could see that the passage was set as if there was a trap. Cho said that he is a very strange kid. Seo Qian replied that he is, but he's very reliable. Meanwhile, they were heading further and further into the depths. Some wooden figures appeared in front of them. No one could understand what they were doing there. Zhu said they are also mechanisms, but he hasn't met them before, so he can't say what to expect. So-Shon told him not to worry, and that he would find out for himself what these wooden things were capable of. Zhu said that there are no other devices other than wooden devices in this area, and asked So-Cheng to be careful. The warrior asked So-Cheng if he was sure he would go alone. So-Cheng replied that he would be fine and for them to protect Zhu. So-Cheng approached the figures and they suddenly began to attack him. Soching asked Ju if he could disarm them. Ju replied that he didn't know how. Then Soching said that he would just smash them all. The warriors watched Soching and realized that just as Brother Wang had said, Soching was a true master. Ju asked Sochang if he was done with the figures. Seo Chung replied that he was almost. So the boy asked him to give him time to study them. Ju looked at the debris very carefully. He said it looked like wood, but he didn't understand why they hadn't rotted. Seo Chung hurried him over. They traveled on and suddenly saw a huge mountain of silver coins in front of them. Cho reached out to touch them. Soshon shouted at him not to touch it. Cho apologized for his crazy actions and reminded him that it would all belong to the head merchant anyway. Ju at this time examined the mountain of coins and reported that a trap had been set there. So Soching told Cho that even the slightest mistake could activate the trap, and only on the way back could he gain coins. Suddenly, Ju noticed a box among the coins. He took it out and opened it, and there were 3 pearls in it. Soshon reminded the warriors not to be greedy, and if he returned in one piece, they would be rewarded appropriately. And that they should not think they could escape Soshon's gaze. Meanwhile, the girl that Soshon liked was practicing with her master. The master told her that her skills hadn't deteriorated, but they hadn't improved either, all because of that fool. The girl replied that he was not a fool. Master said she was right, for to think he was hiding his powers, he's an amazing kid, and also added that it doesn't make any sense anymore, because that amazing Sochang is dead anyway. The master said she was not so cruel as to prevent her from grieving, but she could not let her cry forever. At this time, Sochang was defending himself from the monster that attacked him. It was completely iron and had glowing eyes. Cho yelled, "What is wrong with this kid if he can't do anything about this trap?" Ju shouted that this isn't mechanical devices. This is sorcery. An hour ago, the team approached an entire squad of Iron Knights. And as soon as they approached, the Iron Ones opened their glittering eyes. Soching had heard that the 3-eyed ghost thief had stolen from other places besides Zhongyang, but who would have thought that he had stolen the sorcery of the southern barbarians? Cho told Sochung to stop, because he wasn't afraid of the wooden figures moving due to mechanisms, but he is afraid of these things moving due to sorcery. Seo Chong and Cho fought off the Iron Ones, but they rebelled and attacked again. Then Seo Chong realized that they needed to cut off all their body parts. The warriors tried to realize this, however it was easier said than done. Then Socheng ordered everyone to simply defend themselves. Cho watched Socheng fighting. He said that if possible, he would like to learn a couple of moves from Socheng. Socheng had done away with all the Iron Ones. The warriors asked how much chi energy he had. Seo Chung replied that it was enough. During the battle, Soshon ripped off one Iron One with some kind of chain that reeked of sorcery. He decided it was better to take it with him than to leave it there. However, it was Ju who noticed it. Ju said that if Seo Chung took things like that, he would be cursed. Seo Chung replied that they were already cursed for plundering this tomb. The squad decided to rest for a while and grab a bite to eat. Soshon had a slightly unexpected thought: how the hell was this place built? Creating lots of mechanical devices and traps would of course require money, but the hardest part would be keeping everything secret. Cho said that there is a saying that if you have enough money, you can raise a dead man. With the luck of the 3-eyed thief, it was no wonder he managed to keep everything a secret. Ju thought for a moment. Cho stroked Ju's head and said that the 3-eyed man's wealth would be enough to buy all of Guiju. Suddenly, Ju said that he had a question. He asked what had happened to the warriors that they had gone to such a dangerous place. Soshon told his brother that it was rude to ask such a thing. One of the warriors replied that it was all right, because he was just a child, and the warrior said that when he was young and immature, he did not want to inherit his father's arable land, and so he ran away from home. Later, he began to wander the world, and eventually became a hero of the first class, and by the time he got back to his village, an epidemic was raging and it was devastated. Ju apologized. The warrior replied that everything was fine, since luckily his mother survived and he was not orphaned. However, she is too old and sick. Another warrior, a woman, picked up and told me that she had a son and a daughter, but they had a very rare disease. Her husband was also weak, so it's because of his blood, so she needs a lot of money. The next warrior picked up on it too and said that everyone has similar stories. He has a sister and her leg is injured and it is his duty to take care of her. Another of the warriors said that his beloved had been sold to a man with terrible sexual proclivities. He was looking for her because he was afraid she was dead, so the warrior cut off his dignity, took his beloved and fled. It was then that the chief merchant picked him up. When the warriors heard the story, they supported his deed. Then one of the warriors stood up and said that was enough of this nonsense and it was time to move on. The troop assembled and they came to a huge mountain of gold bars. The warriors began to look around for anything suspicious. Suddenly the woman found a chest. Soshon decided to check out what was inside. He opened the chest and realized that he had found the real jackpot, and then Soshon noticed that amongst everything there was a box with a miracle medicine inside. So Chang realized that it was a Shaolin enhancer. He knew that it was a medicine that released chi with a volume of 20 years when consumed. So Chang realized that stealing a Shaolin amplifier was like declaring war on Shaolin. Seo Chong couldn't even think of such a thing. After all, the three-eyed thief had stolen 10 pieces. How fearless he was. Seishan laughed loudly and thanked the three-eyed thief. It seemed to the warriors that he had gone mad and crazy. In addition to everything else in the chest were some amazing books. One of them was about the art of the god of archers. Throughout history, only a few have been honored with the title of god. The god archer was one of them. There were many types of martial arts in Murama. But archery was ignored. If an archer was spotted by a Murim fighter, it was not difficult for him to dodge the arrow, so archery was considered harmless. But this was corrected by the god archer. His mastery of the bow and arrow was on a whole other level. Legend has it that his shot split the Yangtze River. His arrow smashed through rocks. And if he missed, the arrow would turn around and hit the enemy. Some believe he will be resurrected in the future and will instill fear in the hearts of countless martial artists. Soshon also noticed a book about the unity of the 10,000 martial arts. And if one had to choose between the archer's art and this book, So Cheng would choose this one. Soshon decided to see what else was in this marvelous chest. He pulled out a sword of amazing beauty. One of the warriors noticed this and asked if it was the Yekan. Soshon replied that if he was talking about the famous sword of Yekan, then yes, it was. No one present could believe what was happening. It seemed that the three-eyed thief had robbed the whole world. The squad continued on its way. 2 days passed, they went down, then up, and they didn't know what floor they were on. Suddenly they reached a strange door with a huge sign in the middle. Seo-chan had never seen such a door before. Ju went to the door and said that he'd like to say that the trap wasn't there, but he wasn't sure about it. Ju noticed that there's a thick wall, and only one handle. That's weird. Seo-chan replied that they couldn't turn back and reached for the knob. Seo-chan pulled the handle and the mechanism activated. An earthquake started and the rubble began to fall. The door opened and Soshon saw the red carpet in front of him, which was laid right up to the throne. But then they saw a strange body. Without any hesitation and with one voice, they said that it must be a zombie. One of the warriors said that if it's really zombies, they're definitely finished. Seo-chan said that it would be better if they were really zombies, because if it was an invulnerable creature, they'd all die. The body came closer and closer. Soshon shouted for them not to be afraid for now and retreated back. At the same moment, a body flew up and attacked Seo-chan. Soshon didn't expect it and started yelling that this zombie was pretty fast. But he added that he didn't seem to be such a great master when he was alive. The battle continued. Soshon began to laugh loudly and shouted that however it was, he had found him. Seo-chan didn't think their meeting would happen so early. The people around him had no idea what he was talking about. Then So-cheng said that this was the net of the three-eyed ghost thief. The VIN could not believe that this zombie was the great thief. So-cheng said that no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't feel his presence. There is only one person who can do that. So-cheng also said that the greatest treasure must be hidden in this room if the tomb master himself is guarding it. The female warrior asked Soshon if she could kick the three-eyed thief. Seo-cheng replied that she shouldn't, because So-cheng has personal motives on this matter. The battle continued, however, So-cheng was wrong. The thief turned out to be a very strong opponent. The thief showed amazing techniques in battle. Seo-cheng didn't understand how the thief could be so strong. The guy applied the divine art of purple mist. In response, the thief used one of the most powerful Murim techniques. Seo-chan couldn't believe what was happening. The warriors were watching from the sidelines and were already thinking that maybe they should intervene and help Mr. So-cheng. Soshon shouted to the thief that he was putting up a dirty fight and one should at least give his opponent a breather. Seo-cheng realized that if this continued, he would lose. He had to stop his pressure and finish it all in one blow. At that time, So-chang dared to use the purple fog genesis technique for the first time. Previously, the boy had not dared to use it. The thief's body fell from the heavy blow, but So-chang didn't stay on his feet either. The VAN ran up to him, one of them shouting for medicine. The only thing So-chang thought about was that he had defeated the thief who stole the whole world. And then here's the one who stole from the guy who robbed the world. Time passed and So-chang woke up. He asked the warriors how long he had slept, and they said it had been 2 to 3 days. So-chang thanked the warriors for guarding him all this time. The woman replied that there was nothing to thank, because if they hadn't been there, he would have been able to eat the miracle medicine anyway. So-chang replied that he had just woken up and didn't remember what had happened. The warrior said that after the zombie fell, the altar disappeared and the tombstone appeared. Ju told him that they hadn't touched the stone while So-chang was sleeping. Then So-chang decided to check what they had been suffering for all this time. So-chang walked over to the stone and said that they had found a ghostly martial art. There were some interesting inscriptions on the tombstone. Heaven is knowledge, earth is power, man is people. If one possesses both heaven and earth, one can attain 2 eyes. Therefore it is necessary to find the 3rd eye and steal the whole world. Afterward, So-chang found another amazing book on the tombstone. Pran Sacred Art. The divine martial art of Shaolin monks disappeared centuries ago. Legends tell of its greatness. Today, it is considered an unrivaled martial art. So-chang gathered the essentials he needed. The warrior asked if they were already leaving. So-chang replied that he had found everything he needed. Now they could go home. The warriors were very happy about this. The journey was long, and it took them several more days to get out of there. A merchant greeted them cheerfully at the entrance. So-chang said hello and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The merchant asked if it had been difficult for them. One of the warriors replied that just thinking about how hard it was brings tears to my eyes. The merchant immediately said that he had prepared a wagon for Mr. So-chang, and said that it was all over at last. So-chang, Ju, and the merchant were traveling in the same carriage. The merchant suddenly asked Ju if he was injured. Ju replied that it was necessary to look him in the eye when speaking to him. The merchant immediately fell silent. So-chang said it's worth it for everyone to get a grip and talk about what to do next. So-chang asked how long it had been since they had gone to the tomb. The merchant said it had been a little over a month. Then So-chang asked if anything significant had happened in the meantime. The merchant said that a master had fought with someone and died. The merchant also said that he had built residential quarters in Guiyang, and he was going to settle there. So-chang did not expect such news. The merchant told So-chang that he was curious about something, so he wanted to inquire. So-chang asked, "Is it about the distribution of treasure?" The merchant cheerfully confirmed. So-chang replied that he would tell him directly. The merchant at this time had thoughts in his mind how much he would give him, 20 to 30%. So-chang said that he would leave him everything. The merchant almost fainted for a second. He couldn't even blink an eye. So-chang replied that he wouldn't do much with them anyway. Although the Kosan faction is down to earth, it is strict about possessing property. And that is why he is an ascetic. Also So-chang added that he found out the merchant is a skillful and trustworthy person, so he invests in him. The merchant asked what he meant by investing. So-chang asked that wouldn't he be able to make more money without money, and told him to use that money and increase the capital. Also, So-chang said that in exchange, his requests should be prioritized and the merchant should help him, and added that the same was true of Shu, and said that originally the merchant should receive 2 shares, Ju 3, and So-chang 5. Ju told So-chang that if he would help him with his teachings or his family when they had a difficult situation, Ju wouldn't mind. So-chang looked sternly at the merchant and asked what he had to say to that. The merchant stood there for a second with his mouth open. The merchant then rushed to So-chang and said that he was ready to kiss his feet in gratitude, promising that he would fulfill all his demands. Their cart arrived in Guiyang, and then So-chang remembered something. He decided to tell the merchant about it. So-chang handed the merchant a roll with the coordinates of where the tomb of the 3-eyed ghost thief was located. He told the merchant to spread rumors that there was treasure there. It wasn't that So-chang didn't trust the warriors that were there with him, but before they told the wrong person, it would be best to tell everyone about her. A few days later, the rumors were all over the place. One man told another if he had heard about the treasury. The man replied that he didn't believe it. Others said it was worth going to check it out. Some said this nonsense was back in vogue. There are as many people as there are opinions. At this time, the Kaina were discussing the fact that the crest of the three-eyed ghost thief was found inside the treasury. Rumors reached the Murama alliance as well. It was ordered to immediately gather the Union of Elders to solve the problem with the treasury. Even the River of Evil already knew that the tomb was filled to the top with gold and silver coins. There was talk in the River of Evil that the Murama alliance had recently sent a search party there. And the demonic forces are just watching at the moment. The head of the River of Evil ordered a letter to be sent to the Murama alliance. He suggested that they must be waiting for him to propose a truce. The head realized that very painful events could happen, but if the tomb was real, he couldn't give it to the light faction dogs. After a while, the Murim search party met up with the ZL River unit at the tomb. They searched the tomb and looked for an entrance. The Murim warrior reminded his own that the Murim had made a truce with the bastards of the River of Evil. And if there is a battle, the quest will be over and they will be punished. In the end, although it was unpleasant and unbearable for the Murim warriors, they only had to endure. At this time, Ju wondered to Seo Chong why he couldn't go back to his family. So Cheng explained that the search had just begun, and if he showed up, the royal family would take him away immediately. So Cheng told Ju to just keep digesting the Shaolin enhancer he ate. Seo Chong knew that because of the intricacy of the labyrinth and the endless traps, it would take time to plunder the tomb. But he promised Ju that they would return. So Ching said that he had informed the merchant everything that was necessary, so we should slowly move out. But before leaving, So Ching decided to give something to the merchant for safekeeping. He handed him a book. The merchant asked what it was. So Shan said that these were valuable books he had found in the tomb, and told him to give it to the warriors who were with him in the tomb. Also, So Ching said that you shouldn't copy these books as they are first-class martial arts. The merchant said he would take that into consideration. So Cheng, along with Yu, set off on their journey. They came to a fairly quiet area, and So Ching said they would settle here and he would help him with his martial arts training. Seo Chong looked at Zhu and asked him if he was ready and confident in his abilities. Zhu proudly replied that he was ready. So Shan liked this kind of pressure from the boy. He began his training. Surprisingly, Zhu turned out to be a pretty capable guy. A month passed and So Chang told Zhu that he hates to say it, but so far Zhu is a total zero in martial arts. Zhu was very angry and said that Seo Chong had said that he would become a master if his chi increased. He called So Chong a liar. So Chang replied that usually when you eat an amplifier, you become a master. But because Zhu didn't try his best, it was his fault. Zhu got angry and started shouting that, but realized that it was his fault for being lazy in training. But he still feels cheated. Siashan believed in him and ordered him to keep practicing. Seo Chong didn't waste any time either. He had mastered the Divine Purple Mist art by 40%. He had just started practicing the Purple Mist sword. Seo Chong told himself to be more patient, and he didn't have to be afraid like before that he would be caught. Over time, So Shan had mastered the art of wielding the 14-plum petal sword. And it was time to move on to 24 petals. So Chang lasted 15 seconds, it was time for the 16th second. The falling petals are like rain. It was incredibly difficult. Because the volume of his chi surpassed 60 years, the absorption efficiency of Qigong Maihua Qigong would drop. So Ching decided that he was lucky and it was time. He took out the 10,000 Martial Arts Unification book from his pocket. Usually martial arts are too complex to master many at once. The teachings are so difficult that it is difficult to achieve greatness in even one, and it is impossible to develop the others simultaneously. It is well known that if one learns the techniques of one martial art, there is a risk of chi deviation when attempting to learn a martial art with a completely different nature. But transitional art allowed one to go against the commonly known postulates. When it came to transitional art, everything could be explored. So Shan realized that although he could only show half of the native technique, what he lacked, he would develop on his own. However, Seo Kong said that this is not why he took the book, and how he uses it is another matter. So Chen burned the book. Now he had clipped the wings of the Lord of the Dark Heavens. It's about a power that hasn't appeared in the Murim yet. The Dark Sky faction. It was unknown when or where she had appeared, but Soshan knew that they had been preparing for a long time to conquer the Murim. Aside from the tomb, the Dark Heaven Lord was putting sticks in Murim's wheels everywhere and controlling Rome Yuen. And in the future, when the Murim weakened, they showed up in this Mia and started a fierce war, and at the center of it all was the greatest man in the world. the Lord of the Dark Heavens, Soching had only seen it once. And it was not a man. With strength that went against common sense and incredible intelligence, he lurked in the shadows and held the Murim in his hands, an extraordinary genius who could easily master any martial art. He, more than anyone else, could be called the greatest man in the world, and a monster, but now, the unity of the 10 martial arts was no more. Seo Chong hoped that this was his way of weakening the Dark Heaven Lord. So Chang also tried to learn archery. Archery itself is not difficult, but it was unexpectedly difficult to use qi. At this time, Zhu was practicing and shouted to Soching that he had told him to practice hard, but he was idle for some reason. A month later, at the main branch of the Murima Union, Commander Che Gal received news that Sochon and Zhu were alive. The informer said that the head of the Wuhan branch suspected something and double-checked it. The commander wasn't too happy about this news, as the treasure trove was on his mind. He asked if everything was all right. The informant told him that the boat had broken up and he had barely managed to get out of the Yangtze. At this time, unknown people were sharing rumors with Sochang and Zhu that a disciple of the Hozan faction and a member of the royal family had survived. Seo Chong and Zhu asked where such news came from. The two replied that it was all about the treasury. Seo Chong told Yu that if he was upset, it was best to forget. After all, they have no more merit behind them. Thanks to the 9 big factions and 5 great families, they were at least mentioned, and he added that there was no need to attract attention all the time. If rumors about Zhu's knowledge of engineering spread, he might be kidnapped. Seo Chong reminded Zhu that he had always said it would be safe to hide for now. Zhu agreed. Seo Chong is sure that the Lord of the Dark Heavens is concentrating on the treasury of the three-eyed thief. And he and Zhu haven't caught his attention. And one must prepare for what comes next, and then there's the War of the 7 Blades. 2 years after the treasure trove of the three-eyed thief was discovered, the tomb of the cursed demon was found, guardian of hell and master of the 6 primordial demonic arts. When the tomb was excavated, several forces were gathered, 3 of the 9 great factions, 2 of 5 royal families, the Demon Church and the River of Evil. Unlike when the treasury of the three-eyed thief was discovered, during the excavation of the tomb, various clashes took place. Gradually they expanded, and eventually war broke out. The tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief was different from the cursed tomb because this time, it was all set up by the Dark Heavens. Sochon wanted to stop them by all means, but without peeking at them, it would be nearly impossible. In addition, there were a lot of changes. But it wasn't that Sochon didn't expect it. Therefore, he must find gifted people. The current situation didn't suit Soching. There were still people he had to get on his side. Suddenly, someone came up to Seo Chong and asked him what he was thinking about. The boy thought he was imagining things and that he was hallucinating, and then the voice said that no matter how much time had passed, was treating his master's voice as a hallucination a bit rude. Seo Chong realized that this was his master. Without a second thought, he threw himself into her arms. The boy was happy. So Hong asked why she was here. The master replied that he was her disciple, and who else could have come to meet him. Master said she was very worried. Seo Kong apologized. The master smiled and said that if he understood, then everything was fine. From Master Seo Chang's look, he realized that she was really worried. Suddenly, Zhu came in crying. Sochon asked why he was crying. Zhu replied that he didn't have a master, and it was so touching. The master asked what kind of child he was. Zhu wiped his tears and said that he forgot to introduce himself. He said he was a member of the royal family. The master approached him and said that she was pleased to meet him and introduced herself. She also added that Zhu was no longer at the age where children play within families, and that he had been through a lot. Zhu pulled himself together and replied that it was okay because he was the child of a warrior family. Master smiled, stroked Zhu's head and said that he was so young but so amazing. She was glad that her disciple had made such valuable connections. Seo Chong at this time was thinking about Zhu being from the 5 royal families who take blood ties very seriously, but to think that they don't realize that he's a child. What a miserable life. Zhu doesn't remember his parents, he was bullied and pressured by his family. But in spite of all this, he didn't give up what he loved. Sochon knew that he was a much more amazing person than he realized. A man who would reveal himself later. After a while, Seo Chong and Zhu sat by the rock and talked. Seo-chung asked him if it was difficult to do mechanical engineering. Ju replied that it was difficult, then So-chung asked why do it then. Ju smiled and said it was fun. So-chung gathered Ju up and they sent him home with the master. Ju said goodbye and said that they would see each other again. After they saw baby Ju off, the master began to wonder what So-chung had been doing all this time. Seo-chung replied that it was the same as master already knew. Master smiled and said that there was definitely something more there. Seo-chung asked how she realized it. The master replied that from his letter, it was not hard to realize that there was something hidden there. The master asked what had happened. Then So-chung said that he was the first person to discover the treasury. The master was surprised and asked, which meant he managed to survive the Yangtze and then somehow managed to get into the treasury. So-chung asked what was wrong. The master replied that she was a little worried that greed might cloud his mind. So-chung replied that he knew very well the teachings of the Hosan faction and that greed leads to destruction. He said that he had also given a few things to a merchant to help the poor. The master replied that it was wonderful and asked what he meant by a few things. So-chung replied that if it was a matter of speaking, he would show them. So-chung showed the Shaolin amplifiers to master. The master was dumbfounded by what he saw and was speechless. So-chung asked her to take one before they returned to the Kosan. And he himself could easily absorb two. Seo-chung wanted to give the master everything, but he knew that too much was bad too. And they don't know what the side effects will be if too much is consumed. So-chung said he would take the blame. But the master said it was neither his nor hers, so we should give it to the Hosan faction. Master said that if he stole them from the treasury, then it meant they were stolen from the Shaolin temple, and that they don't know the owners of the other stuff and can't do anything about it. But they need to return these amplifiers to their rightful owner. So-chung was adamantly disagreeing with the master. She asked if all the amplifiers were in the box. The guy replied that the merchant had for more pills. Master would really like to go back to Guiju, pick up the rest and go to Shaolin temple, but she is not at liberty to do so. The master said they were 2 days from the village where the older and younger comrades were waiting for them, and they needed to meet them as soon as possible. The master expressed her gratitude to So-chung for worrying about her, but reminded her that there was a law of duty in their country, and especially things like the Shaolin amplifier, whose origins are clear. So-chung replied that he understood. Finally, Seo-chung and the master reached the place where their comrades were waiting for them. After a hard journey, they decided to have a snack together. The master ate a little and said she was tired and would go rest. So-chung wished her a good rest. Suddenly, one of the guys approached So-chung and said that now they could talk without worrying about anything. He began to tell So-chung that it was time to tell them everything that had happened to the pirates of the 9 seas. So-chung supposed that such a thing was possible. One of the guys asked the owner of the place to bring them drinks and snacks. So the guys began to interrogate Seo-chung. So-chung told the whole story about the pirates, the kopecker, and so on. The boy replied that it was a completely different feeling to hear such a thing directly from a participant in the events. The guy said that means So-chun's abilities are superior to Jang Hong and Jang Seon. Another guy said that honestly, he hadn't paid attention to So-chung until now and thought he was just lucky, but now he apologized for it. Suddenly the door of the establishment opened and a woman burst in. She was screaming loudly and asking for help. The owner of the establishment asked her what had happened. The woman said that while she was doing laundry by the creek, martial artists appeared and began to rampage. The guys heard this. They didn't understand how this could be in mutant faction territory. Suddenly a master came down. She told the woman that she was a follower of Hosanna and could not ignore the injustice, and asked her to tell her everything. The woman couldn't say 2 words. Then the master said that they would check for themselves and asked them to follow her. The woman replied that they should follow her. Suddenly, the master told one of the guys that it was a trap. She didn't make eye contact with the master. And besides that, if it was a martial artist, she wouldn't be able to escape. The guy asked if the master would go after her. She replied that she had said she couldn't ignore the injustice, and maybe the woman had been threatened. The boys agreed, and said they would go to accompany the master. They followed the woman. The woman led them into the forest, and just as the master had suspected, it was a trap. The leader of the bandits was holding the woman's child hostage. The leader turned to So-chung and said he had personally traveled to Hubei to meet with him. So-chung didn't understand how they had gotten there so quickly, recognizing that he was there. The master obviously recognized who he was. So-chung asked her who the man was. The master replied that his name was Oeop, also known as the long-armed monkey. The master had fought him when she was on a Murim Union mission. But that time he was foolish and didn't follow through. This was another unexpected event for So Chang. Oop heard this and began to shout that then the master had fooled him with her silly smile, and he was distracted. And suddenly he attacked the master. A fight broke out. One of the guys was yelling that the river was evil cowardly bastards. Suddenly he noticed that Soshon was missing and started yelling where he had disappeared to. Soshon shouted that he was here and not to worry about him. He asked to hold on a little longer and he would be here soon. Soshon led the pirates farther into the forest. They told him that although he was in the Lotus Troop, he was only a child. Soshon replied that the master was worried about him, so he wouldn't play with them for long. The battle began. The pirates didn't expect this from an ordinary kid. They wanted to destroy him. So Chang remembered that he had already died once before, and he didn't want to repeat it. Since it didn't make any sense now, Soshon dealt with a few pirates and shouted to his master that he would be coming soon. The master was fighting the ringleader at the time. The battle was quite fierce, and only one could win. The master fought fairly fair and proud, but the ringleader put up a dirty fight. He shouted that he had only come there to avenge his defeat. The ringleader shouted that he would open the master's belly. The master realized that he had completely lost his mind. He hadn't had so many weaknesses before. The master was clearly in the lead, and she told the ringleader that the thing to fear most was herself. The ringleader shouted her moralizing to herself. The master replied that she would put an end to his hatred. The leader laughed and replied that that was why they were called light. The master realized that something was definitely wrong with him. The ringleader smiled, and suddenly blood spurted from the master's mouth. She realized he had used poison. The ringleader replied that he used an extract from the white spirit herb, rumored to be one of the most poisonous plants. He also added that the master had used up too much chi fighting him, and now detoxification was impossible. The ringleader laughed and said that she would have to experience such terrible pain that she would beg him to take her life. Just then, the master heard So Chang shouting. He flew straight at the ringleader to destroy him. The ringleader asked her if he was her apprentice, and she said that humiliating her in front of her student was a good idea, but killing her student in front of her was even better. Soshon shouted at him that he had no idea who he had pissed off. The ringleader smiled and said he had a temper. Seo-chan broke his arm with one blow. The leader didn't understand how it could be like that, since he was just a child. The ringleader prepared to strike a brutal blow, but Soshon beat him to it and said it was too late. Soshon rushed to the master's aid. He looked at her and realized that it was too bad. However, that didn't mean there was no way out. So Cheng apologized to the master in advance and took out a Shaolin amplifier. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, but the enhancer would definitely neutralize it. Soshon realized that the miraculous properties would disappear in return, but it was a small price to pay for the master's life. So Cheng turned to the master and said that if she could hear him, she should make her chi circulate. The guy saw that the master was completely unconscious and he had to do everything on his own. So Cheng concentrated and knew he couldn't let his concentration slacken. However, the poison was spreading rapidly and about 70% of his body was already affected. The contamination was too strong and Soshon couldn't clean it all up at once. Then Soshon decided to absorb the dirty energy from the master's body. Soshon did so, and completely without energy he stepped back and collapsed near a tree. The guy didn't expect it, but his control over his internal energy increased. He had managed to reach the unbridled limit in his previous life, but it was too fast this time. Seo-chan didn't understand what had happened. He thought it might be because of the water fruit, or the divine art of purple mist, or from the Shaolin enhancer. So Chang realized that the water fruit and Shaolin enhancer only increased his chi, and the divine art of purple mist did not increase his control skill. So Cheng then speculated that it must be because of the unity of 1,000 martial arts. The divine art of purple mist and the art of archery are difficult to master. Normally, they cannot be trained at the same time, but through the unity of 10,000 martial arts, So Chang was able to learn them both. And no doubt the skill of controlling chi has increased rapidly because of this. This martial art is much more amazing than So Cheng thought. Soshon realized that if it wasn't for his rebirth, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish all of this. The boy stopped himself and said that now was not the time for that. Seo Ching's organs felt like they were being squeezed in a vice. The knowledge of the poison arts proved useful to So Cheng. Under different circumstances, he would have been able to increase his resistance to poisons. Soshon gathered himself and said it was time to go. He barely made it and saw that the guys were already lifting the master and she had come to her senses. The master told them to send a carrier pigeon to the main temple and Murim to report, and the others to find a health resort and get treatment. So Chang thanked the master. She replied that it was not appropriate to thank someone who passed off his disciples' merits as his own. Soshon began to shout that he had come up when the ringleader was already exhausted, and he had only come to the ready. And then the master asked what she should do, for she had consumed a Shaolin enhancer that she had to return. Then Soching asked if he could, as an unworthy disciple, ask his master a question and tell him what was on his mind. Soching said that she had already consumed the enhancer, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Even explaining it to the Shaolin temple wouldn't work, and added that she didn't use it on purpose, so there's no need to worry. Seo-chan is sure that even a Buddha would have told her not to blame herself. So Cheng said that if she told the truth, it could damage the relationship between the Hozan faction and the Shaolin temple. At all costs, this could not be allowed to happen, so it was best to let it go. Master accepted this and said that she understood. Seo-chang understood that Master could now become one of the 100 greatest masters. Master said that she would now be in debt to the Shaolin temple, and she would take this secret with her to her grave, but someday she would repay them. So Cheng understood that he too must repay tenfold the favors he could not pay for in his past life. Soshon told the master that it wasn't too long ago that they decided to go back, but he had already gotten her into a lot of trouble, and apologized. Master smiled, stroked his head and said that the more she looked at him, the more she admired him. The master said that they must now prepare to leave, and they had little time left. They must get there as soon as possible. After a long journey, they finally arrived. Seo Qian had no sooner arrived than Xianbei and Soyang came rushing up to him and threw their arms around him. They began to ask him how he had managed to survive. They were interested in all the details. Suddenly, the same Shuren appeared in front of Sochang. She too threw herself into his arms. The girl cried and said that she was very worried. Before, Soshon couldn't have dreamed of such a thing. During this time, various people visited the tomb to enrich themselves. However, they were not prepared for the traps. Losing one by one, the squad couldn't realize how many more traps were set in this treasure trove. One of them said it was no wonder that all the treasures the thief had collected during his life were stored there, but he honestly didn't think the exploration would take this long. It had been a whole year. Soshon knew it would take a long time without Zhu, but he never thought it would take a whole year. In a previous life it took a year to do it all, but to think, now only half of it has been scouted. Soshon met with the piercing swordsman. Soshon called him a savior and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. So Chang replied that he had become a supreme master and there was no need to be embarrassed. He asked him to say whatever he wanted. The swordsman said it was all thanks to him. Soshon noticed that the chief merchant wasn't with him this time and asked if there were any problems. The swordsman replied that he only brought good news and asked not to worry. He said that some low-class villains had attacked without knowing all the details, and on top of that, the rivalry of merchants. Seo Chung replied that because of the treasury, the masters are restricted in their movements. There are no threatening situations at this time, so he told the swordsman that they should develop an organization, hire troops, and prepare for the end of the exploration. The swordsman replied that he understood. He admired Soshon for being only a boy, but his strength and intelligence were amazing. 2 years later, it was announced that the exploration of the treasury was complete, and the two elders departed. This meant that Soching had a year to train. Seo-chong continued to study the divine art of purple mist. The boy had already mastered it by 60%. So-chang then moved on to the second form, the rain petal fan. The main thing was for So-chang to take his time. He practiced as hard as he could, but the direction of the cut wasn't accurate. The flower petals didn't even fall off from the impact of the purple mist. Seo-chong considered it a failure. He realized that it was because the purple mist divine art and the secret sword art were too complicated. And if he continued, he might throw up. Soshon knew that it was not without reason that these martial arts were only available to the greatest geniuses of the Hozan. But he wondered what kind of monster the Lord of the Dark Heavens was back then. Soshon was angry that he had lived until he was 77 years old and had barely reached the unlimited limit by suffering. And they were learning by having fun. Life is so unfair. The guy told himself that a mediocre person like him should spend his life practicing. There's no other choice, so Sean decided to pack up and move on to the divine art of archery. His target was a shot of 400 meters. The guy didn't hit the target, but it was already good that he hit at least a leaf. Seo-chan didn't stop. Suddenly Shuren ran up to him and asked him what he was doing. The boy frowned at her and replied that he was breathing. After that, So-chang laughed. Shuren looked at him and asked if he was calling it a joke, adding that he has a problem with his sense of humor. So-chan asked her why she was looking for him. Shuren said that she had come to tell him about the lotus competition. So-chan was surprised and said that the lotus competition had not been held for a long time. Shuren smiled and said that she thought So-chang knew. So-chan immediately thought it was all about the pirates of the 9 seas and the treasury. Shuren asked him why he looked so displeased. So-chan replied that he will be released next year, so he wants to spend this time relaxing. The lotus competition is an annual tradition. It does not carry the goal for martial artists to become world famous, but that doesn't mean that the participants are treating it half-heartedly. Quite the opposite. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The lotus contest is more of an evaluation than a competition. If the contestant performs well, a miracle medicine or a personalized sword will be the reward. The participants are aiming for something completely different. This competition selects potential candidates for the next generation of Hosan swords. Seo-chan once dreamed of becoming a Hosan sword too, but he realized that if he became one, his freedom would be limited, and he will be forced to stay in Hazana to carry out missions. That would affect his plans. So-chan decided that he would show the bare minimum. The Lotus Elder at this time in the gathering said that 3 years had passed, and this time there would definitely be many outstanding faces. Suddenly, the woman said that the winner has already been decided. And it's So-chan. The herbalist asked her why she thought that. The woman replied that it was the decision of the elders. Unexpectedly, the man said that his grandson, who doesn't even want to join the Hosan swords, may well have a chance. So he apologizes in advance. The woman replied that there was no need to apologize, because as she said the winner had already been decided. The man said that he would keep his opinion. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling visited So-chang. He knew and felt something familiar. He looked at the elder and realized that he was instinctively attracted by the purple mist divine art. Suddenly Shuren shouted to him and asked him if he was listening to the instruction carefully. So-chan replied that he was listening, of course. The instructor said that due to the fact that there were only 9 members in the Lotus squad, there would be 5 matches in the first round and they would draw lots in the second round. So-chan thanked Shuren for worrying about him. The girl replied that everything was fine and she had to go since it was about to start. The competition has begun. Shuren entered the first round. Her opponent seemed very formidable. The instructor ordered them to get ready, greet each other, and announced the start of the fight. The battle did not last 2 minutes. Shuren skillfully overpowered her opponent and knocked the sword out of his hands. The elders were watching this. The head elder told the woman that Shuren was incredibly accurate and frighteningly strong, and that she had all gone to her, the wielder of the blood and iron sword. The woman gave thanks for such words. The instructor announced the next one, and it was Seo-chang. His opponent was Pang Ki-olsen. So-chan looked at him and couldn't figure out what to do. At this time, the man shouted to So-chan that he was stunned at the sight of his grandson. And it was quite justified. So-chang didn't want to stand out, but he realized that if he recklessly lost, his departure would be delayed as he would be considered weak. Therefore, one must win by holding back one's strength. But so far the boy didn't understand how to do it. And then Pan said that he would let him throw the first punch. Seo-chan was angry. Pan was the grandson of the great Cho Mu-yang. Like Shuren's, his talent was recognized at a young age and he was immediately accepted. However, unlike Shuren, he has a nasty temper. So-chan didn't like it very much. Being a genius, he had no shortage of praise. Even Zhong, known for his strictness, was never hard on him, and that's why he grew up to be an arrogant light faction fighter. Pan told Seo-chang that he heard what happened to him 2 years ago, but he thinks it was a bit exaggerated, adding that any martial artist should be able to display their skills in any circumstance, on land or on a boat. Only weaklings can't do that. Also, Pan said that So-chang is actually clueless, and if he didn't put his best foot forward, How else would So-ching have managed to beat one of the greatest masters? He added that that was why Sister Shuren had taken pity on him. He asked her to stop burdening her and get away from her. So-shon was already on edge. Pan told him not to worry, for he was his brother and he would be merciful to him. And suddenly Pan laughed and asked how he would feel if he couldn't land a blow on his little brother. The elders watched this. One of the elders asked Cho if he thought his grandson's manners were a little inappropriate. Cho replied that he was still young and might not understand that. Besides, wasn't he worried about his older brother's honor? And added that he's still so young, that's why he acts like that. But he has a kind character and it's worth just looking at how caring he is. Pan at this time told So-ching that despite his reverence, So-ching did not even pretend to listen to him. And he leaves him no choice but to destroy him in front of Shuren. Pan prepared to strike and shouted for So-shon to get ready as he would squeeze out all the tears, snot, and other fluids he had in him. Pan began to apply the technique. The instructor was puzzled how the 5 steps of Qigong could be 80% mastered at the age of 12. Those watching also realized that it was not without reason that Cho treasures his grandson. He looks quite arrogant, but he is very good at martial arts. Seo-chong realized that Pan liked to show off. But if people found out that Seo-chong had mastered the 5 steps of Manhwa Qigong a long time ago, they would be shocked. Pan at this time thought that Seo-chong was suppressed by his movements. Seo-chong thought that he was getting so frustrated, it wouldn't come out well if he just knocked him out. Therefore, So-ching decided that everything should look like he was experiencing difficulties. Pan at this time decided to end everything with the flowery scattered spirit technique. Cho watched his grandson and marveled. He even cried out that this was just the way he should do it. Pan shouted that it would end now. Seo-shan realized it was time to wrap it all up neatly. So-ching used his technique and knocked Pan down with one punch. No one expected this fight to end like this. Suddenly, Seo-chong realized that he had overdone it. Even though he didn't want to draw attention to himself and show his strength, suddenly Cho began to shout that his grandson had almost been killed. The elder asked him to lower his voice, otherwise their eardrums would burst, and he added that his grandson wasn't hurt too badly, he was just unconscious. After resting, he'll be fine. The elder at this time thought that Seo-chong had just grown incredibly during this time. An amazing child. Cho began to shout that the bastard must have used some kind of sorcery. Otherwise, Pan wouldn't have lost so easily. The elder told him not to be a laughingstock. And does he really think the guy managed to fool the 10 thrones of the high heavens? And he added that he understands how much Cho adores his grandson, but he must remember that love can spoil his student. And he must teach him that he is his own worst enemy. But the elder also said that in one fell swoop, that's certainly amazing. And they should keep an eye on that child. Suddenly, So-shon shouted that he was surrendering. Suran was standing in front of him at this time, and the fight was about to begin. Shuren interrogated him about what he said. So-shon shouted again that he was surrendering. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. The instructor told him to explain himself. So-ching said that to repel Pan's attack, he used chi on most of his body, and due to that, he has developed some minor internal injuries. They haven't healed yet, so it's too difficult for him to fight Sister Shuren. The elders listened and thought that perhaps that was the case. After all, it would be impossible to block Pan's attack with average capabilities, and besides, his opponent is Shuren. In that condition, he wouldn't be able to fight. One of the elders said he wasn't happy about it. The herbalist was angry that So-shon appeared in a different light in front of him after the incident with the pirates of the 9 seas, but although his skills are quite good, he lacks courage. The herbalist was angry and said to himself that So-shon was boasting about his chi, but just look at what just happened. The head elder was pondering about something at this time. He thought he was rather imagining something. So-shon went to his chambers when suddenly someone told him that a good job had been done. Then Seo-chong saw his master. So-ching apologized to the master. She replied that he didn't do anything wrong, and asked what he was apologizing for. So-ching began to explain that it was because he was a master's apprentice, had participated in the lotus competition and, the master stopped him and told him to stop. As she understood how he felt, master said that during the battle with Pan, So-ching was amazing. But she's sure it wasn't enough to cause internal damage, and she thinks his body is fine, and knowing him, she is sure that Soshon must be equal to that amazing girl Shuren. The master also said that she knew he wasn't interested in becoming Hosan's sword, so there was no need to worry about her anymore. And because of this, he did not need to try his best in the Lotus competition, and so he gave Shuren a chance. Soshon replied that she was wrong. The master said it's all good, and there's no need to deny it. Caring for the younger ones without looking back is glorious and deserves respect. Soching said again that it's not like that. Master hugged him and told him there was no need to be embarrassed because she was already proud of him. Soshon stepped back to take a break. Suddenly, a woman elder came in unexpectedly. Soshon greeted her. The woman looked at him with a stern look and said she owed him a debt of gratitude. And then she just walked out. Seo-chan was angry because she had thanked him for taking care of her granddaughter. What a strange misunderstanding. Then he thought about it and said that it sounded pretty good. Suddenly, Shuren walked in. There she goes again, Seo-kian thought. Time passed. Soshon turned 18 years old. The sun was setting and he was still practicing. He had mastered the purple mist divine art at 80%. There was still 20% left until full mastery, and Socheng will be able to utilize this divine art. He has comprehended the second form of this technique. He was 10% away from fully mastering the art of archery. In those 4 years, thankfully, there had been no changes in history, so he could prepare in no hurry. He was especially worried about the tomb of the cursed demon. It would have to happen next summer. 6 months to go. The War of the Seven Blades, spawned by the tomb of a cursed demon. Soshon was sure that nothing would go the way they wanted it to. Suddenly Shuren ran up to him and asked what was wrong. Soshon replied that everything was fine, and he said that he saw her and forgot himself in admiration of her beauty. The girl got angry and asked him if he was not embarrassed to say such things. Soshon replied that she was so cute when she was embarrassed and trying to kill him with her cuteness. And asked why she came. The girl replied that the master was looking for him. Seo-kong was surprised and didn't understand why the master needed him. Soshon came in. Master said that she was happy to see him and that he had already turned 18. And she had something to tell him. The master asked him not to worry, and said that they had talked about him at the elders' meeting yesterday. Seo-chan was actually looking forward to it. Master said that to be honest, she had a hard time choosing whether to send him alone or not. Seo-chung was thinking at this time, just wish they would send him off without any chaperone. He didn't need that at all. However, the master said that the elders calmed her down and told her that it was pointless worrying. Socheng exhaled. Master said that she would finally be able to see her apprentice leave the Kosan. It was quite exciting for her. She apologized to him for not being there last time. Seo-kong said she shouldn't have, since she was on a mission last time. Seo-chung said that someone outstanding in martial arts was needed then. Master smiled and said that he had a good tongue. Master could barely hold back her tears. She walked over to Soching, put her hand on his head and wished him a happy journey. Seo-chung thanked the teacher and said he would come back. He, too, felt a kind of longing in his heart. In his past life, when it was time to depart, he went to war. So this is his first journey to become a saint. Soshon knew that the War of the Seven Blades would begin next year. Shuren came up to him to say goodbye. Soshon said they would see each other in a year, although he didn't think he would be able to keep his word to his little sister Shuren. Since the future is very harsh, the cook prepared a dish for Soching to take on the road and wished him a happy journey. The boy found it very touching, and then Soshon remembered that he needed money for the journey to become a saint. He went to get it. Soshon had taken the money and now he had 6 months left until the tomb of the cursed demon was discovered. If he has to face the Dark Heaven Lord, it will be difficult to survive without special skills. Sichuan needs even more strength for that. He needed 3 things. Sichuan Divine Flame Carp, Yunnan Seven-Horned Serpent, Tibetan 1000-year-old Snow Ginseng. Soching decided that the first would be the Carp of Eternal Fire. He set out on his journey and came to the gold merchant's branch. The man behind the reception desk said there were no rooms available for travelers right now and to look for more. Socheng introduced himself and said he was from the gold merchant organization. The man immediately stood up and said that they had been waiting for him. and that he was the manager of this place. The gold merchant organization now conducts business not only in Guiju, but also frequently visits all the branches in the light and dark factions. So-shon thought that the head merchant was making life easier for many people. He told the manager that he didn't need food or alcohol, just some bath water. So-cheng noticed that the manager was worried about something and asked what was wrong. The man said that Shenmi was based on trading various minerals, but the most traded was iron. Their branch favors iron and salt trade, but for the last few months, Chongqing bandits are expanding their territories. And now they're targeting the southern villages. And they've been robbed under the pretext of transit fees. The manager said the chief merchant asked him to ask So-cheng for a favor, but not to put him in a difficult position. So-cheng asked where exactly the bandits of the 9 mountains had appeared. The manager said near the Sichuan border. So-cheng told the man that he could escort him across the Sichuan border. They could avoid the threat from the bandits of the 9 mountains. The manager thanked him. The time had come and they prepared to set off. The assistant stewards couldn't believe that So-cheng was the master. But how could he be lying on top of a shaking wagon? One of the drivers told the other that no matter what he looked like, he was still an adept of the Kosan faction. The other replied that he knew adepts were amazing, but he didn't understand why the chief merchant told them to treat him with the utmost respect. Perhaps he was patronizing the apprentice of someone with whom the chief merchant was very close. The driver said he usually used flattery on someone he needed something from. But in any case, they would soon cross the border with Sikhan. Suddenly, So-cheng shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The driver said he would go check. So-shon ordered the warriors to follow the wagon and stay put. The drivers were shocked. So-shon went deeper into the forest. The bandit said it was amazing that he spotted them before they were ambushed. He must have very good instincts. The driver noticed the engraving on the clothes of all the bandits. They were the same bandits of the 9 mountains. One of the bandits told So-shon to introduce himself. So-shon gave his name. The bandit replied that he was young and arrogant, and he is most likely from the 9 great factions or the 5 great royal families. So-shon replied that he was from the Hozan. The bandit replied that the swordsman from Hozan was a worthy opponent. He asked if anyone else wanted to introduce themselves. So-shon said that he alone would be enough to crush them. The bandit laughed and said that if he was a Hozan adept, then he was at least a first-class warrior. But what did he hope to do against all of them? The driver began to say that there were too many of them. So-cheng asked him not to panic. So-shon tells the bandit that he's talking too much, and he can tell from his experience that they're needed for the course of the story, but they definitely don't look like strong bandits. The bandit got angry and said he was talking nonsense. Seokong looked at him and said he would start. So-shon flew up to him and destroyed him. At first glance, So-shon determined that most of them were third-class warriors, the rest would pass for second class. Third graders about 30, second graders 5 or thereabouts. So-cheng promised the bandits that everything would happen quickly. One of the bandits ordered his own to go on the attack, because even though he's a master, they're only one. The bandits began to attack So-shon. The driver watched from the side and shouted to So-cheng to be careful. However, a little over a minute passed, and So-shon dotted the field with the bodies of bandits. The driver couldn't believe his eyes. So-cheng said it was easier than he thought. The remaining bandits fled from there to avoid the fate of their fellow bandits. Suddenly, So-cheng noticed that the bandits had forgotten a cylinder. He picked it up and decided to see what was in it later. So-cheng ordered the driver that they should set off ahead and go their own way towards Sichuan. He would make sure that the bandits would not pursue them. The driver asked what that meant. So-shon replied that it was too long to explain, so one should just obey without objection. So-shon followed the escaped bandits, and saw a number of people much larger than he expected. Seo-chung decided to use the concentration of solar chi to burn the mountain and settle the matter with them. However, suddenly So-cheng noticed an arrow flying at him. He realized that he had been spotted. So-shon realized that it was all about the scouts who were standing on the towers. He fired arrows at them. He had 6 arrows left. The guy knew he had to hurry. Seo-chung decided to kill the man who looked like the ringleader first. The guy was sure there were people trapped in there. He fired an arrow at him. The bandits realized they were under attack and went on alert. The bandits looked in all directions and could not understand where the attack was coming from. Then they noticed So-shon on the tower. The fleeing bandits recognized So-cheng. The order came to get rid of that archer immediately. Sochon destroyed one by one. He ran out of arrows and came down from the tower to deal with the rest. The battle began, and Sochon killed many bandits. Suddenly, some of them begged Sochon to spare them. Sochon asked why he should spare them. The bandits promised to do anything. They began to shout that they would reform. Sochon laughed and said he would check it in the next life. The fellow tied them up with a rope and took one of them to show him where the captured men were. The bandit brought him in. Sochon entered and the people began to scream. The guy said that he was a Hosan adept and had come to save them. Sochon set them free. And the old man thanked him for doing it for them. The boy replied that he was not worth thanking. Sochon told the old man that he had seen a vault near the prison and there must be money there. He asked the old man to use it for the needs of his village. The old man replied that they could not do that to their savior. Sochon smiled and said that it was all right, for being an ascetic he would be punished for greed. The people cried and began to thank him. They asked him to at least tell them his name. Sochon gave his name and said that he was a Hosanna adept. Sochang thought about how good it felt to be free. Having reached the unlimited limit, he wouldn't have to hide anymore. Meanwhile, back in Sichuan, news of Sochang has reached the Tang clan. The boy is still unaware of what's going on there. Sochang said goodbye to the people he had saved and said he had to go. He thought about the divine flame carp and that it contained a huge amount of qi. Sochon knew that if he absorbed it, he wouldn't be able to internalize it properly. And the slightest mistake could cause internal damage. If Seochong could get his hands on the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, it would be his first choice. But Seochong would freeze to death before he even found it, so Soching decided that he needed a remedy that he could take along with the divine flame carp. And the Tang clan would provide it for him. Seoshan arrived at the Tang clan, and he was met there by the poisonous phoenix Tang Hai. Seochong was shocked when he saw her. 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In the martial arts world, the dragon and phoenix prefixes to the title have more meaning. This select 7 represent the elite of the elite among young talent. In their 20s and 30s, they have outstanding performance. In social standing, beauty, martial arts, Sochon knew that if he hadn't been a disciple of the Smiling Blade Hosan, it would have been difficult to meet her. In his past life, he hadn't had the chance to see her. It was their first meeting. He couldn't understand why the young ascetic was looking at her so thoughtfully. She told Sochon that she had heard that Hosan ascetics were only aroused by swords, but looking at him she thought that wasn't true. Seokian didn't know where to turn from his embarrassment. The girl apologized and said that she had no bones in her mouth and that the joke was too rude. Hai added that when guys see her for the first time, they say she has a pretty name and stare at her with eyes full of desire. And she noticed that Seo-chan isn't like that. The girl asked him not to worry, and if he would be a bit quiet and say his name at least 3 times, maybe she would remember it. Sochon didn't expect the poison phoenix to be so spoiled. She said that Soching could stay as long as he wanted and could rest before continuing his journey. The girl also asked not to look for her. Seo-kian replied that she was quite impulsive and that he had met her in order to have a duel. The girl was surprised and asked what the duel was about. Sochang replied that it would be a betting contest. Hai said she was intrigued by him and asked him to lay it out like a net. And reminded him that it's best not to compare her to other regular girls. Seo-chan replied that he hadn't even thought about it. The girl asked what his rate would be. Sochang took out his sword, put it on the table, and said that it was an excellent sword. Hai said that it was certainly not bad, but if Sochon asked for her hand in return, it would just be robbery. Seokong replied that not all men want just that. He said he wanted frost poison in return. The girl was puzzled as to why a Hosan adept would want poison. Sochon replied that if she was interested in his motives, why don't she defeat him and ask him about it? The girl replied that it was very impertinent. And asked me not to make her angry anymore. Otherwise it would end badly, since she can throw him into the river and keep him underwater until he literally turns into a ghost of the river. The girl exhaled a little and said that she accepts his challenge. Then Seo-chan said that the choice of time and place was up to her. Suddenly, the girl pointed a butterfly at him. Seo-chan realized it was a poison butterfly. Hai praised him for dodging the soul-seeking butterfly. Seo-chong replied that her attack had failed and what she was going to do next. Then she replied to let Sochon survive the next attack, and then she would easily admit defeat. The girl stomped her foot and shook the entire room. She started to fight the guy, but it was a distraction. The butterfly was hunting So-chang. However, Seo-chang wasn't as stupid as the girl thought. He cut the butterfly into two halves with his sword. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the subordinate girls. They rushed in to grab So-chang. She held them back. The girl asked again what So-chang's name was. He reminded her. She ordered her subordinates not to lay a finger on him until she returned. Seo-chan at this time hoped she wasn't plotting a surprise attack to try and kill him again. The girl returned, and as they had agreed, she handed him the poison he had come for. So-chang took the box, and said he wasn't happy to meet her and hoped they would never meet again. And then the girl asked him if he knew what the worst trait of the town clan was. So-chan asked what if he didn't want to know. And the girl replied that they were the most sinister clan in the martial arts world, and that they believe that if you offend a girl, there is no sin. Hai said that she always pays her bills, and promised that it would not be a sin, but a poison that would consume his whole body. So-chan replied that he had heard that the Tang clan was the most generous in the world. He added that he was done with business and would go his own way. So-chang set off on a journey that lasted several days. He finally reached Mount Zhongliang. Seo-chan sighed deeply and used his technique to search for the carp. With a little bit of effort, he found it. Thanking the Dark Heaven faction, an organization under the Dark Heaven faction that collected and recorded data on miracle cures and mythical creatures. In the Age of War, they used a huge amount of mythical beasts to increase their internal energy or hire masters outside the faction. There was a reason for their power. After the war, their archives were only revealed to a small number of people, mostly faction heads. But the records were not very useful, as the faction left no cures or mythical animals behind. So-chan had once read these notes out of boredom, but he didn't think he would ever need it. Seo-chang fired 3 arrows at the carp at the same time. However, he clearly underestimated the fish. The carp managed to dodge. The carp then soared over the river and hit So-chan in the face with its tail. Before that, the boy had not seen a rival in the fish. So-chang got angry and shouted that he wouldn't leave alive after that. He was going to kill him anyway. Seo-chang began to use the first form of purple Genesis mist. And after that, it came to the second form. So-chang used a fan of rain sheets. And he managed to grab the carp. He asked him how he did it. He added that even though he was a mythical creature, he was insignificant in front of humans. Seo-chang wondered what he tasted like. He took it in his hands to taste it, but stopped and said it was not the time. So-chan put his hand into the carp's mouth and took out a pearl, and as soon as he extracted the pearl from the carp, it immediately turned black and its eyes were like an abyss. So-chang thought that he was no longer so appetizing. So-chan went on his way and told himself that the life of creatures always comes down to survival of the fittest. And he was not at all angry that he had hit him. So-chan found a convenient place to absorb the amplifiers. The main task for him was to concentrate. He knew that by using the frost poison, he would neutralize the fire chi, and the fire chi would disarm the frost poison. So-chang had heard that the Tang clan's poison was incredibly powerful, but this one exceeded his expectations. His body was covered in red spots and sweat. Seo-chang noticed that the volume of his chi had increased for 5 years. As well as immunity to all kinds of poisons and resistance to heat and cold. With his chi, So-chang protected his body, and using the fire chi of the divine flame Carpie and the freezing energy of the poison, he increased his resistance to heat and cold. In the process, the chi used doesn't regenerate, so while ineffective, So-chang had only wasted it. He wasn't quite sure about the immunity to poisons, but the resistance to heat and cold had increased. Although Seo-chang didn't use chi, the heat didn't affect his body. So-chan was proud of himself, because at 18 years old, to have immunity to poisons and resistance to heat and cold, it was indeed a success. Next, the 7-horned serpent, and So-chan was already in anticipation. So he set off again, but it turned out that unknown people were following on So-chang's heels. They came to the place where the boy had just been and found a carp killed. They also noticed the scratches from the sword. They did not understand who had dared to steal it. One of them became very angry, and shouted that the one who did this would die a slow and painful death. So-chang arrived in Yunnan at this time, and the boy thought that at least here he should sleep on a bed. So-chan came to the Milky Manor. Specifically, the Flying Tiger Guard. Seo Chong knew that starting from Yunnan, the gold merchant organization wouldn't be able to help him. And the money could not be wasted, and if there's any time left, after he gets his hands on the core of the seven-horned serpent, it's worth a visit to the Gensang faction. Seo Chong took a seat at the table, and heard a certain man ask another if he had heard of a young man who had recently won a contest against a poison phoenix. The man replied that he remembered and asked why he was asking. The man said that he had heard that So Chang before he arrived in Sichuan, interrupted about 50 mountain bandits. Plus he rescued captured citizens, and what's more, he even shared the stolen money with them, at this time in Mount Alao. This mountain has a bad reputation as the Mountain of Death. One reason, the wild environment. But mostly because of the poisonous fortune. The most dangerous area on the mountain is the Valley of Poisonous Blood. The entrance is filled with all kinds of poisons. And inside, there's a lot of toxins. Even a poison master from the Tang clan wouldn't be able to return after setting foot there. It's so dangerous that the government has named the valley a forbidden zone. At this time an unknown man came to a place he had only heard of. He told his charges that if any of them wanted to turn around, it was not too late and he would not punish. The troop shouted no way, and the moment he received them, they swore allegiance to him. The man replied that if it wasn't for their help, no one would be there anymore. And he is grateful to them. They decided to continue on their way. It was getting hot. One of the warriors told the Lord that they would soon arrive at the area of poisonous insects. The master shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. Poisonous insects began to attack them. He also shouted to the warriors not to be careless in the hope of a quick rescue, and that they would attack as soon as the warriors fell. They must not let themselves be bitten. So Shon at this time continued on his way and was bitten by an insect. He killed it on his shoulder and shouted that they had already gotten it. The guy couldn't take it anymore, grabbed his sword and started waving it around, telling them to fuck off. So Shon got rid of the annoying ones and decided to see if he could find any more poisonous plants. Suddenly, So Ching heard people shouting. He didn't even realize where people could be coming from nearby. So Shon thought for a moment and assumed that if it was the Dark Heaven faction. The boy decided that it was worth checking. At this time, the Lord was fighting a huge insect. He was about to overpower it, but the monster wounded him. The squad could no longer fight these insects, and began shouting and calling for someone to help. The Lord began to shout to the troop to leave him and run away. Suddenly someone chopped the insect's limb into pieces. So Shon recognized it as the great mantis from the Illustrated Records department. He told the master that when mantises mate, the female kills the male, and added that they choose those who are easier to rip off the head. Also, So Shon said that the gentleman thought he was going to die, but the sexual ritual drove him into a frenzy. So Shon had heard that the mantis had a nerve in its head that suppressed unnecessary force so that it would not traumatize the body. If you cut off his head, you cut the nerve as well, unlocking all the power of freedom of movement. Also So Shon told the Lord that therefore in the future, if he mantis, you should chop its body, not its head. So Shon overpowered the praying mantis and said he hoped the lady was screaming for help and he would have come and saved her and become a hero. But after that, So Shon drew his sword and began to destroy all the surrounding frenzied poisonous insects. The master asked So Ching who he was. So Shon looked at him and told him his name, and after a second, So Chang added that he was from Hozan. The man was surprised and said that he was Tang from the Gensang faction. Seo Chong didn't expect that the seventh master of the Gensang faction was standing in front of him. He didn't understand why a person like him was from the Gensang faction. So Cheng apologized for his tactlessness as he didn't know he was the seventh master and behaved rudely. Tang replied that there was no need to apologize since he was his savior. He added that he was embarrassed to ask for it, but he would like So Ching to escort them to safety. So Shon replied that while passing there, he met a suitable cave where he could rest. Tang said that he owed him his life. So Shon smiled and said that he had only done what he had to do. Tang took his hand and said that as an adept of the light faction, he understood that helping others was the right thing to do, but not always easy. And moreover, this is the Valley of Poisoned Blood, and it's hard to even take care of oneself there. So Tang once again expressed his gratitude. Seo Chong looked at him and thought he looked like he had stepped off the pages of a book. Tang's entire squad also expressed their gratitude. Tang noticed that So Ching was on his way to becoming a saint. He asked why he had come all the way to the Valley of Poisoned Blood. So-shon replied that he had come there to increase his strength and develop a defense against all sorts of poisons. Then Tang said that if So-ching was going to leave the valley, could he ask for a favor? So-ching asked what exactly it was about. Tang said they would like So-chang to help them catch a mythical animal called the seven-horned serpent. So-shon was greatly surprised. Tang said there was still some difficulty and decided to explain to So-chang. But first he asked So-chang how much he knew about him. So-shon hesitated and answered nothing. Tang says it's okay. Since he is the youngest of the Gensung faction, it's not surprising that So-ching doesn't know. Tang revealed that he was a disciple of the faction head and also the son of the owner of the Milky Manor. Seo-chung was surprised. Tang continued and said that, as you know, their faction is in Yunnan, a disputed area near Tibet. Because of the war, the Gensung faction had material difficulties that desperately needed a solution. That's when the owner of the Milky Manor, Tan's father, came to them and offered them a deal. In exchange for solving the financial problems, the owner's son was to become the apprentice of the faction head. In other words, the Milky Mansion desired the martial arts and faction defense. Even though the mansion has a monopoly, they remain merchants who have no power to defend themselves. Tang said that the Gensung faction accepted the deal, but with 3 caveats. First, only one person could become the disciple of the faction head. Secondly, they forbade teaching the martial art of Gensung to others, even members of the Milky Mansion. And third, to be as restrained as possible. So-shon realized that, simply put, they had gotten money and sold a superior martial art. Tang said that the other 6 faction masters also knew this. And compared to his brothers, he was just lucky enough to become a disciple of the head. And then Tang said that as it was, he wanted his brothers to recognize him as a faction warrior. So he came to the valley to catch a seven-horned serpent. Suddenly Tang said he was so absent-minded, he asked So-ching to help him catch the seven-horned snake, but he forgot to tell him something. Tang said that in the past, before the Poison Blood Valley became forbidden, warriors from his faction had come there. In those days they told of having met a serpent that had 7 horns and was immune to any attack. So-ching didn't realize that did the Gensung faction also know about the seven-horned serpent. Tang said that he was asking So-chang for help and he would never forget his kindness and vowed that he would repay him one day. So-chang agreed. Tang repeated that the deeper they went, the more difficult it would be. It will become full of poisonous bugs, and the seven-horned serpent is an incredibly strong mythical beast. So-shon laughed and asked what didn't he say, that the horns were the only part that couldn't be hit. And he said it would be all right, and they had plenty of people. They set out on their journey. So-shon ate poisonous plants on the way. Tan wondered if the Hosan ascetics ate poisonous plants. Tang asked So-ching why he chose poisonous grass. So-shon replied that it is said that masters of poisons poison themselves to increase their resistance to them. That is why he does so. And then So-ching said that this was not the time to do this as it had become restless. Tang said he couldn't see any of those countless poisonous bugs. Just then, a serpent burst through the rocks. Tan was surprised at how big it was. So-chang thought about how he would eat it. So-shon began shouting to the warrior squad to gather and act on the plan they had discussed earlier. Tang didn't realize whether Seo-chong was really going to be the bait. Whether he was brave or just fearless, So-chang began to attack the serpent from different directions. He climbed to the very top and prepared to strike directly at its head. So-shon thrust his sword in and shouted to Tan to block. He wanted to see what was there, but he didn't have time right now. The serpent began to scream loudly. At that time, So-chang began to chop the horns of the serpent one by one. The serpent felt it. However, when So-ching cut down the first horn, the serpent became even more furious. Its eyes began to glow and it flashed with blue energy. The serpent opened its mouth, and at that time the thane pierced its tongue. And So-shon at the same time pointed his sword straight at the eye of the serpent. So-shon struck a blow and venom poured out of the serpent. He shouted to the squad to be more careful as the poison would kill them. While the serpent was spewing venom, only So-ching could fight it. He began to use the sword art of 24 plum petals. So-shon struck and the serpent shimmered with light energy from within. The boy managed to overpower it. After everything, So-chang gathered a couple poison horns from the ground and packed it to himself as a valuable gift. So-shon told Tan that he hoped they wouldn't stab him in the back, being one of the 7 faction masters. So-shon takes his 6 horns and goes on his way. Tan replied that he could not do that to his savior and would keep his promise. Afterward, Tan and his troop thanked So-chang for saving their lives. Tang said that he would never forget it and that he would repay them. Then Soshon asked a favor and told Tan to keep it a secret that Soshon had helped him catch the seven-horned serpent. Soshon asked that he shouldn't worry, because if he says that someone from the Hozan faction helped him, it won't count. So it's in his best interest. Tang replied that he couldn't refuse his savior's request. Seo Chong realized that he would be torn apart by the warriors wanting to get their hands on the serpent's horns. And surely that would only cause trouble. Tang swore on the life Soching had saved that he would keep his promise, and these guys would also take the secret with them to the grave. They said goodbye. Then Soshon noticed that the poisonous insects had reappeared near them. Soshon shouted to Tan to focus on defense. Tan asked if he was going to be okay. Soshon said he must have been tired from fighting the snake, so he just asked him to look after his luggage. Tang noticed again how good Soching was at martial arts. Soching had dealt with the insects, and now there were slightly fewer of them. Then Socheng walked over and picked up the bow and arrows. Tang was surprised and asked if he was really going to use the bow. Socheng replied that he was. Tan replied that although the number of insects had decreased, he didn't think they could afford such entertainment now. And then the poisonous spiders appeared. The warriors noticed that Soching was extremely talented in martial arts, but no one would have thought that he could use a bow like that. Tang once again enjoyed watching how amazing Socheng was at martial arts. Soshon dealt with all the insects around them and they said their goodbyes. The boy continued on his way. Soshon returned to the serpent. He had secretly withdrawn the core, so now he came to check what he had seen there. No matter how much he wanted to check back then, it might have aroused suspicion, so Soshon went with the squad. Suddenly he found what he was looking for. He thought it would break because of the destruction. But fortunately, the onan was unharmed. Judging from the way it was preserved, Soching noticed that the quality was quite amazing, and what was inside must be extraordinary. It was good that it was not far from the entrance. If it wasn't, it would have taken Soshon half a year to find it. Soshon opened it and saw that it was a lost martial art. 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Sochang realized that the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts, it was a famous art from the past. 150 years ago, after the public learned of its existence, martial artists would set out to find it, but could not find it, being mortally wounded in the process. It seemed like it was hidden in the poisoned blood valley. Seochong didn't know how the Dark Heaven faction hadn't managed to find it. He gathered some poisonous plants and the core of a seven-horned serpent. This was a chance given by the heavens. Seocheng was now determined to get out of this valley. He suspected that the Gensung faction must be on their feet right now because of the young master's report. The Dark Heaven faction, who have the most extensive information network in the world, would surely hear about it. The seven-horned serpent is a mythical animal from the illustrated records they do, so they will definitely want to see for themselves. At that time, the people who were following Sokhon came to the place where the snake had been killed. They found that half of its skin was gone. The man grabbed his head and started screaming that this couldn't be happening and there was definitely something wrong. The man didn't know what to report to the man in charge. No matter how you looked at it, the poisonous insects had finished off the weakened snake. He thought it was the work of the seventh master of the Gensung faction. So he ordered a search of the entire valley to collect the remaining horns. As they are extremely strong and poisonous insects cannot eat them, he shouted that Tan had only brought one horn, so by all means, they must return the rest. Suddenly the subordinate showed him the arrows, and pointed to the marks of the one who had used them. The man was puzzled. The man knew that the Gensung faction didn't use arrows, and didn't understand who the hell was using them in the first place. And then he wondered if it wasn't the Gensung faction that had defeated the serpent. And who it was, he didn't understand either. At this time Sochong reached Yunnan. He knew that the gold merchant organization must be hiding and doing business somewhere there. Soshon entered one of the establishments, and the man behind the reception desk immediately recognized that it was Soshon from the gold merchant organization. The man said they were waiting for him. Soshon thanked him for his concern. But first he handed the man a package. He said he had hidden 5 of them nearby, and asked me to find them tomorrow and send them to the chief merchant along with a letter. Soshon handed over the letter and the map where he had hidden it, and said he had heard that Soshon's 10 whirlwinds were waiting. He asked to show it only to them, and have them move these things. Sochang said they were very valuable and asked to be careful. The man promised to do everything. Then Soching said he would go meditate. Sochang started with the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. he managed to get his hands on the core of the seven-horned serpent and the ancient teachings. So-cheng considered himself lucky. Seo-chong decided that he should eat the core. And thanks to the energy of the core, he would increase the mastery of the 10,000 green-eyed martial artists. So-shon had already gone from 10% to 20%. After mastering 20%, the number of poisons he was immune to would increase from 100 to 1,000. So-cheng didn't know if it directly affected his body condition, but he used most of the core energy. As expected, the consumption was substantial, but the core chi energy still remained. And Seo-chong now didn't know what to do with it. By increasing his chi, he could reach an unlimited limit. On the other hand, he could follow the path of bodily transformation. So-cheng was incredibly tormented by the thought, unlimited limit, or bodily transformation. Then So-cheng decided to focus on reaching the unlimited limit first. He knew about the existence of the 1,000-year snow ginseng, so after the unlimited limit, he would engage in bodily transformation. So-shon sank into meditation, and felt an incredibly familiar feeling. His thoughts were telling him to follow the stream. So-shon walked over to the tree, and woke up. He could no longer feel the energy of the seven-horned serpent. The increase in chi only took 2 minutes, but something had definitely changed. So-shon didn't realize yet. He tasted his strength, and realized that he now had an unlimited limit. However, So-cheng didn't understand why it was blue and not purple. He was able to reach the unlimited limit, but that didn't mean that divine arts or other martial arts had improved. So-shon gathered himself and went downstairs from his room. He asked the manager how many days he had been in the room. He replied that it had been 3 days, and he was already freaking out, thinking something was wrong. So-shon apologized for the inconvenience, and asked what about the horns. The manager replied that they had collected them all by noon on the 2nd day. So-cheng said good job and he's off to Shazang, and he'll stop by again on his return. So-cheng continued on his way. As he approached the mountain, he asked himself if this was the greatness of nature. Only at such moments did he realize his insignificance, so he decided it was time to climb. It is said that 1,000-year-old ginseng grows on the top of a mountain covered with numerous bodies of the dead. So-shon set off on his journey. Halfway to the top, bodies began to appear one after another. He didn't understand why they were going there. So-shon realized that someone else was climbing the great snow-capped mountain, and that was not good news. Unexpectedly, So-cheng noticed the body. He knew he shouldn't do that, and he would get in trouble just by looking at his clothes, but he had no idea that it would turn out to be a lama from the Potala Palace. The man thanked So-cheng for saving his life. A group of martial artists outside of Zhongyuan practice unarmed martial arts. They reside in a temple in the Shijing region. They were called lamas because they came from different factions and have different views. However, they have a very controversial moral code. Their goals are based on bad intentions. This is especially true of the lamas from the Potala Palace. They are so aggressive that they have tried to attack Zhongyuan several times. Then So-cheng suggested that the monk go his own way. But the monk stopped him and asked him why he was in a hurry. The monk said that he could not just let So-cheng go without repaying him. So-cheng replied that there was no need to repay him. The monk asked if So-cheng would mind if they climbed the mountain together. So-son asked him if he was even listening to what he was telling him. The monk asked if this was his first ascent of the mountain. And he said that if he took an old sad monk with him, he would show him the way. So-cheng didn't know what to do. He saw that the old man was weaker than him. The monk said his destination was not far from the summit and he could accompany him. The monk said that in the past lamas from the palace had climbed the mountain and he had memories and a map. So-son asked if he would accompany him, where he would take him. The monk replied that if he followed to the summit, he would be slightly below this place. So-son agreed. At that time, the men who had followed So-cheng arrived at their leader's house. He asked them why they had come empty-handed, and where is the carp of eternal fire? And the seven-horned serpent? For its horns could be used to make 7 beautiful swords, and with the help of poison, he would be able to lure an elder from the 9 great factions to his side. He asked the man that being his faithful follower, if he was not ashamed to be trembling with fear right now. The man fell to his knees and began to apologize. The head ordered him to stop and gave him a judgmental look. He told his subordinate that but had made an invaluable contribution to their cause, he was skillful and useful, but his men were not. And said that the price of their lives was not worth a maggot. The subordinate agreed with his head. And then the head said that he really hoped he would not disappoint him. During the Yuan dynasty, Lamaism was the state religion. There is no need to describe how powerful and influential it was. The problem was that the lamas tried to have even more power and only sowed destruction all around. This is what led to their decline. The Potala Palace was the most famous temple, but it has earned itself a bad reputation. Lamas, especially those of the Potala, are still extremely arrogant and shun the darkness. So Cheng continued on his way with the old man and told him that just by looking at him, the guy realized that the old man was an unusual person. The old man answered him that if someone makes a mistake, he must accept it and admit that he is wrong. If he does not, he will be shackled by his foolishness. Soshon thought that it looked like this old man had some problems in the Potala Palace and was most likely being poisoned there because of his strange character. Also, the guy pointed out that the old man arrived unaccompanied and assumed he had a low position there. So Cheng decided to ask the old man and asked him why he was here. The old man replied that he was here to watch people in pain. The boy had not expected such an answer. The old man told him that even though he looked foolish, it was unfair to answer questions only to him. So Cheng replied that they had a long journey ahead of them and should hurry. The old man asked So Cheng his name in return. Soshon replied that they were not close enough to introduce themselves, and suggested that the old man imagine that they were mimocrocodiles. The old man told the lad that he was as cold as the lamas, and offered his help to teach Soshon warmth in return for a favor. Soshon asked him if he shouldn't have taken a vow of silence, and if so, it was time to put it into practice. Finally, after a while they reached a place where the old man thanked the guy for saving him and guiding him. Suddenly Soshon noticed the snow-covered bodies of people. The old man explained that in Lamaism there is a law of merciful meditation or, as it is called, the exchange of a few words. This is the exact opposite of the Zhong Yuan breathing technique. There you must inhale positive energy and exhale negative energy. The old man also added that Tungzhen allows you to inhale pain, which is negative energy, and exhale happiness, which is positive energy. It allows other people to be healthy, and healthy people make anyone healthier. The old man said that the snow-covered mountain is also called the mountain of death. It is full of suffering, resentment and regret. The old man explained to Soching that he had come there to experience it. He said he would wait for the boy at that spot and showed him the way. Soshon put the events together in his mind and realized that the old man was Tsongkhapa, a Tibetan religious leader and preacher. The boy went his way, and the old man assumed a meditation posture. Suddenly someone started calling his name from behind. The old man replied that he seemed to have visitors from the Jaluga. He asked them why they were looking for this old monk Tsongkhapa. The leader smiled and asked the old man if the cold had given him brain freeze or if he had gone mad, deciding to die after he had comprehended the Buddha's teachings. Tsongkhapa rose to his feet and asked not to bury him prematurely, for he was still in his right mind, and even though he was old, there was still a fire burning in him. The chief looked angrily at the old man and said that this place would be his grave. He asked him why he had renounced the teaching. Tsongkhapa began to cry out that Lamaism itself is wrong. And having wallowed in the three poisons, Lamaism no longer discerns what is right and what is wrong. Darkness enveloped him. The old man turned to the ringleader in rank and called him the fifth elder of the Sakya school, and asked him how he could not see that the decay had begun when the Kapshi became the Karmapa of the Yuan dynasty. The old man had repeatedly witnessed students of Lamaism saying that the doctrine states that once one has a child, one must take celibacy. But if there is no child, one is free to date women. The old man explained that the Sakya school teaches that one must give up worldly things and attain enlightenment, and only then will the path to nirvana open. But Tsongkhapa considers this to be nonsense, since the road to nirvana opens only through hard training. This approach contradicts Bhavachakra and defiles the path to enlightenment. The old man told the ringleader that his path to enlightenment was wrong and asked him how he hoped to achieve it. The ringleader shouted at him to shut up. Then Tsongkhapa asked him what about the 10 laws of Shaolin. After all, by inheriting his position, the ringleader could correct the promiscuity and wantonness in the Sakya school, and instead of eradicating them, he allowed them to multiply and develop. Tsongkhapa thought this was wrong. The leader lost his temper and started shouting that didn't he tell the old man to shut up. He reminded the old man that there were laws to be obeyed and Buddhist scriptures to be studied. Tsongkhapa retorted by saying that at some point a hard political line would have to be taken, otherwise Lamaism would always have a bad name. A fight started, and the leader began to use techniques on the old man. Suddenly someone ordered him to stop, as he was not the boss. The leader turned around and saw a guy in front of him. He asked who was he. So Cheng replied that he was a wandering ascetic. The boy promptly dispatched the ringleader. Tsongkhapa was surprised and asked him if he had not gone about his business. The old man said they could understand each other and get along, although asceticism and Buddhist teachings are different. Tsongkhapa doesn't mind having a Zhuang friend. Suddenly the lamas present heard that Tsongkhapa had renounced the teachings of Lamaism and brought someone from Zhuang. Soshon replied that his eardrums were about to burst and asked the lamas if they were going to kill them by causing an avalanche. Soshon thought at this time that, judging from Tsongkhapa's strange character, he had expected something like this. But he had no idea that the other monks wanted to kill him. The boy asked the monk if he needed help. Tsongkhapa laughed and asked him, "Aren't they mimic crocodiles?" Soshon looked at him menacingly and once again clarified if he wanted his help. Tsongkhapa looked pitifully at Sochang and asked for help. The lad immediately took off and attacked the lama. The lamas did not expect such a turn. They thought there was no one to stand up for the old man. The lama shouted at Soshon how dare he do such a thing and raise his sword at the lama. After only a few seconds, Soshon managed to overpower the lama. The monk's disciples called him a bastard and asked him how he dared to kill their teacher. They pounced on the boy. Soshon looked at them scornfully and said that they were just a bunch of stupid monks. The guy was killing one after another when suddenly someone approached him. One of the lamas asked the boy who he was. The unknown man said that he had heard that Zhuang's martial arts were superior to the ordinary ones. But he didn't understand how Seo Chong could surpass them so much since they had reached the top level. Soshon laughed loudly, gave his name, and clarified that he was from Hozan. Then the lamas were even more surprised. They knew that Kosan was one of the 9 great factions, and they didn't understand why a warrior from Kosan would interfere in the affairs of Sistan. The boy at this time became angry and called the lamas evil heretics. After all, to think that he had been forced by a cunning word to reveal the secret he had kept hidden for so long. Then the lamas turned to the guy and asked him to calm down and talk, as it was a slight misunderstanding. Soshon looked at them angrily and replied that they had learned something they should not have learned. The guy started attacking them. One of the lama leaders yelled that they should kill the guy. Several lamas attacked Soshon. One of them used a double attack, but Soshon had no trouble repelling it in a second. The ringleader didn't realize what was wrong, for it was a double attack that he had put all his strength into, risking internal damage. They sincerely didn't understand how the guy managed to block a double sword attack without using chi at all. The lamas looked at each other. They couldn't understand what was so nonsensical. How could Socheng be a sword master at this age? After a few seconds, Soshon overpowered each one. Tsongkhapa was watching from the sidelines in amazement. Soshon looked at him and said that he had not done it out of good faith. It was because the lamas were acting as if they wanted to talk and were looking for the right opportunity to kill him. Seo Kong had learned this from his past life. If it is necessary to act with contempt or kindness, one must take a closer look at the opponent, otherwise he will take advantage of his naivete. Soshon and Tsongkhapa continued their journey. The old man told them that the Nigma was composed of priests and rich men, which was the reason for the increase in crime and the failure to develop into an influential organization. So Chang replied that in Zhuang he had been interested in Buddhist teachings, and hearing about it in Shizang was just something. Tsongkhapa kept pestering the guy. He shared his assumptions that he was being poisoned because he was underestimating the weak old man. Soshon replied that he was beginning to tire of such talk. Tsongkhapa smiled and promised to stop fooling around and start being serious. But suddenly the old man turned to the boy and asked who he was. Seo Chung turned around and looked menacingly at the old man. Tsongkhapa continued that all the lamas he had fought 2 hours ago were from the Potala Palace. And there were quite a few of them. The old man explained that he had never heard of such martial artists, and even in their second decade. Such skill was simply impossible. Seo Kong was just looking at Tsongkhapa with a perplexed look. And then the old man asked if it was possible that Soshon was a rejuvenated master. For a second, So Chang's eyes popped up to his forehead. However, he immediately laughed out loud and told the old man that once more he would say something like that and people would think he was completely out of his mind. Starkey just looked at the guy perplexed. Seo Chung changed the subject at this time and said that Xuani's emphasis was on doing favors, harboring grudges, and carrying out revenge. Guy went on to say that he had saved Tsongkhapa's life and so he wished that what happened today would remain a secret. The old man replied that it was quite easy to accomplish. But what bothers him is that there is nothing more he can do to repay the man who saved his life twice. So-shon replied that that was what he would pay for the first time, and he would save the second time for something else. The boy clarified that the old man would help Juani or him in the future if danger arose. The old man replied that man was by nature greedy, but he was surprised that So-ching had not the slightest hesitation in talking about keeping Joni's peace. So-shon actually doubted he could ask the old man to teach him Mahamudra, and sure enough he didn't have the miracle cure either. Tsongkhapa said that if there was danger in Zhuang, albeit without the consent of the Potala Palace, he would swear in the Lama's name that he would help without hesitation. They finally came to a common denominator and continued on their way. Evening came and they descended the mountain. So Cheng told the monk that this was the end, which meant that everyone would now go their separate ways. They wished each other a safe journey, and the old man asked the boy to keep himself safe. So-shon and the old man separated. On the way down, So-shon tried to remember the name Tsongkhapa. It was very familiar to him. Not counting Zhuang and the other three, he didn't know much about the powerful factions. Seo-chong hoped that saving this monk shouldn't have changed the future. The boy continued on his way, found a rather cozy cave and decided to get some refreshments. He thought about the fact that he had to use so many miraculous remedies. Soon he would be called the king of medicine. Seo-chan realized how cool it was to know the future. He swallowed the miracle medicine, and then it began. So-shon applied techniques to pump up his skill with this means. He realized that there was no need to rush as it was fraught. If he made the slightest mistake, his chi would be affected. So Cheng began a bodily transformation. He felt as if his bones were breaking from the inside out. He realized that if he lost his concentration, it could end badly. He would curl up in a ball and disappear into a nameless cave. Xiaoshan had never imagined that changing his body would be so tiring and painful. Nothing could distract him from such pain. The boy moved on to the second stage, the unity of mind and soul. He realized that no matter how much he restrained his mind and spirit, this world was not nirvana, so it would appear squalid. The energy of the 1,000-year ginseng would make the toxins accumulated between the mind and spirit disappear. Seo-chong could feel the strength leaving his body. The third stage has come, complete regeneration. After that, the final stage of bodily transformation. And then instantaneous healing from any illnesses and injuries. At last it was over. So-shon burst out of the cave like a ray of sunshine through the branches of the trees. His body is perfect. The boy immediately decided to evaluate himself. He took the sword in his hands and looked at his reflection. He realized that the bodily transformation didn't make him more beautiful, or anything else. He didn't understand if it took special magic to do that. The guy realized that this was a harsh reality, but decided to be content with what he had. He expected it, but his chi didn't increase at all. Seo-chang decided that it was time to return to Zhuang. There are 6 martial arts that should never be studied. They are called the 6 great demonic arts or the 6 forbidden arts. All of them are so powerful and horrible that it's hard to decide which one is the worst. However, if we look at the ones that have only recently come to light, the greatest forbidden book of martial arts would be the skill manuscript of the cursed demon Lao. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, the head of the Kunlun faction named San received information about the tomb of the cursed demons. San realized that if the cursed martial art revived again, it was scary to imagine what would happen. He decided that by all means, they must prevent it from happening. The Kunlun faction went to find out if the rumors were true about the tomb of the cursed demon. When the begging faction and the 9 great factions began their investigation, rumors spread even faster. The cursed demon was an enemy of Murim and had fought against his greatest masters of the time. He not only managed to get away alive, he managed to win. He didn't care that he was considered an enemy by the whole world. What mattered was that it meant being the strongest. Meanwhile, in the demon temple, rumors of a cursed demon's tomb had reached the temple. The leader didn't know about the 6 forbidden arts, but when the cursed demon was alive, he collected manuscripts of demonic arts. The ringleader didn't know if the tomb of the cursed demon was real, but he decided to investigate it. Meanwhile, in the River of Evil, the leaders are at a loss to understand where the tomb of the cursed demon came from, for not much time has passed since the treasury of the 3-eyed ghostly thief was discovered. At the council, they decided that they had no choice but to go see for themselves. They couldn't just send the Kunlun faction. Aside from the involvement of the River of Evil and the Demon Temple, there were more factions involved this time than when the treasure trove of the three-eyed ghost thief was discovered. The Kunlun faction alone could not solve the situation. They decided that they couldn't act rashly. And if it's a trap, it would be a bad idea to gather the strongest factions in one place while events unfold in another. In the end, they decided that they needed to carefully consider who would stay where they were and who would go to the tomb of the cursed demon. One of the leaders of the begging faction shouted that they would go. He was asked that hadn't the begging faction and the 9 great factions gotten their hands on the untold riches from the treasury. Arguments began, some shouting that if they showed up again, they would get all the treasures for themselves. The leader of the 5 Blades faction shouted that they would take care of it. The begging faction and Kunlun of the 9 great factions, the 5 evil blades, the Sunsan faction, the Hansan faction, the Namkan noble family, and the 5 great noble families, 2 demonic forces, the Demon Temple and the River of Evil, are also headed there. The conditions leading up to the 7 Blades War are in place, but Soshon was determined that the future would not repeat itself. He would have liked to stop the war before it started, but, now he's forced to fight, he doesn't know who might turn out to be a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. Soshon decided that the first thing he would do would be to destroy the cursed demon's tomb, and try to minimize the damage caused by the war. Killing the Dark Heaven Lord's minions would just be a bonus. At this time, the unknown men were standing guard. One asked the other how long they would be there. He replied that it would be until the Light faction, the 2 demonic forces, or another powerful faction arrived. One told the other to focus on his mission and realize its importance. And one should not forget the situation in which the head of the Illustrated Records finds himself. Then an arrow suddenly flew into him. The other immediately began to shout that they were being attacked, but his throat was immediately cut. This is Seo Qian's case. These people were people from the faction from the Dark Heavens. Seo Chong didn't know that they had such keen senses, others wouldn't have noticed. Immediately, the others came running to help. Seo Qian killed one after another. Finally, there were 7 of them left. The guy even joked that it was only a coincidence, but their name 7-Star Squad fit perfectly right now. The leader immediately ordered Sochung to be taken alive. He specified that they could cut off his arms and legs but take him alive. The ringleader turned to the guy and told him that if he surrendered alive and told everything he knew, they would kill him painlessly. Soshon asked him who is he to make such decisions? He reminded him that there are 7 goons like Kionchu and Kyongseong above him. The guy continued that if the ringleader decides on his own, they will punish him. The ringleader became furious and asked how did he know those names? And who was he anyway? Seo Kong replied that he was just a traveling warrior. After that, he immediately went on the attack. Seo Kong quickly dealt with him and concluded that people are so tight at all times. Suddenly, another opponent attacked him from the back. Soshon appreciated his rather good attack and even appreciated his poisonous palm. And after a second, he overpowered him. The guy raised his weapon and realized that this was the triple fury of the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. Soshon glanced at the remaining people and told them that their sight brought back memories. The guy knew that these were the soldiers of the 7-Star Division from the Dark Heaven faction. The Dark Heaven faction had many branches besides the illustrious Records branch. The 7-Star branch had the most people. They specialized in everything related to martial arts, and every single one of them was a first-class warrior. The 7-Star Division only accepted the best. At that time, Seo Chong was not equal to the other Hosan faction masters, let alone the 7-Star Division. In hindsight, this situation was unimaginable. So Chang told the Ward warriors that they were his past and now his present and his future. The guy straightened everyone out and decided it was time to head back. He realized that because of the prominence of the sword art of wielding the 24 plum petal sword, there would be trouble if he left a trail behind him. It was good that there was a pit that was at the very entrance, intended as a trap. That's where So Chang dumped the bodies. Seo Chong was going to break the traps anyway, but maybe he should have brought Shu with him. Now he would have to check the traps blind. He went straight to work, and set off with a bullet, hoping to avoid all the traps. So Chang was on his way to the tomb of the cursed demon. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, they were discussing problems. They talked about the 7-Star branch not making contact, and even with the delay, it's taking too long. One of those present said that they were no doubt dead. Then Alcade, the same star in the constellation of the Great Bear, said he would go to check. At this time So Chang kept his way. He touched one of the walls, and completely forgot that Yangji was flowing there. He thought it would come in handy under certain circumstances. In the meantime, he went to the lowest floor. There were quite a few traps in his path, but Soshon was much stronger than he thought he was. He kept wondering why the cursed demon's tomb had such poor defenses, but it turns out he was the one who was too strong. The guy continued on his way and he seemed to have arrived at the spot. He was greeted by a path with glowing lanterns. He could see a warehouse with weapons and a mountain of treasure. He decided to take a closer look at it all. Soshon began to rake through the pile of weapons and knew that there was definitely what he was looking for in there. Suddenly, the boy shrieked with joy. He had finally found the Gojian sword. It was one of the 3 swords forged by great General Yi Wan Gojian. Soshon realized that although his Yahan was amazing, it couldn't compare to Tei's divine sword. Now all that was left was the tomb. Suddenly, Soching noticed a red cushion with a book on it in front of him. The guy immediately realized that it was a 9 fierce martial art. He asked himself the question, should he learn it? With the unity of 10,000 martial arts, Socheng would be irresistible. However, he immediately closed the book and ordered himself to forget about it. The 9 fierce martial art is as old as the 6 great martial arts. It is a forbidden book whose purpose was unknown even to the author himself. It was created in Vuong during the Xia dynasty. It is not a collection of martial arts techniques, but a charm. Later, when the Xia dynasty began to decline, the trace of the 9 fierce essence was lost. After countless years, a sage accidentally discovered a copy of it, partially translated it, and gained its power. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld. That's where it gets its name. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld. He gains the tremendous strength and regenerative abilities of the greatest demon from the underworld. But it only has a temporary effect. In less than a month, the body of the one who uses it is completely transformed. Transformation is not quite the right word. It would be more accurate to say that the very nature of man changes. The person is given strength, but begins to resemble a demon. Finally, in the last stage of transformation, the person turns completely into a demon. Humanity is slowly disappearing. It is like using dark martial arts. Eventually, the practitioner ceases to be human. Soshon made the decision that he should just forget about it and only take away the most important things. So he did, gathered everything he needed and set off. On the way he tapped the walls and a strange sound was heard in one of the walls. Soshon thought that there must be water channels crossing at this place. He immediately drew his sword and used the first technique of the purple mist divine art. With this technique, he was able to cut through the wall and get out. However, the tomb was left in a very unattractive state. The next day, Supreme Master Hanzana arrived at the tomb with his men. He could not understand what had happened there. He asked his subordinates if this was definitely the place and if they were not deceiving him. The subordinate replied that when they arrived, the tomb was already in that condition. Unexpectedly, the first-grade master of Tenzin named Song told the Supreme Master that everything was clear here and a child. The Supreme Master replied that if he did not explain everything in detail right now, he would not spare him. Song smiled and asked what Ma Jido thought about it. The man looked at him and replied that he wasn't here to answer his questions. And he said to only talk to him if he had something to discuss. Otherwise he'll cut his tongue out. Behind their backs was another man present. After what he had seen, he went to report to his ringleader what had happened. When he arrived and told the news, the ringleader immediately hit him with such force that his forehead shattered. He explained to the ringleader that they had stationed some soldiers from the 7-star squad at the tomb. And 2 days before the researcher arrived they had lost contact with them. He also revealed that he had sent Quan to scout the situation, but by the time he arrived, the tomb had already been destroyed and the Star Ward themselves were nowhere to be found. The ringleader became furious and replied that in short, the plan they had worked so hard on had failed and they were now not sure what it was about. The ringleader said they have a bunch of all sorts of options, but nothing works and he's never been humiliated like this before. He thought and concluded that there was no madman among his men who would dare betray him. So someone else had destroyed the tomb. He ordered his subordinate to go to Tianjing and find out what happened there. And if he botched it, he would kill him. At this time in Hubei, Socheng woke up in his bed as a girl suddenly came into his room and said there was a matter. Soshon asked what was the matter? The girl explained that he had a visitor and asked Seochong to at least wash his head before meeting this person, as he seemed to be an important person. The guy did not expect at all and did not realize what kind of visitor could come to him. He cleaned himself up and decided to have some tea. Suddenly someone called out to him and called him elder brother. The words made Seo-chong choke on his tea. Ju burst into the room. Seo-chong had incomprehensible feelings, however, he was definitely happy to see this boy. Seo-chun asked Ju who he was as a joke. Ju smiled and replied that it was not a funny joke since he was the only genius sibling of his older brother. So-ching said that most people think their siblings don't change, but Ju has grown up a lot. So-ching asked Ju how with a face like that, he still hasn't gotten married or made friends. So, he's still just as weird, talented, but with a lack of social contacts. Ju started shouting that he had a lot of friends. Seo-chun smiled and said that judging from his reaction, he was as lonely as ever. Then So-ching suggested that he name at least 5 friends, not counting family. Ju smiled and they shook hands. The guys started eating breakfast. Their conversation came to the fact that it had been 5 years. Ju said that the last time he saw Seo-chong was 5 years ago. Seo-chun asked how things were going with Ju. The guy replied that he was doing the same, just continuing to study in his room. Ju asks what about him, and how So-chang is doing. Since he had heard a little about him and wanted to know him personally. Seo-chang replied that he had just returned, so he would tell him later. Seo-chong looked at Ju carefully and asked that he was already 16 years old. Ju smiled and replied that he would be 17 in half a year. So-ching clarified with the guy, did he have freedom of movement? Ju was embarrassed and replied that he wanted to help with the tomb of the cursed demon, but it had collapsed. Ju says that only Seo-chang knows he's a genius. But he has few opportunities to show his talent, so he is forced to just study. Ju immediately snickered and said in a frustrated voice, what is he even worth without knowledge of martial arts? Seo-chong looked at him and realized that he was still the same. He put his hand on the kid's shoulder and told him that he had grown so much and if he sat in his room he would just languish. So-chun asked him if he could socialize a little more. Ju looked at him and asked if So-ching had really come to take care of him. So-ching smiled and replied that it was like that and he needed his strength. There was no one else to help him but him. After a touching conversation, the guys went for a walk in the garden. Suddenly, someone called out to So-chun and said that it had been 6 years since they had seen each other. Seo-chong suddenly turned around and saw Shuren, Ju's older sister, in front of him. The guy looked at her and thought that she had probably already heard all sorts of compliments about her beauty, so he didn't say anything about it. So-chun asked if the heir is with her now as he would like to welcome him too. Shuren replied that the elder brother is temporarily absent. He returns to the ancestral home only once a year. So-chun replied that he had heard that the heir had already been recommended for the role of strategist of the Murim Alliance. Shuren smiled and said that they didn't call him a wise dragon for nothing. Shuren explained that she had come here after hearing that Ju was leaving her family for Gango. Ju turned white with fear. Shuren asked him who told him to do that. She asked if Mr. Chu had told him to do it. Ju had been standing timidly looking at his sister all this time as well. She seemed to be several times his senior and he was afraid to say a word to her. However, Ju suddenly gathered all his will in his fist and daringly told his sister that it was his personal decision. Shuren looked at him and smiled. She said that his father had considered his request and he thought it would be a good chance to establish a relationship with a large faction, so there was no need to worry. Also, Shuren added that her father is mulling over what kind of security to give him. And soon Ju will know about his decision. Ju stood still at that time. Shuren turned to So-chang and said that she hoped he enjoyed his stay in their home. Seo-chun smiled sweetly. Seo-chang explained to Ju that even if his family didn't like him very much, blood is thicker than water. They must be worried about him, and so So-chang thought someone would definitely come to see Ju. Moreover, So-chang didn't know why, but he was sure that this person would turn out to be either Shuren or Sang. Neither of them recognized the boy's genius, but they were trying to protect him. So-chang patted Ju on the shoulder and said that now that everything was decided, it was time to pack. The guys gathered, and suddenly one of the subordinates told Ju that she would never have thought that he would decide to go to Gango. Since she assumed that Ju would live his whole life as a recluse, she also told the kid that she was really worried about him. Ju looked at her and offered to go with him. The girl thought that idea was not a good idea. She explained that her family lives nearby, and besides, she doesn't like mecha blood. After talking to his subordinate, Zhu approached his sister and thanked her for believing in him. Shuren asked him not to hesitate to ask for help from the family if anything happens on the way. In case of anything, she asked Zhu to send a letter to the Murim and his elder brother would reply immediately. Shuren also handed her brother a book in which she described what to watch out for in Gango. She asked her brother to read it when he had time. The girl went up to Seokong and said that she trusted her brother to him. She then went to her room, but Seokong called out to her. Soshon told her that shaping was done by placing either natural or man-made structures into a certain model in advance, and asked the girl if that was true or not. Also, Soshon said that in the case of war, there are a lot of variables, so the formation can be disrupted before realization. And if that happens, the enemy may not have a chance to affect the formation. Shuren asked what he meant by that. Soshon said, wouldn't the formations become more convenient if they threw something at their enemy and activated it? With these thoughts, So Cheng left Shuren alone, and the boys set off. Zhu asked Soshon where they were going. So Chang replied that they were going to Shandong. Zhu asked why they were going there. Did they have some business with the Huangfu clan or the Tangshan faction? So Cheng smiled and replied that they were heading there to meet an old friend and Zhu should remember him. Zhu thought for a while and replied that is it really that merchant Li? Seo Chong smiled and replied that he was right. Zhu said that he had heard a lot about his company and the clan, and he was so proud that some of the money invested was his. So Cheng said that Li's personality may be suspicious, but his talent is unquestionable. So Cheng also told Zhu that from now on, Shandong will be his second home. Along with Seokong and Zhu, the chaperone from the boy's father also traveled. He was thinking that he might be lazy, but of all the people he could choose to guard Zhu, it was a real cruelty. At this time, So Chang turned around and addressed the attendant by name. He asked Mr. Yang why he looked so bad. Yang replied that it was all right. So Cheng told him that he might regret it, but he needn't worry as he would thank him many times in the future. Ian was thinking at this time that if he knew he was in for such punishment, he would have worked much harder. Seokong thought that now everything would begin for real. In his head, he made a real plan. He decided that he would gather his forces in Jihan, Shandong, and oppose the Dark Heaven faction. It's not a bad place strategically, lots of untouched resources like mines, arable land, and seafood. And Potter makes it a good place for trade. Seo Chong realized that he needed to reflect on the possible future events and be the first to make a move. Meanwhile, the boys had almost arrived at the place. At this time, Merchant Li was thinking that money is something that moves continuously. Instead of using money for self-satisfaction, it is much better to use it to get more money. Suddenly, someone told the merchant that his laugh was still the same. Li turned around and saw So Chang in front of him. He immediately rushed towards him with a warm embrace. So Chang looked at him carefully and realized that so much time had passed, and to think, Li was already the king of merchants. The guy told the merchant to raise his head, as they wouldn't be able to talk if he was staring at the floor. Li explained that he was just trying to show his respect. And he told Seo Chun that he hadn't changed a bit over the years. Zhu at this time stood and scrutinized the merchant. He couldn't understand what such miraculous remedies Li was eating that he had turned from a skinny skeleton into such a chubby man. Soshon suggested at this time that they move on to the main topic. He told the merchant that they would soon need weapons. The merchant shared his observations with Soshon. He said that he assumes that war is coming, and he feels that a cure will be needed. The merchant offered his help. Zhu didn't understand if Seo Chung was going to believe Li so easily. Li explained that he could smell money, and his sense of smell has never let him down before. He said that getting the money, weapons, and medicine was no big deal to him. Recruiting people is a different story. Seokong said that they would mostly need martial artists, even mercenaries would do. Li said that leading people is his specialty. And rumor has it that even a ghost can be controlled with money, so Seo-chan should trust him. Meanwhile, the Dark Skies faction had received a proposal that they should release a new technique to replace the old one, namely, the Blood Monk technique. Not everyone present liked the idea, as it was too different from the original plan, and the Shaolin monastery would not sit idly by. Who is a Blood Monk? A martial monk of the Shaolin monastery. He was a genius at absorbing all the knowledge he received, and the monastery generously granted him permission to use the temple library. The Blood Monk's desire to master the new martial arts was so strong that he even laid his hands on a forbidden library book. But not only that, he managed to combine demonic techniques with the classic muscle modification manual, turning them into an entirely new technique. Classic bloody tendons. It's a technique created by an excommunicated monk. The Dark Heaven faction realized that if they started spreading it, the 108 Arhats would surely stir. The Arhats annoy some of the Dark Heaven faction, but they won't be able to take an extra step. Therefore, it doesn't bother the faction much. The factions have come to a consensus. And whoever thwarts their plan will die a painful death. At this time, Seo Kian acquired an army. He has about 300 martial artists under his command. Some are mercenaries, the rest are from other factions. The merchant explained that they divided the men into 3 regiments to make them easier to manage. The 3rd regiment is made up of the newly hired, the 2nd, of martial arts masters stationed at various points within their faction. They either have better backgrounds or are stronger than those from the 3rd regiment, and the 1st regiment, these are the elites. The 10 strongest warriors give orders to their own teams and are under the direct control of Merchant Li. After listening to all of this, Soshon concluded that they used their weaknesses to earn their loyalty. Sounds like blackmail, but it wasn't. Impressive. Soshon told the merchant that from now on he was in command of the 2nd regiment. The merchant escorted the boy to the regiment and introduced him as the new commander. However, the warriors were not very happy to hear this, as Seo Chong was too young. The merchant was asked questions and reproached that Seo Chong was from a well-known faction, but what could an inexperienced young man teach them? The merchant ordered everyone to shut up immediately and explained that this guy might even turn out to be a martial arts god. So Ching asked Li to keep him busy doing something else while he took care of the shelf. Li listened and left. Then So Chang turned to the warriors and said that it would be better if he just demonstrated his skills. So he ordered them to attack all at once. The warriors couldn't understand what the kid was talking about. Then Soshon said that he would be the first to strike. Not even 5 seconds later, the warriors were already on the ground. Not one of them could stand on his feet against Socheng. Soshon looked at this picture and told his warriors that this was how their training would be done from now on. The organization would treat their injuries and provide them with weapons. One of the warriors was very angry because some young man thought he was the god of martial arts. So he attacked Suk Hong. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. The guy smiled and said that this was how the training would continue. Soshon turned to the warriors and explained that he wasn't going to teach them martial arts just because he was in charge. And looking at them, he could tell they were having a nightmare with the base. Time passed and Soshon earned the respect of the 2nd regiment. The merchant could not admire such skills and training. Li told Soching that it was just unbelievable. Then the guy ordered him to find people in the 3rd regiment who could be transferred to the 1st or 2nd regiment. The merchant replied that he took everything into consideration and asked the guy what to do with those who don't fit. Soshon ordered to just send them off with a couple coins in his pocket. The merchant agreed and asked what else was required. The guy said he needed about 200 people and asked me to find kids that fit his requirement and bring them to him. Soshon said they should be somewhere between 9 and 10, and they should have no physical defects. They should be children who won't be a problem. Orphans would be the best fit. The merchant smiled and asked Sochang if he was going to form his own army. The merchant smiled and asked Seokong if he was going to form his own army. The merchant suggested building a dueling and practice ground and other infrastructure to nurture warriors. Soshon replied that it was a good idea. Seochong also asked the merchant not to touch the head position for now, as he would find a suitable person in the future. The merchant replied that he understood and asked what about the title. Soching smiled and looked at him and said that since he had formed the faction under his command, it was therefore his. So he let the merchant call it whatever he wanted. The merchant promised to think about it. Seo-chun knew exactly what the merchant would name the faction. Since it wasn't the first time a faction was created under the organization, this was supposedly going to happen in the future, and Soshon was only speeding up the process a bit. Li decided that the faction would be called the Sword Faction. However, he continued to ponder. As the Merchant King often said, money was power. He hired those who were skilled in martial arts and also bought various techniques, a faction created by money for money's sake. And then the merchant's mind hit the ground and he shouted loudly, Golden Sword Faction. In his previous life, Soching had a person known for his techniques on the enemy's side. Soshon's main task was to take the sword demon from the Dark Heaven faction head. So Chang traveled to Sichuan, specifically to the Tang clan. The Fire Phoenix had not expected such a visitor. The girl decided to serve tea to the guest. However, Seo-chan immediately realized that it was poisoned tea. Phoenix said that he was right and that anyone who drank it would experience unimaginable pain in his stomach. So-chan smiled and thanked him for the welcome. The guy clarified if this was revenge for last time. Phoenix smiled and replied that it was a normal greeting. She asked the guy what he had traveled such a long way from Shandong for. Seo-chan was surprised that the girl knew where he was staying. Phoenix said that it wasn't that she was following him, but she knew in general terms that Seo-chan took that weirdo from the Chegal clan with him and went to the gold merchant organization. After that, she asked Seo-chan not to think she was interested in him. So-chan smiled and said that he came here to give her a chance to get even. Phoenix said that she would see who would give who a chance. So-chan then asked, would they really have to make a bet again? Phoenix was angry. So-chan drew his sword and put it on the line, and plus the sword, So-ching put 1,000 gold coins on it. The girl's eyes didn't seem so angry anymore. She asked the guy what he wanted. That's when So-ching voiced that he wanted a poison phoenix. Not a second later, the girl jumped the poison in his face. Seo-chan of course dodged it. However, the girl clarified if he needed a prescription. Seo-kong replied that he did, and better yet, he needed an antidote. The girl replied that he had come to the right place. Afterward, So-chang told the girl that she could choose what to bet. The girl looked at him angrily and said that he was mistaken if he thought she would fall for his taunts. Meanwhile, the chief elder of the Tang clan woke up. He immediately smelled that it was a bit noisy this morning. It was immediately reported to him that So-ching had arrived. The elder thought so. The subordinate said he could kick him out. The elder said that there was no need to do so since the fellow was traveling and let him enjoy it for the time being. After that, the subordinate told the elder that there was something else. Namely, young madam he asked to open a pub. The subordinate also added that So-ching had made a bet. The elder couldn't believe that Hai had decided to make more corpses. In the meantime, a girl came up to So-chang and greeted him, saying that her name was Ching-ching and she would be his assistant for the duration of his stay here. She will also escort him to the family pub. Seo-chan asked, what kind of pub is this? And then the guy who came with Ching-ching told Seo-chan to just follow the girl. The boy looked at So-ching and didn't understand how he had won against madam last time, but he knew for sure that he wouldn't be able to pull off that trick this time. Seo-chang immediately noticed that this guy was looking at him as an enemy. He even joked and suggested that Ching-ching should rather go while this guy stuck a poisonous needle into him. This made the guy even more angry. He didn't understand how So-chang could treat a Tang clan warrior with such disrespect. Along the way, So-chang applied a technique towards Ching-ching and made her untouchable. After that, he suggested her to speed up since her mistress would get angry. The Tang clan warrior was going crazy with anger at this time. He didn't understand how much longer So-chang intended to insult the young mistress. Suddenly an elder appeared and told the warrior that he understood his anger, but they should go to the pub as the head elder was waiting. The warrior immediately apologized to the elder. Meanwhile, the elder himself was assessing So-ching. He noticed that the guy not only parried the killing aura smoothly, but even protected the servants. The elder understood that it was difficult to execute, which meant that he had defeated the young mistress by more than pure luck. The elder told Ching-ching that he would go ahead and let her escort So-ching. The girl took this to heart. On the way, So-ching asked Ching-ching what the Tang clan's pub was. Ching-ching told him that it was a pub in the clan building and was usually closed. The girl also added that there are only 2 occasions when it is opened. The first is when a guest is welcomed, and the second, it's when the Tang clan is going to take revenge on someone. The girl finished her story and they came to a tall wooden door. Ching-ching opened the door, and So-chang saw a crowd of shouting people. They were shouting, "Drink and die! Drink and live!" Seo-chang saw a table in the middle of the room, with Lady Hai sitting at one end of the table. The chair at the other end of the table was for him, and then Seo-chang remembered what the Tang clan's pub meant. If the object of the Tang clan's revenge flees, pursue it to the end. The enemy of the Tang clan must not exist in this world. Seo-chang sat down at the table and Mrs. Hai began to explain the rules of the game to him. The girl told him that the game was quite simple. She held out a vial of liquid to him. "Drink and die. Or drink and live." The people around him shouted loudly for So-chang to drink. Many people wished that the vessel contained poisoned alcohol. In addition to the game, Madam Hai handed him a contract. Hai explained that although Seo Chung wouldn't die because he wasn't an enemy of the Tang clan, the game will end the moment something goes wrong. The head elder will instantly provide an antidote. But the girl added that he shouldn't relax because if he tried to expel the poison, he would die immediately. So Shon scrutinized the contract and agreed to the game. The elders watched this and someone even thought he was an idiot for taking the young mistress' poison lightly. The chief elder couldn't figure out whether this guy was brave or stupid. Meanwhile, the second elder predicted that Seo Chung would fall down at the first sip. The chief elder told him that there was always a chance that something would go wrong. And it might be for a long time, so you should just watch. The second elder agreed. He rose from his chair and said that from now on any movement without permission was forbidden. The elder continued that in this argument, Hosan's disciple must drink 5 shots of poisoned liquor, and after each one he must utter a word audibly. And if his face changes color for a few minutes or he can't speak, they'll know he can't handle the poison and count him defeated. At this time, So Cheng was looking at the elders carefully. He realized that this old man was the Poison King. The elder at this time said that both sides should agree to argue with 5 moves. The elder also added that the contract with the terms of the dispute will be signed with witnesses present. And also it will be received by both parties to avoid unwanted revisions. The elder then ordered Lady Hai to fill the vessel. The girl was happy to do so and asked So Chang if he liked to drink. So Shun smiled and asked if she was serious when she asked the ascetic if he liked to drink. Hai laughed out loud and replied that she hoped so, or else Seo Chong wouldn't be able to take it all. The girl opened the lid of the vessel and then the crowd started squealing loudly. Hai smiled and told Seo Chong that he would have a little chance in life to taste the 15-year-old liquor. He said that the drink was closely intertwined with the venom of the snake gold thread, so the alcohol might be stronger than what he was used to. The crowd shouted at this time that this was to be expected from a poison phoenix, as it could easily withstand such poison. The elders at this time were discussing that the young mistress's poison was only comparable to the heir's poison, and this rumor was not false. Everyone has noticed that Hai isn't going to stand on ceremony with Suk Hong. And that guy's going to lie down after the first drink. Hai turned to Seo Chong and said that there was no time limit, but the poison wouldn't get weaker with time. And then Seo Chong drank the first shot. After that he exhaled and said that it was quite spicy. Hai almost turned white. The elders jumped up from their chairs. The crowd fell silent. This made Madame Hai very angry. She didn't expect Seo Chong to drink the first shot of poison so easily. Madame Hai was filled with anger. She couldn't believe that Seo Chong had done it again. She thought that this time she would be able to take her revenge. She looked angrily at the servant and ordered him to fetch another vessel. He brought it immediately. So Cheng looked at the vessel and said, to think, he was being given the joy and pride of all of Sichuan Erdai Baijiu. Mistress looked at him and said that she would see how much of a smile was on his face. The mistress told the guy that he would wish to taste the poison of the flaming lotus. The crowd almost went crazy at what they heard. The chief elder couldn't understand what was happening. The secondary elder thought his daughter had gone too far. Flaming lotus poison is an artificial poison created by powerful young qi. There aren't many of them in the Tang clan, and they are capable of striking even the strongest masters. The elders were already amazed that So Ching was able to withstand the venom of the serpent gold thread. The boy's vast supply of qi was able to neutralize it, and qi alone wasn't enough to neutralize it. The second elder said that they would have to try their best to get the flame lotus poison out of his body. The chief elder asked another elder to get ready to come to the young man's aid. Meanwhile, So Ching decided to try what kind of poison it was and drank a second shot. The lady looked at him and couldn't understand if he wanted to die. The crowd was shouting that Seo Qian was insane. The guy finished the poison, put the glass on the table, and hiccuped. Afterward, So Ching said it was an overwhelming sensation for his tongue. No one could believe their eyes. The elder at this time thought that no matter how much qi Seo Chong had, he was still inexperienced. He wouldn't be able to get the poison out of his body so easily and quickly. The elder thought that Seo Chong had taken the antidote. The elder walked over to the table, took the vessel in his hands, and began sniffing the contents to make sure it was poison. He was convinced of this and told the second elder that there was definitely the poison of the flaming lotus. However, the elder realized that So Ching was too young to have reached the stage of harmony. He examined the guy carefully, noting that his complexion hadn't changed, his breathing was even. His eyes didn't waver, he was definitely not poisoned. The elder then assumed that if he didn't even try to expel the poison, then it was definitely immune to 1,000 poisons. The elder told this to the second elder, who could not believe what he heard. Sochon raised another pile at that time and said that they still had a long way to go from 5 piles. The next day, rumors spread that Poison Phoenix had lost again. Everyone around him was saying that that guy's first victory was not ordinary luck. Some said that Sochon simply couldn't digest poison and most likely had that famous immunity to 10,000 poison. Some argued that he was only immune to 100. The second elder was thinking at this time that if it weren't for Socheng's young age, he would have accepted him as a son-in-law. The subordinates told the elder that if Socheng was immune to thousands of poisons, it meant that he could pass many poison valleys and gather a bunch of poisonous plants. Also, the elder was told that Sochon hadn't taken on any of the important tasks in his faction, so they might poach him for their own. The elder called his daughter to him. He told her that he had heard that the bet was that she would cure someone. Mrs. He replied that it was so. Then her father looked at her and said it was time for her to go to Gango. He told her to tread Sochon, and he would put a couple of guards on her. And if she ended up falling in love, she would bring Sochon into the family. Also, the elder said when Hai returns, she should visit her brother and help him with his work. After such events, Mrs. His journey to Gango was carved in stone. And the title for Socheng was finally formed. He was called the Young Phoenix. Meanwhile, as Nak continued to train, rumors reached her about what Sochon was doing in Gango. This made the girl very angry. Suddenly, her teacher came up to Nam and asked her what was causing her to pout her lips. The teacher said, "Is it Seokong again?" The girl replied that while someone was training tirelessly, he was walking around Gango and flirting with a girl. She was going to continue her hard training to follow him to Gango. In the past, the sword demon was a special figure. But he had one weakness. His precious daughter was stricken with an incurable disease. At that time, the sword demon had visited many healers, but he couldn't even recognize the name of the disease. Finally, he visited the hospital of the Light faction, where the god of medicine himself lived. But the hospital only laughed at the sword demon, who was not famous at that time, and banished him. And when he had no hope left, the Dark Heaven faction came. This incident turned out to be a disaster for the Mirim world. The worst disaster in all of history. The sword demon's daughter wasn't sick, she was poisoned. Sochon realized that by healing the sword demon's daughter, the head of the Dark Heavens had thus earned his loyalty. And now it was Seochong's decision to do so, but he realized he couldn't do it alone, as he didn't even have a basic knowledge of poisons. But now, such close cooperation with Lady Hai was now playing into Seochong's hands. And the sword demon just had to wait. Madame Hai and Socheng set off on their journey. The girl rambled all the way about immunity to 1,000 poisons. She told Socheng that she didn't understand how an ascetic could be so deceitful. Sochon asked her what she meant by that. The girl started shouting, had he forgotten who was begging for help, and said that she would not continue the journey with him. Seoshan started laughing and replied that to think that a poisonous phoenix was breaking his promise. The girl got angry and replied that when they were done, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Finally they arrived in Jiangxi. Madame's guard was angry with Socheng again and couldn't understand why he had brought Madame to this place. Socheng told him to reduce his fervor because just because this place belongs to the river of evil doesn't mean there are mountains of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. The guard started shouting and did not hold back in his remarks towards Socheng. The guy told him to address him by his first name. However, even this did not calm the guard down, so Mrs. He had to intervene. She told the guard to shut up. Mistress asked him if he really wanted her to burn with shame. She was about to drown herself in a bowl of water. The girl said that taking 20 guards with her was like ordering everyone to look at her, so she decided that she would only take 3 of them with her. The rest of them were to gather information. Seochong arrived at their destination together with Mrs. Hai. The guy told her that he didn't care what she thought of the man they were about to meet, but asked her to be wary. A gate was opened to them and a subordinate asked who they were. Socheng said that they had come to meet a ghost swordsman who was obsessed with money. The subordinate immediately drew his sword and said that if they had come here with evil intent, then let them not even think of coming out of there unharmed. A subordinate came to the subordinate's aid and he said that not many people knew about him, and asked him to tell them who they were. Suddenly, the crowd of guards and subordinates was jostled by someone. Seoshan saw the sword demon Mitsa in front of him. Sochon just stared at him for a few seconds. he couldn't see the limit of his strength. The guy just admired him. Mitsuru noticed the plum blossom sign on Soshon's clothes at that time. Mitsuru immediately realized that the Master of Harmony was in front of him. He realized that Hozan had created a monster. Mitsuru also noticed that there were a couple good masters in the group. His thoughts were that if they were planning on taking her hostage, he was done for. He won't be able to fight properly as long as he protects her. At this time, Soching put his hands up and said that they didn't come to fight and he had nothing to worry about. Guy said it was better to get right to the point. He asked Mitsar if his daughter was bedridden. And if so, they would heal her. This made Mitsar very angry. He replied that he didn't know what Soshon was up to, but if he tried to do anything, he wouldn't get away alive. Then Seo-chang asked Mrs. Hai to take off her veil. The girl did so. Then Mitsuru realized that he was a phoenix. The girl introduced herself and said they weren't some rabble of idiots. The girl introduced herself and said that they were not a bunch of idiots. Soshon set his sword on the floor and said they would surrender their weapons if that was Mitsuru's wish. He asked them to listen to him. Mitsuru then asked the boy who he was. Soshon told him that he was a fourth-generation disciple of the Hozan faction. The people in Gango nicknamed him the Young Phoenix. Those present immediately realized who they were talking about. It was someone who had defeated the Poison Phoenix at her own game. Mitsuru said none of the healers had answers, and even the luminaries of medicine shook their heads after examining his daughter. He asked Soching why he was so sure he would cure her. Seo Kong replied that it was not he who would cure her, but the phoenix. Mitsuru doubted, as he had never heard of a poison expert treating illness. Soshon said he should try to believe in her. Mitsuru thought for a moment and replied that there was some logic in what he was saying and motioned for the guests to go inside. Mrs. Hai and Seo-chang went into the room where the sick girl was lying. She didn't look like she was showing any signs of life. Mitsuru warned the lady that he would cut off her wrist if she tried to harm her daughter. Phoenix replied to him that if he didn't stop staring like that, she wouldn't be able to figure out what was wrong with her daughter, and she wouldn't even be able to feel for a pulse. The girl lifted the girl's hand and tried to feel her pulse. Mitsuru kept his eyes on her at the same time. Phoenix regarded the girl for a long moment, then she turned around and asked Mitsuru what happened to her mother while she was pregnant. Mitsuru replied that she was attacked by a millipede, but the doctor took care of her instantly. Phoenix then hesitated and asked if she was close to her delivery date. Mitsuru confirmed it. Then Hai said that poisoning during pregnancy was much more dangerous than he might have thought. The girl said that the doctor probably missed some details and thought the mother was safe. That could have been the problem. After hearing this, Mitsuru asked the girl if she knew what this disease was. Then he asked him if he had ever heard about fetal poisoning. The man was greatly surprised and asked the girl what else was fetal poisoning. The name implies that this dreaded technique is designed to produce resistance to poisons while the child is still in the fetal state. A child born this way, theoretically, has immunity to 100 poisons, and can learn a variety of poisonous techniques. Phoenix also added that this was sometimes practiced by the Demon Temple, but she had heard that even they had stopped using the technique. And apparently, the chance of the mother and child surviving is too slim. They either poisoned the mother with an animal or sent poisonous energy into her body and treated accordingly. Mitsuru looked fearfully at the lady and the girl answered him that yes, it seems that the millipede's venom was passed on to her in her mother's womb. Phoenix also told the man that it was a true miracle that the girl was still alive. Mitsuru replied that he thought she was weak because she looked like her mother. Hai asked the man how old his daughter was. Mitsuru replied that the girl was already 14 years old. The mistress examined the girl once more and said that only in her, a small dose of poison spread throughout her body, so the only one who could spot it was either a poison master equal to Lady He in strength or the god of medicine himself. An ordinary healer wouldn't be able to detect it. Mitsuru stared at Lady He for a few seconds and then fell to his knees in front of her and begged that he would do anything. Seo-chan looked at Hai and asked the girl what she thought about it. The girl replied that her title of Poison Phoenix was not for show, but the girl added that in that case, she would need the help of an artifact. Soshon looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. The girl uttered, a mind and chi divider. Seo-chong immediately understood what Phoenix meant. As the name says, mind and chi separator, it is a ring that allows you to split chi and mind into tiny pieces. To explain this using the example of martial arts, if you take a person trying to use fist technique and sword technique at the same time, the difference is not only in the weapons used in the techniques, but also in the stances one must adopt and exactly how one should direct the chi in one's body. But by having a ROM and chi separator, one person can use both techniques at the same time, ignoring the limitations described above. Because when you get split mind and chi, it's like two people fighting in the same body. Frankly speaking, this is an artifact that surpasses all logic. Soshon heard that the artifact was lost in the war between the light faction and the evil faction. So it turns out that the Dark Heaven faction had it all along, and it was the one the head of the Dark Heavens used to cure the Sword Demon's daughter. But anyway, of all places, it's one of the evil factions. This is what Soshon shared with Mrs. Hai. She couldn't believe that one of the evil faction had the artifact. Mitsuru said he couldn't go there. This really surprised Phoenix, so she asked Mitsuru that wasn't he the one who had just said he would do anything for his daughter. Soshon said that he seems to know why Mitsuru can't go. The guy added that he heard that Mitsuru has been to different battles to make money. Mitsuru replied that it was just like that, and because of that he had made a couple of enemies. Soshon asked him if his enemies knew where he lived. The man said that his enemies don't know the exact location, but they know he is in this city. Soshon said that he had spent a lot of money to find Mitsuru, so it would be a bit difficult for the others to detect him. And he shouldn't worry about it so much. The guy also added that he would try to get the artifact himself. Phoenix told Soching that she didn't know how the artifact ended up with the 8 evil factions, but he shouldn't take them so lightly. Soshon thanked the girl for her worries and replied that he knew where he was going and what he was doing. Mrs. Hai warned Soching that she won't help as she needs to prepare for the treatment. And she hopes he can handle it. Unlike the light faction, which values pride and reputation immensely, the evil faction is not very secretive about what they do. Because of this, there are constant battles between them. For almost no reason at all, the Exploding Blade faction claimed that martial arts are exclusively blades. And only jerks and weaklings, like the hypocrites of the light faction, use swords. The Meow Sword faction claimed that a spear is for 100 days, a blade is for 1,000, and a sword is for 10,000. And any idiot knows that the sword is the king of weapons. The reason was simple. It went from a simple argument to a morass. Soon the battle escalated, turning into a feud between two former allies after one side lost a fighter. Soshon went to the sword faction. Asked for his name at the entrance, Seochong introduced himself and said he was from the Hozan faction. The guard immediately formed his opinion of the guy. He thought he was a Hozan novice who decided to participate in the feud between the two evil factions because he was tired of living. The guard warned Soching that if he lived to see the truce, he would receive 2 silver pieces. If he died, the money would go to his family. If he brought the head of a commander from the explosive sword faction, he would get a bonus. Soshon regarded them as mere thieves, only 2 silver for his life. They agreed and parted ways. The guard scoffed at this time and thought that they would definitely go broke sending money to the families of all the dead warriors. The chief had ordered them to cross off the names of anyone who was certain to be quickly disoriented, and the guard thought Soshon would be the first in those ranks. Seochan saw a field of corpses in front of him. He was aware of the fact that the evil factions were weak and didn't hide much. It seemed silly to him to fight to the end to prove whose weapon was stronger. However, that wasn't Soching's problem. He was only here for the artifact. The commander ordered everyone gathered to go about 5 kilometers and find the second base of the Exploding Blade faction. The goal was to capture it and go to the next one. The commander ordered everyone to disperse and form groups of 10 men. Soshon did so. Suddenly, one of the upstarts introduced himself and said his name was Colsum. Colsum assumed that he was the strongest of all. And he would be the captain of the squad and the others would follow him. He warned that if they obeyed, they would survive. Soshon smiled and shouted that he was glad to meet him and gave his name. Colsum got very angry and called him a disrespectful puppy. Sochang laughed loudly, then Colsum drew his sword and ordered the arrogant asshole to shut up. He then attacked Seochong to teach him a lesson. Soshon slapped him, and he flew back a few meters. Then he looked at everyone and said that he was the strongest person here now. The warriors looked at Socheng and asked what would happen if they refused. Seokong smiled and replied that they too would be slapped. Then the warriors bowed to Soshon and asked him to take care of them. The boy assessed the strength of his squad. Only one of them all appeared to be a second-class warrior, the rest were all third-class. One of the warriors told Soshon, his face troubled, and asked if it was true that if they followed him, they would survive. Seo-chan thought at this time that it would be better to be alone than to protect people he didn't even know. But it looked like he couldn't dance alone, and besides, if they realize he's from the light faction, they'll kick him out in a heartbeat. So he needs people to follow him. So-chan realized that even if he infiltrated the Exploding Blade faction, he would need time to find the artifact. And it wouldn't be possible to do it alone. He was tired of being alone. So-chan told his warriors that he would cover them and to go on the offensive without turning around. One of the warriors asked if he had decided to use a bow. So-chan began to yell for them to move their feet faster if they didn't want another swipe on the cheeks. At this time, the warriors thought that So-chan just wanted to get rid of them. They didn't understand how he could use a bow. The slaughter on the battlefield began, and it was only during the battle that the warriors saw the full power of the bow. They did not know that arrows could be so fast and sharp. The warriors didn't have to exert themselves much as So-chan destroyed all the enemies with arrows. However, the enemies were attacking from the other side, so there was no need to relax. In the crowd, they could hear So-chan being called the god of the bow. The enemy had already figured it out, and their leaders ordered them to find the archers quickly. Suddenly during the battle, one heard someone yell, "Stop!" So-chan turned around and saw that it was Boss Henim. At that time the warriors fell at So-chan's feet and told him that they would follow him until death. Seo-chan replied that of course, but only that they needed to collect their paychecks first. At that time, the boss approached Seo-chan. The boss introduced himself and said his name was Jinbei. Seo-chan immediately realized that he was facing a left-handed Miao-style sword. The boss laughed and said that his assumptions were correct. He also told the boy that he had seen him and his bow skills, and that he was a good commander, so the boss offered Seo-chan to command a squad of 100 men starting tomorrow, and a salary supplement attached. So-chan agreed. The boss replied that he was pleased to see that So-chan's character was as lightning fast as his martial arts, and called the guy a noise-killing bow. So-chan asked what the noise-killing bow meant. The boss explained that it was a nickname given to it by the warriors in battle. A bow that kills as soon as the sound of the bowstring is heard. Then Seo-chan glared at him menacingly and replied that he was a swordsman. The boss laughed loudly and said that he liked Seo-chan even more now. They separated, and the boss's subordinate asked him what it was. The boss replied that it was a noise-killing bow. He went on to say that this guy's name starts with something like Chu, but it doesn't matter since he's going to die tomorrow anyway, so it's not worth bothering. The boss had a plan to put So-chan forward as a shield. The opponents will finish him off. And Seo-chan is just a stupid archer. Meanwhile, thanks to his unique hearing, So-chan had heard this conversation, and while his warriors were admiring the boss, So-chan was making his plan in his head. The guy gathered his subordinates and said that today he would be leading a squad of 100 men. So they would probably all be under his command. While So-chan was talking, he was assessing the strength of his squad. He noticed 2 first class, 8 second class, and 90 third class. He singled out 2 warriors and said that they would be called Cheol and Illinois from now on. At this time, there were some unhappy remarks in the crowd. Some said that they were going to die soon anyway, and that So-chan thought he was a tough guy for being an archer. Seo-chan shouted loudly that he was a swordsman from the Hosan faction. The crowd started shouting that they knew he had lied about his past to hide the fact that he was actually an archer and the sword was just for show. After that, from the crowd pounced on So-chan saying that they would teach him a lesson. Merchants who sell weapons and food on the battlefield are called war merchants. Currently, the largest trade organization is the Gold Merchant Organization. There are those who think badly of them because of the fact that they sell weapons to both the light faction and the evil faction, but they are universally known. And all from the fact that the Gold Merchant Organization always shows up with the essentials at crucial moments. So-chan conveyed this thought to his warriors. He said that if they wanted to buy something, they should buy from the Gold Merchant Organization, and everyone else was a fraud. So-chan's battered warriors agreed with his opinion. So-chan warned that there was absolutely no reason to spend all the money they had earned on women and alcohol. You should spend it on good weapons and medicine first. There was a smart guy in the crowd who asked So-chan that didn't they say that masters don't need to take care of their weapons. So-chan glared at him menacingly and asked if he was a master. The man quickly closed his mouth and answered nothing. Seo-chan smiled. Another warrior came out of the crowd and said that he had bought his sword from a good blacksmith in Bayon. So-chan explained to him that his enemies were probably at one with the blacksmith, so he should go get a new one. Another warrior told Sochon that he had picked up his weapon in the last battle and it looked new. Sochon asked him if he had picked up the weapon from a corpse. The guy confirmed it, then Soching said that he must have lost because of the bad weapons. The Gold Merchant Organization, on the other hand, definitely has the best weapons. After speaking to the warriors, Sochon wished them a good rest and said they would all see each other in battle tomorrow. The next day came, and the battle began. The opponents of Sochon shouted that they should rather kill the bow-killing noise. However, before they could even utter a word, Sochon immediately struck them with his arrow. Suddenly, one of the ringleaders started shouting that they were all weaklings and were afraid of just an arrow. A group that called themselves the For Explosive Blade Dogs had gathered. They were going to destroy Soching. However, one of them noticed that the power of this arrow was immense, and it was faster than anything he had ever seen. One of the ringleaders started yelling for these idiots to shorten the distance, as archers become useless at short distances. It worked out just as Sochon thought. Against the first class his arrows were useless. At this time, the first-grade opponent got closer to Soching and attacked him with his sword. Sochon smiled and told him that this is where he would die. The boy drew his sword and slit his throat. Everyone around him was surprised that Seochong could fight with a sword, too. Seochan smiled and said that he had said he was better with a sword. The guy pounced on the allies of the daredevil he had killed. However, Seochong noticed the sudden explosion of power in his opponent's body. Now Sochon realized what a martial art of the exploding sword faction was. The surrounding people were watching this battle. Everyone was shocked that a bow-killing noisemaker was so skilled at sword fighting. Some warriors were confident that Sochon would win this battle, though many thought he was an ordinary archer. The opponent fought honorably against Sochon, his brothers shouting to him in aid to fight to the last man and not give up. However, the opponent was surprised when Socheng pushed him away with incredible force. He didn't realize what the hell was going on with Socheng's chi. Socheng started laughing and replied that yes, he had a little more of her than he needed. After that, Socheng threw a punch. The lad defeated his rival, and his brothers pounced on Sochon to avenge such a loss. However, after fighting with Socheng for a couple of seconds, the opponents realized that Socheng was a true master. After that, Socheng applied the plum petal blossom technique, and with just one blow, the guy defeated them all. Socheng's squad couldn't believe their eyes. They started shouting for everyone to follow Socheng. At this time, the boss was laughing and thinking that everything was going exactly as he had planned. However, a subordinate came up and said that something strange was going on. The boss asked what was wrong. The subordinate replied that everything seemed too easy. The boss replied that it was just paranoia and that his strategy was excellent. Suddenly a blade giant appeared in front of the boss. The giant told the boss that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The boss asked him why did he come here alone. The giant smiled and replied that the boss was a complete idiot for asking such a thing. Then the giant snapped his fingers and a crowd rushed out from somewhere. The boss's subordinate started yelling that it was a real trap. Then the boss realized he was walking into a trap. The giant asked the boss if he seriously thought he wouldn't find out about his plan. The boss replied that even though the giant had brought almost all of his warriors, he would defeat them quickly anyway. The giant replied to him that that was why he had sent his elite troops away. Namely the masters of the explosive blade. The boss started laughing and asked if the giant was talking about his dogs and that they held no value since they weren't around right now. The giant started laughing so loudly that the ground beneath his feet shook. This made the boss angry, and he said that once he defeated him, it would all be over. The giant glared menacingly at the boss and asked if he seriously thought he was his equal. Since he was the head of the explosive blade faction and one of the 100 strongest masters of this world, the boss replied to him that he could gloat about his prowess all he wanted and it wouldn't stop him. Suddenly he noticed the glowing sword in the giant's hands. The boss started shouting that this was not possible. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to him and shouted that there was an urgent message. The boss menacingly ordered him to tell us what had happened. And then the subordinate said that the deputy head had been killed. The boss couldn't believe it. A subordinate said he heard it from those who barely survived, unfortunately, and then the boss realized that his brother was dead. He promised to kill Socheng with his own hands. The subordinate reminded him that he should calm down and forget about revenge, as he could lose his own life now. The subordinate also said that there was something else. This infuriated the boss even more. The subordinate said that Seo Chung used very dense chi. Then the boss decided there was nothing better than to give the order to retreat. But as soon as he looked back, he saw a fleeing crowd led by Socheng. The giant looked at the boss and said that they were now all surrounded and trapped. The giant asked his subordinate who the hell the noise-killing onion was, and what the hell was taking his kid so long to flop to him. At that time, Sochon appeared and told the giant in an ominous voice that his children had been dead for a long time. The giant shouted angrily and asked Sochon who he was. Sochon replied that it was a pleasure to meet him, and that he was Sochon of the Hozan faction. Hatred and anger struck the giant. Sochon asked the giant not to think badly of him as it was just self-defense. And his son tried to kill him, but Socheng did it faster. The giant got even angrier. He covered his eyes with both hands and started screaming loudly. And there it was. Sochon noticed that the giant had a ring on one of his fingers. This was what Socheng was looking for, a mind-chi divider. Now Socheng thought it would be easier from here on. However, he now had a rather problematic opponent. Sochon realized that he had killed his family, and there was no point in running and hiding as the giant would chase him and find him. So he needs to kill him first. The giant's eyes filled with blood. His hatred was so huge that it seemed that if one touched him one could burst into flames like a match. The giant warned Socheng that he didn't know who he was, and he would definitely not have a peaceful death. After saying that, the giant attacked Seochong. At this time, Sochong's squad continued to fight in his name. Meanwhile, Seochong had reached the Chi Harmony stage. Socheng told his warriors that he would take on the giant. Right now, the giant is having a Chi deviation, and his power is not being properly channeled. Sochon looked at his warriors and asked what they thought he was. A bow that kills noise. The lad charged his warriors to victory and sent them into battle, while he himself in the meantime prepared for a difficult battle. Sochon started to fight the giant. He expected him to have the kind of strength he saw. His strength is unbelievable. The surrounding people watched this battle and realized that this was what a battle using dense chi looked like. Sochon even enjoyed fighting the giant. Now he saw what he was like as one of the 100 strongest masters. Finally the giant and Sochang reached the stage of harmony. The boss at this time didn't understand what was going on there and why Seochong wasn't dead yet. However, when the boss looked at this battle, he couldn't believe that Socheng was a match for the giant. The boss even asked the person present what happened here since he thought that the bow-killing noise was already dead. But those present saddened him with the news that Sochon was not dead and had also killed for explosive blade dogs. The battle between the giant and Sochon continued, and surprisingly the giant managed to wound Sochon. Sochon realized that dodging every time would not work for him, and in such a case, it was necessary to act drastically. Socheng decided to use the piercing flower rain technique, followed by a shield of dense chi. However, the giant had also created a shield several times denser than normal, and such a shield could not be simply broken. In response to this, Socheng decided to use the technique of the purple mist divine art, namely the third technique. However, Sochon only injured the giant with this, so Sochon's next technique was to use the crimson sunset. After throwing a few punches, the guy noticed that the giant was falling over. During the battle, the giant asked Seoshan who he was, and Seoshan said he was a swordsman from Hozan. Seoshan defeated the giant. The giant's soul left his body and in the final seconds, he told Sochon that he had made a fool of himself by being blinded by anger. Giant was also sorry that he couldn't fully prove himself in the fight with Socheng. Seochang replied that it was a worthy battle. At the end, the giant told Sochon that he would curse him out of hell along with his sons. In the blink of an eye, news spread that the exploding blade faction head had been killed by Sochon. Sochon's squad ordered their opponents to surrender if they wanted to live. In the meantime, Seochong had accomplished his task and obtained the artifact. After a while, the rumor that the giant was dead reached the exploding blade faction. It stunned everyone. Rumors did not escape the River of Evil. When he heard about it, the leader was furious and couldn't understand how allies were cutting each other's throats while he was worrying about the tomb. The head realized that this was the end for the exploding blade faction, and it would lose all of its possessions one by one. He realized that it was as dumb as possible to start a war over such petty things, and in the end, the winner was not the one who was strong, but the one who was able to survive. The subordinate told the head that the man who killed the giant was nicknamed the Phantom Bow Swordsman. It was only because of him that the exploding blade faction lost. Subordinate also added that originally, he was just a mercenary of the Miao-style sword faction. And strangely enough, he used a bow in battle. News of Sochong's victory and his use of the bow also reached the Anhui Murim alliance. The head of the alliance, the Holy Sword Namgung, received news that Soching had killed the giant using arrows. The rumor was brought to the strategist by the wise dragon Sang. Namgung was digesting the information that the giant was eventually killed by this man's sword. And now his name was not bow-killing noise, but phantom bow swordsman. Sang reported that judging from his appearance he looked weak. This surprised Namgung even more. Sang said that according to what he knew, the explosive blade faction leader was an unlimited limit master. And that person had most likely reached that stage as well. Namgung chuckled and said that this was to be expected of Sang, as he was the successor recommended by the head of the strategists. And he was called the Wise Dragon for a reason. Sang thanked Namgung and said that he still had a lot to learn. However, he was flattered by such high praise. Namgung asked if there was any more information about this man. Sang replied that there was no more, except that his sword technique is swift and colorful. Sang also added that the man's name was Sochen. Namgung hesitated for a moment, as he thought he had heard that name somewhere before. Sang reported that there is a Sochen in the Hozan faction. At the age of 18 he went to Gango. And there is a rumor that the phantom bow swordsman calls himself Sochen of their Hozan faction. Namgung thought that if it wasn't a false rumor, then perhaps he did it intentionally to confuse the tracks. Various thoughts visited Namgung. He knew that the Hassan were known as a faction of swordsmen and they would not have trained their novice in archery. It's impossible to reach an unlimited limit at that age. And maybe he's impersonating someone else to hide his identity. Having caused confusion in the entire Murime, Sochon was worried that the Poison Phoenix and the Sword Demon were already waiting for him. And it was necessary to get to them, at least a day early. Soching finally managed to get to Jiangxi as quickly as possible. He handed the artifact to the Phoenix and she began the healing process. Mitsuru watched this with some excitement, after which the Phoenix asked everyone to vacate the room and wait outside. A few hours later, Mrs. He left the room. Mitsuru immediately asked her how his daughter was. Phoenix replied that everything went well. Mitsuru couldn't believe his ears. The girl told him that she had taken all the poison contained in his daughter's body. Sochon looked at Phoenix and asked her how she was feeling. Phoenix smiled and replied that Xiashan seemed to have forgotten who she was, and he should patch the hole in his memory. Phoenix said that for her, poison is strength and energy. She also added that even though she got rid of the poison, the girl's body is weakened and she needs care, and it would have been nice to give her some medicine, but since she wasn't good at that, she asked Mitsuru to take her daughter to the nearest healer and have her seen there. Mitsuru could barely hold back his tears as he suddenly heard the girl address her father in a trembling voice. Mitsuru called his daughter by her first name, Sanwo. He immediately asked Phoenix if he could hug her. The girl smiled and replied that only gently. Blurred with emotions and feelings, Mitsuru rushed to hug his daughter. It seemed like his heart was about to jump out. Xiashan and Phoenix left the father and daughter alone. Xiashan told Hai that she could keep the artifact. The girl looked at him and asked what he was up to. Seochong told her that he was going to Gango, and he still needed her power. He also added that when he was in the clan, it seemed to him that her father didn't mind him traveling to Gango. Sochon told Phoenix that he wasn't suggesting that she be on his side, but that he just wanted her to help when he needed it. The girl thought about Sochang's words for a long time and replied that she needed one day to think about it. And at that time Mitsuru came out of the room. Sochon asked him how his daughter was. Mitsuru replied that she was fine and sleeping. This pleased Sochon, but the boy could see that Mitsuru had approached him for a reason, and a serious conversation was likely coming. Mitsuru told Sochon that when he went to get the Mind-Chi divider, Mitsuru decided to look up information to see who Sochon was. He managed to find out that Sochon is a 4th-generation adept of Hozan, a disciple of Smiling Blade Yu. On his way to Ganho, he was attacked by pirates and disappeared, but returned alive and unharmed. He recently traveled to Gango again, where he won 2 disputes with a poisonous phoenix. From what Mitsuru had heard, the poisonous phoenix knew nothing about him. Hence, the deal was made for his daughter's healing. Mitsuru questioned why Sochon needed this. The boy replied that he needed a man. Mitsuru asked what for. Sochon positively replied, to save the world. Mitsuru then asked in surprise why that person had to be him. Sochon replied that he needed him. Then Mitsuru bowed to Sochon, and got down on one knee and said that he didn't know how Sochon had found him, but it didn't matter. The only thing that matters to him is that Sochon needs him, and he also saved his daughter's life. Mitsuru swore by his name that if Soshon wished to rule the world, he would help him to do so. And if he wished to end the world, he would kill everyone in it. And if Soshon tells him to go to hell, he will step joyfully into the abyss with a smile on his lips. And if Soshon asks for his soul, he will gladly give it to him. And even if Mitsuru dies and Soshon still needs him, Mitsuru will stick his sword into the underworld lord's neck and return to Soshon. Mitsuru bowed before Soshon several times and said that he was immensely grateful to him for saving his daughter. Meanwhile, people continued looting. An unknown man found a roll in a pile of stones. He was about to take it to his place, but then a man with a sword in his hands came up and said that if he didn't want to die here, he'd better give him the bundle. The unknown man turned out to be the master of the River of Evil. He told the man with the sword that if he didn't want to die, he had better put the sword away. The man with the sword told the master that he didn't seem to know who he was. The master said that judging by the bald head and the burned mark, he was probably a deadly flaming demon. The demon replied to the master that he reminded him of a guy who had said the same thing, and hearing him scream afterward was hilarious. Just as suddenly someone shouted loudly for both of them to shut up. It was Sangmenchu Jin. The demon told the old man not to point him out. The master couldn't understand the freak at all. He asked San if he expected respect just because he was going grey. San said that at this time everyone is on edge because of the prolonged search and there is no need to fight. Albeit temporarily, for now they are allies repelling the Murim's attacks. Then the old man told the master that if he didn't mind, he could show him his find and he would forgive him his attempt to hide. The master pulled out the blood scripture, at which point the demon slit his throat and took the coil for himself. San ordered him to stop. However, the demon only shouted that it was the end of the world. San shouted that it was a prized bloody monk. At that time, Seo Chong and Madam Hai were walking in the garden. The guy said it was time. Phoenix said she wasn't going to become a man's jewelry. She asked Soshon what he was going to do next. Soshon smiled and replied that he would first save himself and then the whole Murim. Meanwhile, the demon brought the blood sacred scripture. Now they knew that the Shaolin monastery would pursue them endlessly, but there was no need to worry. The head replied that this was nonsense, as blood scripture was a demonic art. And though it was not given to them to study it, they could capitalize on it by making a deal with the monastery that considered the book a disgrace. At this time, Namgung was saying that given what was happening, there should be war. But since war is not desirable, he went a letter asking for a referee. Namgung asked Sang what is the best thing to do with the blood scripture. Sang replied that they definitely couldn't just leave it like that, so Sang suggested a small war to hide their interest. Namgung didn't understand what a small war meant. Sang explained that around the tomb of the cursed demon, the people of the River of Evil, the Demon Temple and the Murim Alliance were now gathering, and besides, all the people sent from each group had been carefully selected. So there would be no resentment if they started fighting as representatives. Namgung asked if Sang was proposing to cut off all possible additional support from all sides. Sang replied that he meant it. The number of people killed increases, and so does the scale of the battle. Thus, the war will escalate. And it's still better than getting a large-scale war. Namgung admired the wise dragon. Namgung realized that this way they could hide their interest in the sacred blood scripture and prevent war. Meanwhile in the Shaolin monastery, an unknown person talked about how judging would not be that difficult. However, they would also like to participate in the war. Namgung replied that he would not allow it. In return, if the Murim Alliance won, the sacred blood scripture would be given to the Shaolin monastery. A letter was sent to the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Demon Temple stating, "Go immediately and stop all the arguing going on in the tomb of the cursed demon." Before the messenger from Shaolin Monastery arrives, the blood scripture must be placed in a foreseeable location guarded by the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Demon Temple. After 15 days of judging, the war for the holy blood scripture will begin. Meanwhile, Soshon was telling Mitsuru that the gold merchant organization would send some people in a couple of days, a good doctor, servants and guards. Skilled in martial arts, so his daughter will be safe and comfortable. Mitsuru thanked him for his concern, and said that as soon as he was sure his daughter was safe, he would go to Soshon in a flash. Mitsuru asked Soshon where he's going to steam off to now. The guy replied that he was now planning to go to Shanxi, but then Mitsuru's daughter suddenly appeared. Soshon asked her anxiously why she had come out, as it was better to save her health now. The girl replied that it was okay and she couldn't stay inside with her savior leaving. The girl told Soshon that even though she was unconscious, she had always been worried about her father. so she wanted to thank him for freeing her father from his torment. Mitsuru looked at his daughter with pride, and Soshon said it was hard to refuse when she spoke like that. Socheng bowed in front of the girl and thanked her for coming out and seeing him off even though it was chilly outside. The guy also said that they would see each other the next time they met. Madam Hai watched all of this and told Socheng that he should talk to her nicely as well. Soshon replied that there is a saying that if you want to get a good attitude, you must first show it yourself. The madam's guard was still reacting sharply to all of Socheng's remarks as well. At this time, Phoenix asked Seochong what his relationship with Mitsuru was, and why he even took out a chi mind splitter. Socheng replied that everything has a reason. It is natural for those involved to be curious about something. Phoenix replied that she thought she had a right to know. Soshon said that the circumstances surrounding Mitsuru weren't that important. Soshon changed the subject and asked Phoenix if he had told her that he was involved with the gold merchant organization. The girl replied that he had. Soshon said that they have an amazing ability to find and gather resources. By borrowing this insight, Soshon was able to reclaim Mitsuru. Mrs. Hai then asked what about the mind divider and chi. Socheng replied that there were too many prying eyes and they should talk another time. That made Phoenix a little angry. She asked Seochan where they were going now. Seochan replied that they were going to the tomb of the cursed demon. Phoenix immediately asked if the blood scripture was his target. Seochan replied that it was exactly that. Socheng had already predicted the Seven Blades War, but the mind and chi divider had been used by the Dark Heaven faction in the past to start a demonic war between the Demon Temple and the Blood Temple. Shaolin Monastery was also pulled, but due to the political affairs of the main war, they couldn't send many people, and after 10 years, the protracted wars were over, but the influence of the Murim had waned considerably. This led to many eyes being laid on the supremacy of the Murim. And since they are the Dark Heaven faction, they will definitely bring something other than blood scripture next time. War is inevitable. Soshon realized that whatever he was doing was not enough. But he was determined to stop the war at any cost. The Dark Heaven faction's faction leader was thinking about who Socheng was at this time, for he had never heard this name before. After that, the Dark Heaven faction head called the girl to him, calling her Heavenly Jade. The girl asked, "What's wrong?" The head asked her if she had anything on Soshon. The girl replied that there was not only one Soshon in the Murim. He instantly disappeared as soon as the war ended. The chapter's subordinate also said that random guys impersonating others is so much more of a headache and advised the chapter not to focus on that name. Also, the subordinate said that he was definitely not a young Hosan Phoenix, so he could cross him off the list. Besides, the latter used his immunity to thousands of poisons to lure the poisonous Phoenix. The head then asked if it was true that there weren't many unlimited limit masters. The girl replied that it would take a lot of time. Then the head said that it was only a guess, but he could be the one who found the tomb of the cursed demon. The girl asked if he was sure, and he said that anything was possible, because based on the information I've gotten, he used the famous Tay blade. And the fact that he's hiding his identity is very disturbing to the head. And even the girl is having a hard time finding out about him. He claimed that this master had a closet full of skeletons. Even if it turned out to be two different people, it was still worth finding out more about him. Meanwhile, along the way, Mrs. Hai asked Seochong if he was the phantom bow swordsman. Seochong confirmed this information. Hai looked at the guy angrily and asked how he could not hide it. Seochan smiled and said that there were too many holes in the story. Phoenix looked at him and replied that she was even kind of bored by his honesty. Seochong then told her that he had confessed cleanly and asked her to keep it a secret. Phoenix replied that he had already realized that, since if she revealed it, she would have to worry about all sorts of warriors from powerful families. Soshon nodded his head. The lady asked the boy if anyone knew about it. Seokong replied that only she, and the gold merchant organization, and Ju and Mitsuru. Phoenix said she was growing curious, and although Soshon is a novice of the famous faction, it's strange that such an ascetic is close to a trade organization. And the fact that Soshon knew of the location of the mind and chi divider, while this is unknown even to Murimu, is even more mysterious. Soshon replied that yes, he had been hiding it up until that point, but it's a martial art. And then Phoenix started yelling that she wouldn't want him to interrupt her with his gibberish when she was talking. Phoenix assumed that Soshon had used some sort of clever trick when he won her. Or used the people around him, or maybe hurt that giant's inflated ego. Meanwhile, in the tomb of the cursed demon, the demon presented the scripture to Shaolin monk Herfa. Herfa began to scrutinize the book, everyone around him asking him every second if it was a fake. The monk said no, it's the original. And no doubt it is the sacred scripture of the blood. Then he was asked why he had closed it as soon as he began to read it. The monk replied that when a Shaolin monk reads the blood scripture, it begins to suck him in, cutting off the circulation of qi. At that moment, a bird brought a letter that said there would be war. Everyone around them knew that the hostilities would be limited to Shanxi territory. The borders would be on the western side of the border. The letter stated that each army would not exceed 1,000 men. The rest of the troops would be allowed to join the war. The scripture would be placed on the summit so that all representatives could see it at the beginning of the war. After reading this, people immediately wondered if those who sent the letter seriously thought that the dark factions and the demon temple would not break the rules. The warriors at the cursed tomb were discussing the fact that neither the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, nor the demon temple would likely follow the rules from the letter. Some thought it was better than nothing, and after all, it is something of a constraint, and if there are no limits on the number of people, the troops could number anywhere from 5 to 10,000. And if there are no limits on numbers, that will be another problem. Also, the writing will be closely monitored before the war begins, and more than once will have to thwart attempts to fool everyone. However, there is a problem with the day before the war. Having killed their comrades on guard at the Holy Blood Scripture, they can rush to their own. To make sure this would not happen, the writing would be moved to its prominent place before the war began. The fourth rule, however, is that if an army violates a requirement, the others in the struggle for justice can unite and punish the violator. The warriors believed that the one who came up with these rules was a true genius. It was the strategist of the Murim Alliance, the wise dragon himself. Meanwhile, in southern Shanxi in the Murim Alliance base, Namgung received word that the Poison Phoenix had arrived. Namgung replied that he had heard nothing about the Tang clan of Sichuan taking part in the war. The informer said that as far as he understood, it was not like that. Based on the report that the informer received, Poison Phoenix said that she did not come as a representative of the Sichuan Tang clan. The informer also added that there were a couple of Tang clan warriors with her, as well as a novice of the Hozan faction, as well as a warrior of the Gold Merchant Organization. Namgung was almost speechless at what he heard. Seo Chong realized that in order to obtain the blood-sacred scripture, he first had to participate in the Seven Blades War. Even though he could pass under the name of Young Phoenix from Hozan, they could easily kick him out, saying he wasn't part of the main troops. Soshon set a goal, first the blood-sacred scripture, and the next thing on the plan, a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. The War of the Seven Blades isn't a labyrinth like the tomb of a cursed demon, so it won't take more than a year. The Dark Heaven faction and its spy try to delicately take advantage of the situation by preparing a trap. When countless people die, they will form an attitude out of debt and resentment, and if that happens, it's likely to be a major war. The beginning of an era of war would come. And So Cheng realized that he had to stop it at all costs. Soshon and his lady came to the base, and suddenly someone called out to Soshon, calling him commander. And what was the lad's surprise when he saw his Korin warrior in front of him? Madam, he looked at the warrior and said that Korin was just a flurry of strength. Then Chorin asked him to introduce himself. Madam, he took off her veil, and then everyone present was at a loss for words when they saw the poisonous phoenix in front of them. Korin said that this is the first time she has seen Lady Phoenix, and she is indeed very beautiful. Her mistress told her that she was flattering her, as she was quite lovely herself. Chorin asked confusedly what was charming about a muscular woman. Their conversation was interrupted by Soshon. He told Choi Ren that she may have already realized that Soshon had called them to participate in the War of the Seven Blades. Soshon also added that if they want to leave, it is their right, and he vows there will be punishment. Choi Ren replied that the head knew Soshon would say that, so he asked them 1,000 times before doing so. So Cheng replied that he understood and suggested starting with the instruction. He introduced the Poison Phoenix from the Sichuan Tang clan and her warriors. Choi Ren also introduced herself to Lady Hai. And then So Chang said that the reason for their gathering was that the sacred blood scripture must not end up in the hands of the River of Evil or the temples of demons. Soshon also added that although he thought of participating in the Seven Blades War to maintain peace in Murim, it was impossible to do it alone. Then Choi Ren asked So Chang to stop joking and tell the truth. After all, isn't it because he himself wants to get his hands on something? Madam Hai also asked Seo Chong to tell the truth since she doesn't know what he's up to. Suddenly all the warriors around him started laughing and saying that his jokes about the world were very funny. Seo Kong was in a real state of confusion. The warriors asked that maybe So-ching wanted to become famous in this way. But So-shon tried to convey that he was telling the truth. Afterward, Choi-ren asked So-shon that maybe this was some kind of secret mission. Seo-chan replied that it wasn't. Madam Hai said she felt like twisting her lips into a tube, but there was a reason behind it all, so she held back. And she asked Seo-chong to tell her everything some other time. Meanwhile, Namgoong was informed that they had received a reply from the Poison King. He said that the clan was not involved and his daughter Poison Phoenix was on her own. The subordinate told Namgoong that the Poison King has no plans to send backup. He doesn't care about the request for help in the war, so any decision can be made that way. Namgoong said he had heard that the Poison King has no sympathy for his children. And there is a popular saying that a lion throws his children off a cliff. Namgoong once again checked with his subordinate to see if everything was really okay. At this time, Phoenix approached Namgoong and said that everything was transparent. At this time, So-ching was scrutinizing Namgoong. He knew that he was a swordsman of the Great Void, and that he had taken the lives of many warriors of the Demon Temple. The mere mention of his name made them gnash their teeth. At his age, he could have retired. A hero who fought the Dark Heaven faction to the very end. At this time, Namgoong noticed So-chong's strange looks. He apologized and said he was thinking. Namgoong looked around So-shon carefully and remembered that he had heard that Poison Phoenix had lost twice to a Hosan novice. And it was most likely the same boy. Namgoong bluntly told Madam He that he still doubts that he's doing the right thing. However, he has no reason to stop them and is only in favor if they want to fight on the side of the Murim alliance. So-cheng walked past the warriors along with Lady Hai. Those warriors admired the girl's incredible beauty, and couldn't believe their eyes that she was standing in front of them. Also, everyone around him was saying that Seoshan was that young Phoenix of Hosan. They also admired him. So-shon along with Phoenix were walking their way when suddenly someone called out to the girl and said hello to her. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Changjong, and it was an honor to meet the Poison Phoenix of 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Seo Chong at this time was wondering who else it was. Madam Hai told the guy that he must be from a small branch of the Tezen faction. And she was pleased to meet him. The girl asked what he wanted. Changjong said that before he explained he wanted her to let him introduce his companions. One of the Sunsan faction's lone sword group named Kwok. He said that the phoenix was very beautiful. The second of the Hansan faction's flower sword group named Anan. The girl said hello to Miss He. So-shon glanced at Anan and couldn't figure out if the girl was really a novice of the Hansan faction. Of the 5 evil factions using the way of the sword, the Hansan faction is in a very bad relationship with the Hosan faction. All because the 24 chopped plum petal style was founded by the excommunicated novices of the Hosan faction. Since then, the Hansan faction had had painful feelings for them, right up until now. Seoshan realized that it didn't matter how much they hated them. Meanwhile, Madame Phoenix asked who was next. Changjong replied that the rest of the outstanding personalities had gathered from each faction, and since they still had 6 more days, he wondered what the Phoenix Sama thought about strengthening the bonds of friendship between them. He also reminded Madam that this didn't happen every day. So-shon looked at him and thought he was a real retard. Jangjong asked Seo-chong what funny thing he said to make him laugh so loudly. Then Seo-chong asked him if he had decided to make friends instead of paying attention to his own people in the remaining 6 days. Suddenly, Anan started laughing and called So-shon a dumbass. Since for the novices of Hassan's faction, not knowing even the basics of friendly relations in war is the bottom. And it looks like Hassan has sunk even lower. Seo-chong looked at them all carefully and concluded that there was not 1 but 3 arrogant people in front of him, mirror copies of each other. Upon hearing So-chong's opinion, those got even angrier and started throwing profanity in his direction. So-shon warned that he would only need to use 1 finger against the guy who called him a bastard. Humiliated by So-chong's words, those had already raised their swords before Lady He began to speak. The girl told them to stop making unnecessary fuss and get down to business, and in the process the war would resolve everything. She also added that it will end up with someone using their subordinates as a shield because they can't demonstrate their martial art. Therefore, one should let this situation go. Madame Fennec asked her to excuse her in case they misunderstood her, and she would recommend sharpening the blade and thinking about it again. She also said that she hopes they focus on the war rather than trying to get closer to her, as she wants nothing to do with those who are willing to bury the future of Murim. So Cheng said that he too should quickly finish his business that he had come here for so that they could each go their separate ways. Afterward, Choi Ren told Soshon that she wanted to show him something. The girl said that she brought this when she heard that Soshon would be participating in the Seven Blades War. The guy took a look and said that it was interesting. Madam, he was watching from the side at this time, then she came over and said that she was curious about what they were chatting about. Soshon replied to Mrs. Phoenix not to worry as it wasn't something she would use. And she would find out about it in 6 days anyway. Soshon asked Choi Ren how the training was going. Choi Ren replied that the boy had fully instructed them, so there was nothing to worry about. Soshon then asked her to be ready to surprise the Murim, since they would be in the vanguard and could glorify their names. Choi Ren replied that she could already see the envy in the eyes of her comrades. At this time, rumors spread around the base that the Poison Phoenix had told off the guys from the San, Lone Sword, and Flower Sword. The information was twisted to say that the Phoenix told those three to wake up so they wouldn't wet their pants. And not without reason, she is a poisonous Phoenix, for her tongue is also poisonous. Some wondered if she wasn't famous for her caustic remarks, and even though she was right, she went too far. And what was to be expected from those who used poisons? After these rumors, the warriors were afraid to say a word in the presence of the Poison Phoenix. Seo Chong was even upset that he wasn't mentioned in the gossip. But Madam Hai behaved very dignified and didn't pay attention to it. Soshon dared to approach the lady with the conversation. She asked him what was wrong. Seo Kong timidly replied that it was just gossip, and if that's what she's worried about. Here, lady, he interrupted the guy's monologue and said that if he thought she would stumble because of this when the battle started, he was wrong. She added that she's been used to it for a long time and Soshon shouldn't think that she's a timid girl who takes everything personally. So Cheng's main goal was to find the spies and get rid of them. That way, he could change the course of the war. There are spies in each of the 7 factions gathered there. And in 5 days, they will begin to drag out the war in every way possible. Seo-chan would never in his life have thought he would be doing such a thing, including the fact of who he was in his past life. After a while, the spies gathered in one place and could not understand what was going on, since they were supposed to gather 2 days later. And it's not clear who the instigator of this is. Suddenly someone shouted that it was his handiwork. The guys immediately shouted, "Who's there?" It was Seo Chung, but they realized that he was definitely not one of them. Seo Chung said he was a spy who infiltrated the evil river, and that something happened, that's why he gathered them here. The boys were confused by this answer, and asked if he was definitely a spy in the river of evil. They asked Soshon how many spies were there. Soshon immediately replied that there were 20, however, such an answer didn't satisfy the guys, as they knew that aside from a couple of higher-ups, no one knows how many spies there are in the river of evil or the demon temple. And even they don't have that information, and so they told Soshon that he couldn't know that, but should have first asked why they asked that question. Soshon replied that meant they kept it a secret even from spies to prevent information leaks. The spies were already angry and menacingly asked Soching who he was and how he knew their faction's secret code. Soshon then asked the spies what they would do and say if they were in his shoes. One of the spies replied that they should capture Sochang alive no matter what, and it was okay if he lost a limb or 2 in the process. Soshon smiled and asked the guys, do they ever get any rest there in their Dark Heaven faction? Then the spies asked how he knew the names of their faction. One of the spies shouted to his fellow spies to forget about the sabotage mission and focus on catching this man. Seo Chong meanwhile assessed the situation and realized that all the spies present here were first-class masters. The spies attacked Seo Chong, and here the ringleader didn't understand how it was that 12 first-grade martial artists attacked Seo Chong at the same time, and he easily blocked all the blows. Soshon defended himself and began shouting for them to retreat back and not come near him. However, the spies of course attacked. Seo Chong dispatched one spy after another, scattering them in different directions like flies. The spies began to ask Seo Qian who the hell he was. So Cheng replied that he was sure the spies had heard that sentence dozens, if not hundreds, of times. So Cheng also added that it was better for them not to know who he was. After that, he approached one spy and used the purple sword technique. And then one of the spies realized that Soshon was using Hwasun's sword, and it was a 24-step blooming sword art, and that in front of them, a blossoming swordsman. Then Soching said that he saw a mixture of a bunch of things in front of him as well. Kunlun 13 swords of the Cloud Dragon. Tezen 99 swords of the Evening Glow. Sunsun Sword Art of the Nine Valleys. Hansun Sword Art of the Lone Pine Tree. The spies at this time wondered how such a blossoming swordsman could come alone, and doubted that he was indeed a blossoming swordsman. There are only 24 blossom swordsmen in total, and they always work in groups of at least 2. Since they are Hwasun's elite, all of their movements are monitored. The spies then decided to change their plan and authorize Sochong's assassinations by attacking in full force, hoping that this way they would overpower him. The spies decided that they would kill him first and then study the corpse. The spies asked the Sokhon again who he was and if this was his final answer. However, Soching didn't rant and used a technique that felled most of the spies. Suddenly one of the spies noticed that Sochon had struck them with poison. Then he asked Sochon even more angrily who he was. Seo-chan smiled and replied that he knew the feeling perfectly well, and that it didn't matter at all who he was. Guy left a few spies alive and told them to step in and report back. To report this unknown monster, Sochon of the Wasan faction. Afterwards, Sochong approached the spies he had killed and noticed that it was impossible to recognize them by their faces. Not to mention that their identities could not be recognized at all. The boy decided he had to go back. Meanwhile, the Murim meeting was discussing how it was that 21st class art masters had disappeared. Some speculated that it must have been an evil river or some demonic cult, and they must have sent assassins. A member of the meeting asked why the Namgung clan was so calm. Namgung replied suspiciously that they were suspicious of them. Suddenly, head Namgung ordered everyone to calm down immediately and shut their mouths. Namgung said that the sentries had reported that nothing of the sort had happened during the night. That means that the 20 men left of their own free will. So Namgung ordered, the first order of business was to stop doubting his allies, and perhaps that is what the River of Evil and the Temple of Blood are trying to accomplish. Also, Namgung said that he would like to investigate and war over secret writings in 4 days, and now is not the time to sort things out as they have to beef up their defenses. A participant in the meeting asked Namgung if he was suggesting that they just ignore what happened, because their brothers and students vaporized as if by magic. Namgung replied that he understood that very well, but they should know that there are times when there is no other choice. And they too had lost one of their own. It turned out that Sochon was also present at this meeting. Namgung said that if they allocated people to investigate, the ground under their feet would not be so firm in the coming conflict. Namgung was about to send a message to the center with a request to the poor man's faction. Seo-chung thought at this time that a sage of the highest calling is a great person. Seo-chung also realized that there were no spies in the Namgung clan, and it seemed to be very difficult to infiltrate the noble clans. And besides, if the spies are discovered or disappear again, the Namgung clan will be the first to be suspected, and that will sow the seeds of discord in the alliance. Sochon kept getting rid of the spies, and each one of them kept asking him who he was. Seo-chung was already tired of these questions, so he just killed them. In all this time, Sochon had learned a couple things. The spies embedded in each faction planned to gather 3 days before the coming conflict for a meeting. Also later on they wanted to contact each squad. Due to the fact that the identity of the spies in the Murim alliance was secret, they didn't know they were gone. Seo-chung realized that unfortunately, the day of the meeting was already 2 days away. If he had one more day to spare, the course of events would change. The boy realized that Heaven was about to get involved. The next day, the Dark Heaven faction reported that it wasn't just spies in the Murim alliance, but everyone in the River of Evil was gone, too. Sky didn't understand how that was possible. Scorpius claimed someone like a ghost was messing with them. Neba said that they can now assume with absolute certainty that someone knows of their existence. And it's unbelievable. Scorpio told Sky that if he didn't change his mind, he wouldn't end up learning anything. And that's arrogance. Scorpius said he would tell Merak and Celestial J to find those who knew about them and could most likely betray them. Also, the Scorpion asked the Sky to also go and find this man, bringing him alive, since his value is higher than the value of the War of the Seven Swords. 3 days later, the day came. The fateful day. For some the happiest, for others the worst. Each faction thought that the blood sacred scripture belonged to their faction. Every one of them is willing to do anything. At first, the debate and insults between the factions began, with everyone accusing everyone else. It got so bad that they attacked each other. The demon faction has set itself the goal of killing and pillaging everyone to teach them a lesson that it is the power in the faction that rules everything. The allies of the alliance behaved more restrained and began their defense. The War of the Seven Swords had begun. A real massacre began. All human factors disappeared on the battlefield, and someone found his tidbit and thought that he was now one of the best, but immediately another would run up and kill him for the same piece. Some just enjoyed killing and became a real beast. A brother marched on his brother, saying that there are no relatives in war. However, for every such daredevil there was another, real darkness and horror. It was as if the writing of blood had taken possession of everyone who was present at the massacre. Some no longer betrayed its value, but fought to the last. Suddenly, the blood writing fell into the hands of a man from the demon faction. His eyes sparkled and he uttered that the demonic arts should belong to the demon clan. The Alliance warriors saw this and realized that if the writing fell to the demons, then the entire world would collapse. So they decided that the demons would not leave alive. The demon answered them that they were only Kunlun bastards. The demon faction went for the Kunlun faction. However, unexpectedly the factions that were at the bottom of the peak noticed that the Namgun clan and the Sichuan Tang clan were heading towards the peak, and leading their march and attack was Lady Phoenix. It was a very bold and serious statement during the battle, as no one suspected that she would take part in the War of the Seven Blades. Using her poisonous technique, the girl scattered 1,000 poisonous needles that struck the enemies dead. The warriors shouted that it was an explosive rain of pear blossom needles. Some tried to hide under the bodies of the dead to save their skin. Some covered themselves with living men. Suddenly, Namgung's son ordered Lady Phoenix to stop as they were retreating. Young Namgung realized that the Poison King might not be interested in his daughter's safety, but he would owe them for taking care of her. Lady Phoenix stopped and Namgung and his squad took matters into their own hands. He wanted the enemy to taste the full ferocity of their clan's blue sky. The Namgung clan fought honorably, but there were many enemies, and every warrior wanted to take a break. One of the warriors asked Soshon how long they could keep these things on for. Seo Chung replied that they could only use it once, so they needed to wait it out. The demon faction seemed to have gone mad. They began to burn everything in their path. Their goal was to burn everything to the ground. For the demon faction it was a real fun. They set their enemies on fire and said that they turned out to be able to dance. Suddenly, Namgung appeared and began shouting how dare they do this to living people and that no blood scripture was worth such abuse. The head of the demons asked Namgung if he realized how many times they had confused their plans, but today they would burn everyone and take the sacred blood scripture. Namgung kept shouting that this was not going to happen. While the Kunlun faction was fighting with the demon faction, one of the leaders of the other faction wished that they would kill each other sooner so that they could have the scripture. Just as suddenly, an unknown person appeared and asked how dare he try to use demonic techniques for good instead of sealing them away. This daredevil turned out to be Zhongrong of the Tezen faction. The faction leader asked what this boy was doing here, since he was expecting big shots like the One Branch Sword, Flower Sword, and Namgung Jian. Zhong said that they had gone forward to the front line, and their swords would suppress the forces of the two demonic factions and the rivers of evil. And he, Glan of the Spreading Flowers, had better surrender. Glan began to laugh and asked if he was serious about leaking his side's plans to him now. And that he'd heard that elite students were idiots, but not that serious. Blade asked Zhong how many strikes of his single branch sword he thought he could withstand, since Blade thought they were the most arrogant and ignorant jerks, and that he'd be done with this kid in no time. Young Namgung continued the battle. He ordered his warriors to show them the power of the Namgung clan. Just as suddenly, someone called out to Namgung and said that he could see that Namgung was still alive. Namgung looked around and saw Soman Ejin in front of him. Choi Ren recognized it as the lightning victory blade from the Soman clan, and then memories came flooding back to Seo Chong, Namgung and Soman. The Namgung clan is located in Anhui, while the Soman clan is in Zhejiang. Because of their location, the clans are side by side. However, as noble clans of the light and dark faction, they are enemies, they are friends. This couple is no exception. They have been in conflict since they were elite students, and their ill-fated relationship and continues to this day. Now So Chang realized that in the end, they had come together in the Great War of the Seven Blades. Young Namgung didn't understand what the Soman clan was doing here, as he hadn't heard that they had joined the war. Soshon said that this just confirms the fact that the dark faction doesn't follow the rules, and it looks like there are somewhere around 100 of them. Namgung and his squad got angry and called the Soman faction despicable cowards, and that they shouldn't call themselves martial artists at all after that. The Soman faction gloated and said that it was worth it just to look at those arrogant blonde snobs, since they were idiots seriously going to follow any rules. Soman said that he felt lucky since Lady Phoenix herself was also present here. Soman also added that he would finally put an end to this, and by killing Namgung, he would take the poison phoenix for himself. Namgung immediately gave orders to protect the young lady. No mercy on that cowardly asshole. Soman began to apply the techniques towards Namgung. Soman revealed that he had improved his lightning blade techniques and learned the 18-step heavenly blade to kill Namgung. Namgung replied that he didn't care about what Soman had learned. Since his clan's paltry tricks were no match for the sword of the Namgung clan, Soman attacked him again and said that they were the ones who would find out now. Soman used the wide blue sky sword technique. It was then that Namgung realized that he wasn't bluffing. Namgung realized that it wouldn't work that way, and at this rate, the hand of the sprawling flowers would take the holy scripture of blood for themselves. He didn't understand what he should do next. At this time, Soman continued his attacks and asked Namgung where he was looking. Namgung was lightly injured. He realized that he needed to deal with this situation as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, he heard Corin shouting. The girl shouted that everyone was about to see the missile arrow guidance system. It's specially made by the genius of Yu's mechanisms. So far, none of the warriors understood what Chorin was talking about. So Ching asked Choi Ren what that was just about. The girl replied that young Mr. Ju wanted them to shout it out when they shot. After thinking for a while, Seo Chong decided that Ju was right. After all, he really is a mechanical genius. Seo Chong was proud of the creepy things Ju did when he was given money. And then the dark faction started shouting that Namgung's faction were dishonorable. Soshon shouted back that he was aware of that. One of the warriors shouted that he could see 2 more of them there. At that time, So Chang gave the order for them to charge the mechanism. The dark faction warrior noticed that it was the cases behind the Sichuan Tang clan. He also noticed that Madame Phoenix had gone somewhere else. He immediately gave orders to destroy Soshon's warriors. An exasperated Soshon shouted that he would not allow this to be. Soshon began to fight the warriors from the dark faction. He used the 24-step plum blossom sword art. Those realized that if he was using plum blossoms, then he was from the Wasan faction. Chorin was fighting bravely at this time. The girl had defeated more than one enemy. Soshon was proud to have the kind of friends he never hoped to make in this life. At this time, Madame Phoenix landed, and with a single hand movement, she took out the leader of the dark faction warriors out of the way. After that, the girl raised her palm and released a huge amount of poisonous needles into the enemies. Those people immediately realized that it was the Scarlet Lotus poison hand. Although they hadn't heard that the poisonous phoenix wasn't shabby, but they didn't think it was that good. Phoenix looked at the mechanisms that Ju had created. The girl wondered who he was and what he did. At this time, one of the warriors shouted out that the kid from Wasan was near the poison phoenix. Then Soshon attacked them and began to destroy them one by one. They all shouted that the young phoenix was crazy and didn't understand how he had so much inner strength. Suddenly, Soshon ordered his warriors to fire. Choi Ren asked him if he had lost his mind, so Cheng shouted for them to immediately take a double shot. Soon it was heard, "Charge!" Soman realized at this moment that the spreading flower blossom blade wouldn't stand up against so many, and now Namgung was already asking his rival where he was staring intently. This made Soman even more angry. They continued their battle. Namgung landed several deadly blows that were impossible to withstand. Meanwhile, Blade had to fight the elite disciples of the 5 mountain swordsman factions. And he didn't understand how they were still alive. Glan told them that he wanted to kill every one of them, but he would show mercy once. And he asked them to give him the sacred scripture of blood, and then he would let them live. The disciples started shouting that it was all lies, and they couldn't believe him. Also, they were not going to give up. Blade started yelling, which meant he was trying to show compassion so they wouldn't die a dog's death, and they were still barking, directly begging him to kill them. The disciples began to laugh and replied that it didn't scare them, as it was obvious that he was exhausted after the battle between the factions. The palm approached Zhong and wanted to say something to him as the guy had already pulled out his sword, and it collided with him. However, things quickly changed. Glan threw back his sword and grabbed Zhong by the throat. The other disciples at this time shouted at him to let the guy go. Glan was really annoyed with the students, as those assholes still didn't understand the situation. He couldn't understand how they had survived this long, but suddenly, So Cheng showed up. Some were not particularly happy to see him. Some thought that something had happened downstairs or something with reinforcements. Blade at this time realized that the young phoenix in front of him, however, he was interested in where the phoenix lady was now. So-chang looked him in the eyes and introduced himself. The palm felt no one behind So-chang and concluded that he was alone. And then it turns out that that sword strike was his. Glan told So-chang that he's giving him a chance to just leave as long as he's nice to him, and he'll let him live if he doesn't piss him off. Seo-chung thought at this moment that the young phoenix sounded just like a dumb phoenix, and he owed it to himself to change that idiotic nickname. Jong shouted to So-chang that if he didn't want to die, he'd better hide behind them. So-shon at that moment turned to Delani and told him that he should ask him to become a scapegoat in order to change his nickname. Glan replied that responding to acts of mercy with a death wish is sheer folly. In response, So-chang used one of the techniques and injured Blade. He got angry and told the guy that he would show him the full horror of the falling petal technique. However, So-chang only smiled in response and used the purple mist technique, with which he placed the palm on the ground. The warriors watched the battle and quickly spread the news that the Spreading Flower clan had lost. At this time, Mr. Namgung fought the head of the demonic faction and defeated him. Afterwards, Namgung asked him not to worry about him and to take care of the remaining warriors. After that, a subordinate reported to Namgung that Seo-chang had just killed the fluttering flower claw. Namgung couldn't believe it. The subordinate also added that there was a problem. So-chang handed the blood scripture to the flower sword and told him to burn it. The girl didn't realize what kind of foolishness So-shon was suggesting to her. The boy ordered her to burn the scripture once more. At this moment, Jong began to shout that young Phoenix had completely forgotten that they should not return the scripture to the Shaolin. So-shon replied that he remembered that. However, he felt that they should not do that as he was sure it would be stolen during transportation. Jong started yelling that Seo-chang was just trying to get the demonic arts for himself. Seo-chang was infuriated by this. Jong added that the young phoenix was driven by envy and was going to take all the credit. Seo-chang didn't know what he was talking about. Also, Jong said that he let his guard down a bit, but he would have dealt with that type himself too if So-chang hadn't gotten involved. At this time, So-shon couldn't figure out what was wrong with this asshole, though guys like this don't live long in a war. So-chang ordered everyone to shut up as they didn't have time for this. Jong ordered So-chang to stop. The subordinate was going to stop Jong and remind him that this guy had saved his life. And it was worth thinking about the rumors that would fly if he attacked Seo-chang. There was still no way the elite disciples could let So-chang go. Flower Sword said that she would remember this humiliation. So-chang insisted and the blood scripture was burned to the ground. In essence, the object of war no longer existed. At that time, Choran climbed to the top and asked So-chang what happened there. Meanwhile, rumors spread to the younger Namgung that So-shon had killed the spreading flower palm and burned the holy scripture to the ground. After that, Soman ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Namgung tried to stop him. However, Soman reminded him that he was in no position to pursue them now, and that they would resolve things next time. Thus, there is no object of war, there is no war itself. The warriors began to whisper that the war was over, for it is said that the holy scriptures were burned. Everyone knew that it was Seo-chan who burned the scripture, and that he was no longer the young phoenix, he was now the sword of the true plum blossom. Meanwhile, the head of the dark faction was asking a subordinate who were those spies sent to the War of the Seven Swords. The one replied that they were from the Kunlun faction, Tessan, Sun-san, and Han-san. They were all proven martial artists from the Murima Alliance and the River of Evil, 20 in the Murima Alliance, 30 in the River of Evil, and a total of 50. The head then asked what happened to them. The one replied that they had all been killed by an unknown martial artist, and that he had received orders from the Celestial Orb and had traveled to the Highlands to personally investigate. The subordinate said he arrived 2 days before the war began, but found no spies and the war was over. The head turned to the heavenly scales and said that he expected that he would not allow the blood-sacred scripture to be burned and would even take it away, but the latter did nothing. The subordinate fell on his knees and asked his head to kill him. The subordinate replied that he still had much to do and could not afford to lose such talent. The subordinate kept asking for the head to punish him for his incompetence. Then the head replied that instead, he had kidnapped, tortured, and killed his own relative. Through gritted teeth, the subordinate told the ringleader that he was deeply grateful for his mercy. The head smiled evilly and replied that he was glad to hear that. After that, he summoned the celestial sphere to him. The head asked him how his arm was. The latter replied that thanks to his clean cut, he felt no pain and was deeply grateful to him for his attention and mercy. Then the head went to the main man and asked him to tell him his opinion about this So-shon. Toth told me his not bad, but he thinks it's mostly about luck. Then the head asked what he meant. The one told him that before the battle on the highlands, the spreading flower palm had already been exhausted by the battle with the demon temple. On top of that, he had underestimated Seo Chong because of his age. Seo Chong wouldn't be able to defeat a martial artist ranked in the top hundreds with just luck alone. Therefore, they should pay attention to this. The head suggested that it looks like Murim are beginning to sense the coming of a turbulent age around the world. Talent is being announced. The head ordered him to be promoted to Class 2 on the kill list and to begin surveillance. Kill him as soon as you get the chance. Young Namgung informed Soshon and Lady Phoenix that the Murim Alliance had given the order, that the three of them needed to return to the Alliance's main office in Hefi. Phoenix then asked if they really wanted an explanation. Then Namgung explained that yes, neither the sage of the highest calling nor he knew what had happened at the place where the sacred scripture of blood lay. Choren asked Soshon what about them. Soshon ordered them to go back and tell the head what had happened in the war. Choi Ren accepted the instruction. Meanwhile, rumors had spread that the true Plum Blossom sword was very capable. Someone had even heard it from the disciples of the 5 mountain sword factions themselves. Some argued that he must have beaten the Poison Phoenix fair and square. Soshon heard these rumors, and how delighted he was when he heard amidst it all the words, Lotus Detachment, the sword of true Plum Blossom. At this moment, the Phoenix asked Sochang if he was aware that he had a very creepy face right now. That it gave her goosebumps. Seo Chong laughed and replied that they say people turn green with envy. And no wonder she got goosebumps with a tinge of green. Phoenix gave him an angry look and ordered him to continue if he wanted to cough up green blood. Soshon told Phoenix that on their way to the Murim Alliance they would get to see his friend the Wise Dragon. Seo Chong thought he should not eat with this woman just yet. Soon they arrived in Hefi. Murim Alliance. Soshon looked at everything around him and enjoyed the peace as the War of the Seven Swords was about to develop into a great confrontation between the light-dark faction. But it was over in a day, lives were saved. And they continue to live on, changing the future. Soshon realized that no one knew how this influence would change everything. Suddenly, someone called out to Soshon and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seo Chung turned around and saw in front of him the very same Mr. Strategist. Of course, it was Sang. Sang replied that there was no need for formalities. At this time, Sochang realized why he had been nicknamed the Beautiful Jade Prince. Sang remembered the events that had happened on the Yangtze River. He still can't forget the day he lost Soching and Zhu. Soshon apologized to Sang and said that they should have returned as soon as possible. Sang replied that he should be grateful to Soching for everything, and they would talk about it again. Sang smiled and said that he wasn't really in a position to have a long conversation with him. He wished Socheng a good rest. He would visit him tomorrow. Meanwhile, news had reached the River of Evil that Swordhead Namgung and True Plum Blossom Sword had arrived at the Murima Alliance. The head of the River of Evil didn't realize who the hell this guy was. It also didn't fit in his mind that he was only 18. And it looked like the Wasan faction had gotten themselves a guy with talent, and with an unusual talent. Then the chief decided that there should be a bounty on his head. The head also learned that Blade had lost in the battle to Socheng. The head thought Blade was a real idiot, since even though he was exhausted, he shouldn't have let his guard down. The head considered it a real shame that they couldn't capture the blood-sacred scripture. The only thing that calmed him down was the fact that all 3 factions had losses. He noticed that things seemed to have calmed down for a while. And he should take the chance to move behind the Lightning Rain Blade and Sword Meow factions. At this time, the Demon Temple also delivered the news that the True Plum Blossom Sword had finally burned the blood-sacred scripture to the ground. Hearing this, the head asked his subordinates if they had prepared their death wishes. He ordered Seokong to be killed at any cost. Soshon at this time appeared at a meeting at the Murim Alliance to clarify all the circumstances. In light factions, honor and shame, an important aspect. If a faction has tarnished itself, then no matter what, it must deal with the shame itself. If it does not, the stigma of dishonor will haunt the faction for generations. And the Shaolin Monastery was a prime example of this, the disgrace of the bloody monk. Shaolin Monastery had to take responsibility and deal with the case, but even they failed to catch the bloody monk, and the event haunted the monastery for centuries. That's why the sacred scripture of blood, which appeared 400 years later, it was the Shaolin Monastery's only chance to purge itself of the disgrace that had haunted them for so long. But Socheng burned it to the ground. Wise Namgung explained that this was the current situation. But they're not here to blame Seo Chong, so he shouldn't worry, since his act wasn't so bad. One of the people present told So-ching that he should have thought a little more. So-shon replied that he understood and accepted the situation. Suddenly, the great strategist turned to him. So-ching was about to listen to him attentively when he asked him if he minded if he strangled him. So-ching asked him to cool down a bit. The strategist freaked out and started screaming that not only was his friend making him suffer in the last years of his life, but this little asshole was also trying to endanger him. So-ching asked Mr. Strategist to calm down as he should take care of his health, and asked him to leave it to him. Suddenly, another person present told So-ching that he didn't seem to understand something, and that they had not brought him here to solve the problem, and regardless of the formalities, they would want So-ching to explain himself to the Wasan faction, and for them to appease the angry Shaolin monastery. Then Seo-chong couldn't take it anymore and said that he had an idea. Namgung-san asked everyone to calm down for a moment, as they should at least listen to the guy. So-ching continued that the point was that he couldn't say it here. This made those present even more angry and they threatened him with death. Mr. Strategist pounced on So-ching with words that he would kill him, as he should only be lightly strangled. Namgung told So-shon that they were tolerant because they recognized his merit, but So-shon should not insult them. At this time, Seo-chong didn't know what to do, and since he had foreseen it, he had prepared a solution. But you can't say such a thing in public. So-shon wondered how he could convince them. There was a sepulchral silence in the room, except for Mr. Strategist's threats, of course. Suddenly, the head of the Murama Alliance turned to So-shon and ordered him to look him in the eye. So-shon did so. Seo-chang was literally thrown into sweat by the fact that Namgung's sword was sincerely in front of him. One of the 10 thrones of the higher heavens. Namgung menacingly asked So-chang if he had a solution. Then, So-ching gathered all his strength into a fist and replied that he had a solution. Namgung then smiled and replied that that was enough then, and he was postponing this meeting until tomorrow. Seo Kong was very surprised at this decision. Namgung decided that he should take a walk with this young man. During the walk, Namgung apologized for Mr. Strategist, since he wasn't like this when he was younger. So-shon replied that he understood that, and he thought it was foolish of him to say such a thing. During the walk, So-shon didn't notice they were in a place he was unfamiliar with. Namgung explained that being the head was a tiring job. He hardly gets any real rest when there are so many people around. Namgung said that it was a shelter woven with the art of closed illusions. Namgung then added that they were lucky that So-shon was on the side of the light faction. Seo-chang was being very respectful, so Namgung told him that the only person in front of him now was an old man. So enough excitement and they should get down to business. After saying that, Namgung turned to So-ching and said that before he started, he should first see what So-ching was made of. The boy didn't understand what the matter was. Namgung applied the technique to So-ching saying that he had a good sword. Seo-chang responded with an invisible sword aura. Namgung asked So-chang if he was surprised. Seo-chang asked what the old man expected him to do. Namgung smiled and replied that he expected the power the guy was hiding. Seo-chan looked at him and said that he didn't plan to hide it from him. Namgung then asked the guy if he realized how much he was amazed when he saw him. They continued to fight and Namgung used the technique of endless footwork. Infinite footwork is unpredictable footwork that is the essence of continuous change. So-shon realized that there was no point in watching his moves, and he should concentrate on blocking his attacks. Namgung was surprised that Seo-chang knew how to react to the endless footsteps. Therefore, the next technique from him was stronger. They continued their battle and Namgung couldn't believe that he was fighting an opponent who was equal to his strength. Having missed several times, Namgung was even angry, since he had not seen an opponent worthy of fighting him for several years in a row. Namgung didn't believe that So-chang could even dodge the 19-step immensity technique. So-shon fell to the ground and said that it looked like he was a bit lazy studying her as a hobby. So-chang's thoughts were that he was a sincere sword, however, he was only crowding him with hand-to-hand combat. Namgung told So-ching not to be fooled, since these techniques have the same value in his martial arts skills. The battle had been going on for over half an hour. Seo-chan realized that if he had relaxed for a second, he would have been dead by now, and then So-ching gathered all his strength and used the very plum blossom technique that struck all his opponents to death. However, with one sword movement, Namgung blocked the blow and said that he could feel the light fragrance of plum blossoms through the illusory and scattering blade. Then Namgung flew back a little and told Soching that he could see that he had many secrets and talents. Then Seo-chung said that he had lost. Namgung asked in surprise, "Is it really that fast?" Then Seo-chung asked to bring any of his grandchildren and have them survive at least 3 of his attacks. Namgung laughed and replied that when he saw Seo-chung, he realized that he was incredible. And that was hard to believe even after the duel. Namgung saw that Seo-chung had reached an unlimited limit even though he wasn't even in his 20s. An unimaginable talent. Seo-kyun looked at Namgung carefully and concluded that the old man had quite a temper. Namgung then asked Seo-chung if he was interested in meeting his granddaughter. Seo-chung, who was lying on the floor exhausted, replied that he was not at all. So-chang came to his senses and told Namgung about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. He could not believe his ears. Since Namgung knew that the sacred art of enlightened wisdom, it was a high-level Shaolin monastery art known to have been lost hundreds of years ago, and it must be, as valuable as the muscle and tendon strengthening method is, it is still undeciphered. Namgung asked Seo-chung where the hell he found it. He replied that he had found it in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. Namgung was even more surprised since he knew that the Poisoned Blood Valley was in the Alao Mountains. Namgung said that it was clear to him that Soching had used immunity to thousands of poisons. Soshon then asked him if he had known about it originally. Namgung replied that the earth is full of rumors and there are plenty of witnesses. It would be easy to find out. At this time, Mr. Strategist came up to them and told Soching that he thought the guy was an empty-headed idiot, but it looks like the opposite is true. Also apologized to him for wanting to strangle him. Seo-chung replied that he understood, but asked Mr. Strategist to save his nerves, as this was really bad for his health. Mr. Strategist gave him a strange look and asked if Socheng was hinting at his death. Also, Mr. Strategist said to leave the rest of the elders to him and he would deal with them. The boy thanked him for that. However, the dialogue between Seo-chung and the strategist did not end there. The old man asked him how his grandson, the silly boy Ju, was doing. Socheng smiled as broadly as possible and replied that he was doing great. Then the strategist asked Socheng to tell Ju to grow up soon and start learning something useful. Seo-chung asked if Mr. Strategist had anything else to give to his grandson. However, the latter replied that that was the end of it. After the conversation, Namgung turned to Soshon and gave him advice that he shouldn't hesitate to cross swords with someone, as that was the best way to bond. Namgung also told the guy that he wanted to ask something else. Seo-chung immediately thought it would be about the 24-step plum blossom sword art, and then Namgung asked the guy if he was sure he didn't want to be part of their family. After a while, Soshon managed to read a letter that was addressed to Lady Phoenix. It told the girl to finish her journey and return. After reading such news, Soshon was glad that finally his journey with this crazy girl would end. The boy went to her. However, the guard said that the young mistress was not here. Soshon looked at the guard and said to him that he sees how his behavior has changed since Soching started getting recognition for his services. Since the guard used to pester him with advice on what he should do better. Also, Soshon told the guard that if he started making noise, Soshon bet that the young mistress would poison his food. The guard asked if Soshon's words were serious. In his head, Sochang realized that Phoenix would never do such a thing. However, he told the guard that it wasn't surprising that they often ran to the bathroom. Seo-chun once again asked the guard where Madame Phoenix was now. Since he was the only one Seo-chun could ask, then the guard replied that Phoenix had gone to meet a young master. Seo-chun wondered if it was the clan's heir. Soshon asked the guard if the poison dragon was at the Murim Alliance headquarters. The guard replied to Soching that he wouldn't advise him to go out with Lady Phoenix right now. The boy thanked the guard for his advice. Soshon went on his way and on the way asked the girls if they knew where Lady Phoenix was. However, the girls didn't answer anything. Sochon then approached the poison manor and noticed Madame Hai there. Only the guy didn't understand what she was doing there. Seo-chan hesitated for a long time and decided that it was better for him to go back. However, Phoenix suddenly turned around and said that she was coming back too. Soshon looked at the artifact ring and asked the girl not to lose it. Phoenix replied that she would remember it. Winter came and Socheng returned to Hosen. Before he could go inside, he was immediately called out. The girl said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and she guessed that keeping her promise hadn't worked out. Seo-chan didn't understand what the girl meant at first. However, then came the memory of him promising to see her after a year. Sochon apologized to Nak. The girl asked what he was apologizing for. The guy replied that it looked like he had broken a promise. Nak smiled and told the guy that it wasn't his fault at all. Then Seo-chan asked where his master Yu was now. The girl led So-chan away. So-chan entered the room and told his master that he hoped she was in good health. The master was not expecting him to show up and asked him not to worry about her as he must have been tired on the way and shouldn't bow so much. So-chan told the master that he was seeing her for the first time this year, and how could he be so disrespectful? The master sighed and said she was not comfortable with these formalities and asked the guy to spare her. The master told So-ching that she had heard stories about him, and he made her proud of him. The master went up to the lad as usual, put her hand on his head and said that she could see that he had grown quite well in the past year. So-chan smiled and replied that he was in a growing period. Meanwhile, at the chapter meeting, everyone asked what had happened and if there was a difference between what the boy had said and what they knew. The head replied that he didn't, and he just wondered how impressive his skills were at such a young age. The head also added that he should meet him again later. After a while, So-chang appeared before the head. They greeted each other, and the head said he shouldn't be so prim, as he wasn't going to question him. The head told the kid that he knew So-chan was an unusual child, but he didn't see that there was so much potential lurking within him, an unlimited limit at that age. The head couldn't even believe it when he saw So-ching. The guy at this time thought that it was a good thing he hadn't sensed the divine art of the Purple Dawn. The stealthiness of this art turned out to be better than he thought. The head asked the boy when he had managed to reach the unlimited limit. So-ching said that 6 months ago he had been lucky enough to reach it while he was on the path of becoming a saint. The head replied that it was unbelievable as luck is something that can only be experienced once in a lifetime. Then the head asked the lad what Tao had guided him to the path of enlightenment. So-chang realized that he had attained it with the help of a miraculous medicine. Seo-chang said that being between life and death, he saw the sword in the falling plum blossom petals. The head replied that yes, the Hozan faction's teachings include both plum blossoms and the sword, and one should never forget the sword and the plum blossom. The head also said that he believed that the head of the Murama Alliance had also noticed So-chan. So-chan replied that he did. The head then asked if he had insisted that So-chan join them. So-chan replied that it had happened more than once, not to mention his desire to introduce So-chan to his granddaughter. He also asked if So-chan liked his name. The head laughed and replied that of course that wouldn't happen since the future head of the Wasan faction couldn't get married. So-chan shouted out in surprise that he only had one master. The head then explained that one didn't have to be a disciple of a faction to become the next head. The head said that such cases are rare when a talent like So-chan's is revealed at a late stage, and in special cases, if a person is recognized as a candidate for faction leader, they can learn the divine art of Purple Dawn even if they have a master. So-chan thanked the chapter for holding him in such high esteem, and said that he would like to decline. The head then asked that perhaps So-ching wanted to think about it some more. So-ching explained that he had an interest, but that he was well aware of his position. So-chan realized that this was not his level. And what's more, it's a very difficult time. So So-chan said that he believed there was someone more suitable for the position. The head replied that he was not sure if it was a lack of ambition or just a lack of selfishness in him. The head asked So-ching to follow him, since he's still a great blessing of their faction and he can't just let him go, and wants to teach him a couple techniques. Seo-chan smiled and replied that the head of the Murim Alliance had already bullied him. So he asked the head of the Murim Alliance to go easy on him. The head asked him not to worry as he would teach the guy 24 steps because the head was impressed that So-ching had reached the unlimited limit with only 14. So-chang felt that this was now playing to his advantage as he would officially be able to use the 24-step plum sword art. Then So-chan said that means it is settled. He completes his journey of becoming a saint. The head explained to So-chan that he had burned the blood scripture and made quite a few enemies. Although the war only lasted a day, it did disturb the peace. It seems to have provoked disorder in many neighborhoods. So-chan realized that it was natural, as the dark heavens couldn't have been inactive all this time. The head told So-ching that he was not the only one, and many disciples are returning. The outside world is no longer safe. Then So-chan asked what he should do. The head explained that it hadn't been decided yet, but most likely they would tell him to stay here and train for about half a year. However, Seo-chan won't be able to stay here forever. The head squeezed Seo-chan's hand tightly and asked the guy if he had eaten the miracle medicine again while he was outside. The boy smiled and asked the head how he knew. The head laughed and replied that he was just called a trumpet man for that reason. Soshun smiled and said that it just so happened that he had gotten lucky and found a couple. 2 weeks later, Soshun was lying by a plum blossom tree when suddenly Nak came up to him and threw the letters in his face. Seo-chun woke up and told the girl that she seemed to be pouting at something. The girl menacingly asked if Sochun had gotten lazy lately. So-cheng replied that he could proudly say that he had been diligent all his life. He just decided to take a little rest. Seo-chong looked at the letter and realized that from the looks of it, the sword demon and his daughter were settling in fine. And the government had gotten in touch, just as he thought. Suddenly Soshun noticed a letter from the Murama Alliance. In the letter the head was praising his granddaughter and said that he wasn't writing this because she was his granddaughter. So-ching said aloud that the old man was clearly overdoing it. Nak looked at him menacingly again and asked him what that gnarled face was. Seo-chong explains that it's just a wedding proposal. And it looks very much like he's trying to present it to every single unmarried woman in the Namgung clan. Seo-chun didn't understand what was wrong with Nak's facial expression. So the guy asked her if she was worried about losing him. The girl shouted fearfully that of course not. And how could Seo-chun even think of such a thing? So-chun apologized. However, he isn't stupid and felt that it wasn't that bad. Since this is something he never dreamed of in this life, a lot had definitely changed. Nak told Soshun that if he kept looking at her like that, she would. Suddenly Soshun interrupted her and asked, then she would want to train. Suddenly, the girl's master appeared from somewhere. Seo-kong was frightened. The master asked him if he had seen a ghost. Seo-chong immediately apologized to master for showing disrespect. Master said that she had only glimpsed him at the palace last time. It had been a long time since they had met in person. Seo-chong didn't realize whether master was hinting that she would kill him if he met her in person. At that time, the master told Seo-chong that she did not bite. Seo-chong then asked her why she was here. The master began to say that So-ching already knows that her granddaughter has incredible talent. And even when she fights Plum Blossom swordsmen, most of them lose within 100 seconds, and no one in her generation is capable of matching her, let alone winning. Which means master wants Seo-chan to be her partner as long as they're in the faction. So-shon replied that he had no objection and asked again if the master was sure she wanted it to be So-shon. The master looked menacingly at the boy and asked if he was questioning her discernment. Master took that as agreement. So-shon at this time thought that he would also take this chance to teach Nak a couple moves. Nak looked at So-shon, smiled sweetly, and said that she assumed they were now partners. Seo-chong went to Master Yu and asked her if she would mind giving a class. Master Yu was shocked. She told the guy he embarrassed her. And what can she teach him when he's so much more than she is? The master also added that So-cheng was even learning from the faction head. Here So-cheng began to say that if the head is the best martial arts warrior in the faction, then she is the best in the whole world. And if he can't learn from his master because he has to learn from the head, he'd better go and refuse. The master smiled and called him a trickster. After that, the master said it was worth a try. She asked Seo-chong if he knew the conditions. He said he did. Again, it was the same rock climbing training. During the training, master told Seo-chong that she couldn't believe he had grown so much, and she still remembered standing up there looking at him. Master praised the boy. Seo-kian replied that it was all thanks to her. In his head, So-chang realized that this was it, the very happiness he was doing all this for. The water spirit fruit, all his efforts to participate in the war, and the need to stop the dark skies. Everything was for this moment. Meanwhile, the master said that they were almost there. The master asked Seo-kong to climb up first and pull her out, as age seemed to be taking its toll. The boy agreed and climbed to the top. The master looked at him and thought that this child had once been so small. Suddenly, Seo-chong called out to the master and gave her hand. The guy pulled it out, looked around and said that this place hadn't changed a bit. The master replied that he was right. 6 months later. So-shon was training with the main faction. The head simply admired him. However, at this time, So-cheng realized that he was just pretending to be ignorant of the movements, and so as not to give himself away. During the training session, So-shon asked the head if things in the outside world had calmed down yet. The head hesitated and asked the boy if he was really interested in becoming a plum blossom swordsman. Seo-chan clearly answered that he was ready, so he asked the head to help him. Evening came and Soshon came to his master again. He asked her to forgive him for coming to say goodbye at such a late hour. The master answered him that there was no need to worry as she was not that old yet, but her sleep was getting shorter with age. Master tells So-ching that she would like to give him advice, but sees that it looks like it won't do any good, since this isn't the first time So-ching has left. The boy thanked his master. The master continued, which was not to say that he wouldn't be going alone this time. That surprised So-ching. The boy looked around and saw Nak in front of him. The girl smiled sweetly and said she didn't mean to disturb him. So-chan thanked the girl for coming to see him off. Nak, however, replied that she was here to keep her promise. Seo-kong did not understand what promise he was talking about. The master said she was going to sleep and she was glad he wasn't alone, and then So-shon realized that by that, the master meant that Nak would go with him. Nak told So-shon not to worry since she had permission. So-chang shouted after master that it was some demonic art of inaction. The master waved goodbye and asked him not to call it that. The master asked So-chong if he was okay with the fact that they hadn't even said goodbye. The girl's master Nak suddenly appeared and replied that it was quite like that. Master Yu turned to the master and said that it wasn't too late to say goodbye to them. She turned around and replied that she had done so yesterday. On the way, Nak asked So-shon where they were going. The boy replied that they were going to the Valley of Ghosts. Nak became very frightened and asked So-chang if he was referring to the very valley where the group of assassins lived. The Valley of Ghosts, an association made up of nothing but murderers. No one knows the truth about them, and those who tried to find out ended up dead and unable to tell anything. They never fail an assignment. And they keep information about their orders completely secret. And so, despite their absurd prices and the fact that they are a very questionable group, have been popular for 200 years with people for whom you need to do dirty work. Nak asked So-shon why they were going there, and if he even knew the way there. The boy replied that he did. At this time, So-chang was only thinking about the ghost divine art. Since, the one who obtains it will rule the Ghost Valley, So-shon remembered what the head of the Dark Heavens had said in the future. It came as a shock to everyone that Ghost Valley, known as a neutral group, had taken the side of the head of the Dark Heavens. Normal assassins move like a shadow, whereas Ghost Valley assassins don't even have one. They were everywhere and yet nowhere at the same time. The fact that he had the world's best assassins on his side only made things more complicated. So-shon realized that he had to prevent the Dark Heaven faction from controlling the Ghost Valley. And luckily he has a Ghost Divine Art. Meanwhile, Nak yelled at So-shon and asked if he was listening to her at all. The guy asked her to calm down and promised to explain everything later. So-ching asked Nak if she knew that he had visited the Tang clan last year. The girl smiled wryly and replied that she had heard that he was still nicknamed the Dumb Phoenix back then. So-chung looked at her ambiguously and continued, after that, he went to the Poison Blood Valley, and there he happened to find a unique Ghost Valley art. So he planned to give it to them and ask for help. Nak thought it was all complete nonsense that it was so simple and random that So-shon had found the unique art of the Ghost Valley. So-ching asked not to interrupt him as he was about to narrate something very important to her right now. Then the girl said that to summarize, somehow Sokno had encountered a dangerous secret organization that is trying to take over Murim, and somehow he managed to find out about their plans, and now he's trying to stop them. It's just unimaginable. So-shon replied that that was correct, and one of those plans was to take control of the Ghost Valley with the unique art he mentioned, and that's why he's trying to retake the initiative. Then Nak looked into So-chang's eyes and said that honestly, she found it hard to believe all of this, since he can't just tell a conspiracy theory and expect her to believe it. So-shon replied that he understands that. Nak then asked if the faction elders knew. So-shon replied that no one knew and she was the first person he told. Nak told So-shon that it's safe to assume that she believes him, and asked why he hadn't discussed it with someone else, since this case was not just about their generation. So-shon replied that they had spies not only in Wasan, but in all light, dark, and even demonic factions, and even if Seo-chan told them, they obviously wouldn't believe him. And if any of this comes out, he'll be in trouble. Nak realized that it was now up to her to keep it a secret as well. The girl also said that So-shon was ranting here about the Wasan faction's disciple, gaining the special art of a group of assassins, knowing that this is all a serious crime. So-shon replied that he understood, but it was an unforeseen situation that involved saving Murim. So-shon asked the girl again if she believed him. The girl replied that she only half believed him. So-chang smiled and said that it was more than he expected. The girl said that it was still strange that the special art of the Ghost Valley was in the Poisoned Blood Valley. They continued their journey, which was not easy at all, as the girl had expected. Finally, they arrived in the Valley of Ghosts. Nak asked So-chang that if this was the art of illusion. The boy looked around and confirmed it. Strangely enough, there was no data about it in his past life. But it was clear to him that they had destroyed the illusion, so nothing had been saved, and probably the records of illusionary techniques had been left to the Chaegal clan. And if anything, it was clearly nothing special to the clan. So-chang thought that perhaps he should have brought Zhu along. However, it was quite late now. At this time, Nak was distracting the guy in every way possible. Suddenly, Nak noticed a sign that said that the unharmed living would not pass through here. Then So-chang had the brilliant idea that perhaps they could enter if they became ghosts themselves. However, the problem was that it was very problematic to learn the techniques of other factions, especially divine ones, without their permission. Ghost Valley is not an easy faction, but it's safe to say they follow the same terms. So-chang realized that he was here for the Ghost Valley, not for their divine arts. And he had never heard of the head of the Dark Heavens using their techniques. Nak asked So-chang to come back. So-chang thought at this time that he would like to get the Ghost Valley without learning their divine arts. Given how close he is, the ghosts could have already spotted him. And there's no guarantee that when he returns with Zhu, they'll be here. Worst case scenario, they'll put So-chang on their kill list. And if that's the case, there's something they need to do right away. The ghostly divine art, as expected, begins with a cultivation technique involving the Great Turtle Breath Art, the great art of turtle breathing. The essence of the killer is to go unnoticed. And this great art is the core idea, as well as a cultivation method that allows those using this technique to survive without breathing. One who applied the ghost divine art technique could even stop his heartbeat. That's one of the mysteries of ghosts. They don't breathe and their hearts don't beat. They are no longer alive. So-chang realized that since he didn't have much time he would have to skip a couple of things. Since he only intended to enter the valley, he should concentrate on the cultivation method and footwork. Especially the footwork. So-chang knew that there was a path that only ghosts could take. While Nak slept, So-chang noticed that she was using the art of skin breathing. And it seemed strange to him to breathe through skin. 3 days later, Nak could not find So-chang. She shouted to him, but he did not respond. It was then that So-chang realized he had succeeded. Nak couldn't detect him even at this close range. His breathing and heartbeat worked as if he were almost dead. And without blood circulation, his body lost heat. Suddenly, So-chang shouted out that he was here. So-chang had heard that if one reached the master level in this, they wouldn't be able to find him even if he stood in front of them. The guy was curious to test it out. So-chang got ready and told Nak that he had to go. The girl was very sad that she couldn't go with him. So-chang replied that he could hardly do it himself. He asked Nak to wait for him at this place. The boy set off, moving very slowly and quietly. However, he did not realize how far he had gone. He had the feeling that he had been walking for quite some time, and sometimes it felt like he was already there. So So-chang decided to take a break. He had doubts about whether he was really going in the right direction. Each time he reassured himself that everything was all right and there was no need to worry. He repeated to himself many times, right foot first, then left, all very slowly and incredibly quietly. So-chang realized that he had stepped with his left foot. Suddenly his foot burst into flames. Barely able to cope with the situation, So-chang calmed down and made the decision to move on. Now it was clear to him why he should have been a ghost. The boy didn't know what the art of illusion was, but it was clear to him now what would happen if he moved in the wrong order. He also didn't know if he was on the right path, but he didn't want to ruin his life for the sake of an experiment. Suddenly, So-chang noticed a door in front of him, and he was even surprised that there were no traps. So-chang decided it was time for him to go back for Nak. The girl was afraid to go to the Ghost Valley, but So-chang promised that everything would be fine. The guy took her in his arms and said that they would go inside now. They reached the door, and only there the guy put her on her feet. Nak asked So-chang if he thought it was too dark. It was impossible to see anything if it weren't for those glowing orbs. Unexpectedly, So-chang warned the girl that if she suddenly encountered ghosts, she should calm down and try not to attack. And even if they attack first, she should try to focus on defense or non-killing techniques. since they are not here to be their enemies, after which Soshon added that if they do attack, the girl should not try to find them. She wouldn't feel their breath or their footsteps. And she wouldn't even feel their presence. Nak then asked if she should focus on blocking and parrying their attacks. Soshon admired the girl as she immediately found an answer which was expected of her. Soshon would like to try to talk to them before they get into a fight, but considering they're assassins for whom ambush is the way to win, that's not an option. Seo-chan is sure that they will try to attack stealthily when they see them. That's why you should be careful. They continued on their way as suddenly some voice was heard. Nak asked Soshon if he had heard it. The guy replied that he heard it too, and it sounded like it was about 15 meters or so. Soshon asked Nak to make sure she wasn't making noise and erase her presence. Since Soshon realized that he didn't know how much they would be able to spend ghosting, but it was better than nothing, Soshon peeked through the door and noticed the ghosts fighting with each other. He didn't understand what was going on here. Seo-chan wasn't sure if all of them were ghosts either. He had doubts about whether he should help or not. Unexpectedly, Nak offered to help them, since their plan is to become allies of the Ghost Valley. And they must do just that. Seo-chan looked closely and said that obviously those crazy people were the enemy. Seo-chan and Nak rushed over to help. During the battle, Nak yelled out to Soshon that these people were not so easy to deal with. Soshon advised her to focus on defense if she had a problem. So-chang tells one of the ghosts that they're here to help, and he hoped that no misunderstandings would come out. The ghost replied that he would like to talk after the fight. Nak had been fighting honorably the whole time when suddenly Soshon shouted to her that there was an attack from behind. Nak turned around in time and defeated her opponent. One of the ghosts thanked Nak. Then Soshon didn't understand what was going on at all, since ghosts were never like that, and even if someone saved their life, they would kill him so as not to leave any witnesses. And such courtesy surprised So-ching. Finally the massacre was over. Then Soshon decided it was a good time to get acquainted. He introduced himself and said he was from the Hosan faction. He also said that he was just asking to make sure if they were the Ghost Valley killers. The boy added that he realized that they must be puzzled by the appearance of an outsider. And first of all, he would like to have a word with their head. Suddenly one of the ghosts shouted that there was no such thing. Soshon didn't understand how that could be. Then the ghost said that there was one. Soshon couldn't figure out what that meant, or if it meant that they were all equal. He didn't know what about the other ghosts, but usually one person would perform, the one who represents them. The head of the Valley of Ghosts. Seo-chan assumed they were hiding him. Then Soshon turned to the ghosts and asked permission to express himself differently. He asked if there was one who represented this place. The ghosts answered in one voice that there was. Nak ironically asked Soshon if they were being too frank. Then So-ching told the ghosts that if so, could he talk to that person? Suddenly one of the ghosts poked his finger somewhere. Then So-ching turned around and saw no one behind him. The ghost was clearly pointing at him. So-ching couldn't believe it. He asked the ghosts, "What is the name of the head of the Ghost Valley?" There was silence in response. Seo-chong realized why the ghosts had not touched them during the battle and had even helped them. And then the ghost spoke his name. Nak began to ask Soshon what was going on. Soshon asked the ghosts to tell him everything they knew about the ghostly divine art. The ghosts told me that this is the first divine art of the Ghost Valley. It's not much different from the ghost art, including cultivation methods, footwork, and killing techniques. They are similar in many ways. But there is one important difference. It's the ability to control. No ghost is allowed to break free from this control. No ghost is allowed to free itself from this control, nor is it allowed to show hostility or murderous intent against the one in control. This was when So-chang realized what he meant. This was the reason why Ghost Valley had magically reformed the moment the head in his past life died. Soshon asked then who was the head of the Ghost Valley up to that point? The ghost replied that the previous head had made a protocol and they were following it. Soshon asked how long they have been following this protocol. The ghost replied that it had been 300 years. Then So-ching asked, "What do you mean? The ghostly divine art was lost 300 years ago." The ghost replied that it had not been lost. Here, Seo-chan didn't understand anything at all. The ghosts replied that the previous head had hidden it for future generations. Then So-ching concluded that the head of the Ghost Valley knew the three-eyed ghost thief. However, the ghost replied that this was not the case. The three-eyed ghost thief was the head of the Ghost Valley. Nak started screaming that it just couldn't be. The three-eyed ghost thief was the best thief in the entire world. Naturally, everyone was after him. Governor the Murim and even the common people, all coveted his treasure. The thief needed a safe haven so his enemies couldn't track him and he could keep an eye on them, since he believed that if one's actions were known in advance, they could never be defeated or caught. That's why the Valley of Ghosts was created, with supreme masters and assassins known as ghosts under his command. He was able to gather as much information as he needed. Now Soshon realized what that tombstone implied by the third eye meant. Knowledge means information, power means brute force and help. And people are ghosts. Nak just didn't have a face. So Ching asked her what happened. The girl replied that a disciple of the Hosan faction had just become the head of Ghost Valley, and he was still asking what happened. Seo Chung replied that he hadn't expected it himself. Seo Chung thought at this time, who could have known that the only divine art of the Ghost Valley bestowed the power of absolute control over ghosts. Nak was in mixed feelings about the fact that she couldn't tell anyone about this. It was hard on her heart that she would have to take this secret to her grave. Soshon reassured the girl and told her not to worry as they would only borrow from the power to save the world. Nak reminded Soshon that she still didn't fully believe his story. Soshon smiled and replied that that was enough. Soshon approached one of the ghosts and asked what his name was. The ghost replied that they were ghosts and had no need for names. Soshon explained to the ghost that he could not call him, "Hey" or "Come here." So he gave the ghost a name, Soren. Also, Soshon addressed all the ghosts and said that it scares him that they are all talking together. And now only Soren will be answering his questions. Soshon clarified with Soren exactly where they were now. Soren told him that their location was more than one place. Soren explained that there were 22 such places. Then Sochin clarified how many ghosts were present here. Soren replied that there were 10 including him. Soshon was surprised that there were only 10 ghosts. Soren told him that there were 32. But they were killed by madmen who had failed their training. Soshon then asked who the people they were fighting were. Soren explained that periodically they picked up orphans and trained them as ghosts. In the process, there is a ritual known as killing the heart to achieve the insane state. In case of failure, the person becomes insane. Soshon considered it all cruelty and concluded that the three-eyed ghost thief was out of his mind. And even a little girl like that, he turned her into a killing tool. In Sochung's previous life, the Ghost Valley was attacked much later. And not surprisingly, there aren't many of them yet. Probably the valley head who had learned his secret had trained more ghosts. Soshon asked Soren how many madmen were still left. Soren replied that they didn't know exactly, about 50. Soshon decided that they had to deal with the madmen to free these people. Soshon asked if there was anything else he should know about the place. Soren told him that many of the positions had traps and the area was crawling with high-level poisonous creatures. Now it was clear to Soshon why the ghosts were having a hard time dealing with the madmen. Suddenly, they are attacked at that moment. Siashan immediately ordered everyone to break into groups of 3, except for Soren. The ghosts immediately began to follow the order. Guy meanwhile told Soren to stay with Nak and if she was in danger, Soren would need to fight to the last man. The madmen surrounded on all sides. One of them attacked the ghost and began shouting that they would destroy them all. Suddenly, Soshon intervened and overpowered the madman and dealt with a few more afterward. Nak was watching from the sidelines and looking at Soshon. She would never have thought it was a Wasan faction disciple. The boy noticed another crowd of madmen approaching. They were shouting that no one could kill their hearts and the Ghost Valley couldn't do it. Soshon asked Soren who these people were. Soren replied that they were the crazy people. She also explained that these are the ones who failed their heart murder and didn't finish the procedure. In the process of killing their heart, students come to 3 outcomes. Either they successfully kill their mind and become emotionless, or they fail and go insane. And the final outcome: those who escaped before they would have killed their minds or gone insane. To the ghosts, they are as much mistakes as the madman who didn't complete the process. One of the madmen approached Soshon and asked him if he was the head of the Ghost Valley. Soshon realized at this time that the madman didn't seem to be aware of how the valley worked, because Ghost Valley didn't have a main. Then the boy asked Soren what the madman knew about this place. The girl answered that it was a valley of ghosts, also about the martial arts to become ghosts, and the very procedure of becoming one. Meanwhile, the madman couldn't figure out how Soshon managed to dialogue with the ghosts, and that's when Soshon realized how things had been going there all this time. The guy was sure they never spoke to each other outside of training. And probably even the food was thrown to them without a word. So he turned to the madman and said that he understood their feelings, and suggested that they lay aside their weapons and talk. The madman became aggressive and replied that Soching would never understand how they felt, since he had kidnapped innocent children, threw them into a hellhole and made them kill their heart. And now he dares to laugh and say he understands them. Sochon meanwhile took a deep breath. He really didn't want to make enemies there. So Sochon asked the madman to calm down, and began to explain that there had been some kind of miscommunication. Since neither he nor Nak had done that, Sochon then introduced himself and said that he was from the Wasan faction. The madman did not believe this and prepared to attack. However, Socheng ordered them to stop immediately. The madman retreated, and Socheng asked the leader what his name was. The madman replied that his name was Murian. Then Sochon ordered them all to line up in front of him. The madmen were infuriated by this. They couldn't understand what was going on. Sochon added at this time that none of them should attack him and Nak's younger sister. The guy apologized for having to go to extreme measures and said they had a lot to discuss. And before doing so, Sochon introduced himself again and revealed that he was a disciple of the Wasan faction as well as the head of the Ghost Valley. The head of the madmen could barely contain himself and said that Socheng was talking utter nonsense. Seo Chung replied that he could order him to kill himself and there was no point in lying. Also, the guy said he's really sorry this happened to the crazies, and no wonder why they hate Ghost Valley. And to deal with that, the madmen probably want revenge and the destruction of the Ghost Valley. But Sochon can't let that happen. He needs their power to save the Murim. So Sochon made an offer to the madmen. He offered them that they should work for him. The head began to shout that Soching was just going to use them as tools like before. However, Seo Cheng asked to hear him out. The guy looked at each of them carefully and said that in return he would give them freedom. The madmen couldn't even blink in shock. Sochon explained that they didn't need to kill their hearts now, and as long as the madmen kept some things secret, they would be free to go wherever they wanted. The guy also said that sometimes he would give them assignments, but they were free to refuse them. And if they accepted, they would be rewarded accordingly. The head couldn't tell if Sochon was joking or just lying. But one thing was clear to him: Seo Chong had the power to control them. The head then asked Soching what would happen if they refused his offer. Sochon replied that he wouldn't kill them, but he wouldn't let them get in his way either, so he would have to put a few restrictions on the madmen and leave them in the valley. The guy also said that he would not allow them to kill the ghosts as he needed their power. He ordered the madman to think hard about his words. 2 days later, the madman accepted Sochung's proposal. He was pleased and asked to be addressed in a less formal manner. However, the head said they only accepted the dirty offer because they had no choice, not because they were grateful to him. And also the head put his hand on his heart and said that no one would break their hearts or steal their emotions. And even if Sochon takes their bodies, their hearts will still belong to them. Sochon listened to this and suddenly asked Soren how exactly the process of killing a heart was done. Soren explained that in order to prevent information leaks, even when captured, a person must endure torture, and so the ghosts start torturing them to cultivate immunity to torture. And after the person has survived the torture, the apprentice with whom they grew up together is brought in, and then ordering their friends to kill each other and then using the drug afterward. At this point, Sochun asked that Soren stop telling this horror story. The guy realized that the three-eyed ghost thief was a real psycho, and he didn't want to go into such gruesome details. After a while, Sochon, along with Nak and the madman, finally made it out of the valley. He didn't think he would miss the sunlight so much. Nak was also incredibly happy about the gentle rays of sunlight. Suddenly, Sochon turned around and noticed that the madmen were sobbing with happiness at this time. They didn't even know what to do next. Sochon told them that they could do whatever they wanted. The madman did not understand what he meant. Then the guy explained that he would send a ghost when he needed them. Also, Sochon preferred that the madman stay nearby. The head looked at Socheng and said that they didn't trust him yet, and perhaps it was all just a dream. So they decided to check it out first, and if it's all real, neither would accept the guy's offer and help him out. Sochon expected that the madmen wouldn't let go of their grudge against the ghosts so easily, so that was enough of a solution for him. In parting words, the guy said that if they had nowhere to stay, they could come to the sword faction he was telling them about. The head thanked the guy. The madman left, and Nak asked Sochon if he was sure he had let them go. The guy replied that he'd warned them about the restriction. However, Soshon agreed with Nak and recognized that he had made a mistake, as the madman might betray him. Nak started and screamed and asked why he let them go then. Soshon looked her in the eye and said that it was because he wanted to. After a while, So-chang and Nak arrived in Shandong. They immediately recognized the guy on the streets, and he was flattered by the fact that he was a celebrity, but Nak seemed suspicious that they were getting so much attention. So-chan started laughing and asked her not to be jealous. After walking a few more meters, Nak noticed that they had even erected a monument in So-shon's honor. The boy asked her not to ask about it. Just then, Merchant Lee appeared on the horizon. He immediately rushed into Seo-chung's arms and began to shout that he had missed him, and he waited for him so much that he even made a statue of So-chang and worshipped it every morning. And then Seo-chan drew his sword. Lee started yelling for the guy not to do anything stupid as it was a very expensive item. But Seo-chung was filled with anger and shouted for Lee to destroy it, and in 1 second, So-chang destroyed the statue. Lee felt a little sad and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Guy ordered the merchant to stop sobbing and start reporting back to him what had happened while he was away. Lee reported on all the changes and the expansion of his business. He also said that since Mitsura had come to them, he had started teaching. Afterward, So-chung asked how Ju was doing. Lee replied that he was probably sleeping right now. The guy thought that was strange since it was already noon. The merchant said that Ju has been up all night long since he said he started inventing something. Then So-chang replied that everything was fine and they would see each other when Ju woke up. And after that he said he had something to present to the merchant. Lee immediately bowed and began to speak. Nak Sovel, a great martial arts heroine and granddaughter of the owner of the Blooming Sword. The merchant said that it was a great honor for him to meet such a girl. Nak wondered what the merchant knew about her. Lee replied that it was not surprising, since anyone who visited the Wasan faction was captivated by her beauty, and the merchant also added that aside from that, Nak is one of the few important people to the Lord, and Lee knows everything about him, and couldn't care less about her. Nak bowed to the merchant and returned his thanks. Lee was confused and said that no such formalities were necessary for an ordinary merchant. Lee was greatly surprised, as usually martial artists look down on merchants. So-chang interrupted the dialogue and said that there was someone else he wanted to introduce. The merchant had already prepared to greet another companion. So-chang said that his companions were already here. Suddenly, ghosts appeared behind the boy's back. The merchant was very frightened and started screaming. The boy explained to the merchant that these two would now be his legs and arms. Lee didn't understand what So-chang meant at all. So-shon explained that the strength of these two was enough to kill supreme warriors and even a supreme master, and since they specialize in assassinations, Lee can now use them as he wishes. But So-shon conditioned the merchant to treat them as people, not tools, because ghosts have a complicated history as it is, and also the guy explained that these two ghosts will serve the merchant for the rest of his life. And they don't have names, so Lee has to make up names for them. That was the end of So-chang, and he promised that he would visit them again tomorrow. Lee wished him a good rest. However, no sooner had Seo-chung taken a couple steps and suddenly returned. Lee didn't understand why the guy came back. So-shon explained that he had returned to retrieve the secret scripture he had left behind last time. The merchant replied that he understood, and no wonder the Shaolin monastery had been so quiet in recent days. And it was difficult for him to keep this secret alone. The merchant told So-shon that he changed the location of the writing every 2 days, and he is the only one who knows, and so they even had to make some changes in the mansion. So-chang told the merchant that he had done a good job keeping the writing safe. Also, the guy asked the merchant to send a message to the Shaolin monastery that he would come with him. So-shon knew they would understand the message, as the head of the Murim Alliance should have warned them. The next day, So-shon met with Mitsura. He noticed that the ghosts were behaving very strangely and that they seemed to be ghosts from the valley. So-shon was greatly surprised and realized that Mitsura had incredible intuition. The boy said that he had heard that Mitsura had become a teacher. The man replied that it was nothing special, he just corrected some things. So-shon replied that he was impressed and asked if Mitsuru was interested in being the head of the faction. Mitsuru replied that he couldn't go for this one even if So-shon asked, all because of the head of the faction Mitsura is a member of. So-shon was surprised and asked what faction he was talking about. The man said that it was a faction with a single disciple, barely known to the world, and its name is the Imperial Dragon faction. Seo-chung replied that it was the first time he had heard that name. The guy also said he was sorry and asked Mitsuru if Soshon could put a bodyguard on his daughter. The man replied that he was all for it, and Soshon explained to him that the bodyguard would be one of the ghosts, but he made sure it was a woman so as not to inconvenience his daughter. Mitsuru thanked him for taking such care. And then Soshon realized that Soren was the last of the remaining ghosts he had brought. He realized that more manpower was needed. So the guy asked Soren how effective orders through messages would be. Soren explained that there are rules for when an order comes in without proof, and orders will be limited. Soshon realized that he would have to go on his own. Soshon remembered that Soren had mentioned that there were other branches of the Ghost Valley, and asked to be taken there. Soren agreed and led Soshon to the valley. There the boy saw 40 ghosts and 100 trainees. He realized that it was good that he had control over Shandong Valley, but he didn't understand what to do with the disciples. Since creating ghosts is an inhumane process, and Soshon couldn't let it continue, but he can't set them free either. And he can't let them do any more heart-killing. Soshon decided to make a dangerous decision. He wanted to let them have at least emotions. And then the guy notices something interesting. So Ching unfolded it and thought, is this really a list of Shandong Valley's labor applications? But why is the name of the head of the merchants here? Let her not tell him that they were planning to kill him. Surin replied that this was a request they received before they checked the list of waivers he gave them. They planned to deny them all and pay for the waivers. Seo Chung thought for a moment and realized that the request was from a merchant from Jiangxi. They seemed to be alarmed that their faction in Shandong had strengthened. Li at this time said that since it started to grow, a lot of people have been targeting it, and some of them are empty-headed idiots, and what makes them perfect prey afterward. But the guy started to tell him something. And Li replied that it was exhausting for him to become famous, and not too long ago, there was another madman who said he would give him commercial supremacy in all of Zhongyuan. So Cheng asked, and who was this man? Li replied that he did not tell his name, but he had given him 10 gold pieces when they first met. He took them but didn't pay much attention to him and sent them back. So Cheng told the head that he had said he would come back again. Have Chief Li make sure the entire faction is well protected. And especially pay attention to those who were recently hired. Li told the guy what he expected him to do. He also realized that the guy was suspicious. Soshon told the head that he didn't need to ask for his details, just let him be more careful now. The boy thought and realized that the Celestial Scales had contacted him. But things were supposed to be different. Celestial Scales, one of the Great Bear Squad, receiving orders from the Celestial Sphere or the head of the Dark Heavens himself. Seeds each faction with his own spies, and it must be because of the rapid growth of the Golden Desire Sword faction. And he doesn't know how the Merchant King rejected their offer and protected his assets, but he has to stop them, and this time, Soching decided that it wouldn't be all according to his words. It was time to strike a crushing blow. The guy's first target would be the Dark Heavens Intelligence Center, Heavenly Jade. One of the 7 chapters, How Faction Head. In turn, the Haumurim faction is divided into the True Path, the Unrighteous Path, and the Path of Demons, but in addition to them, there is the Path of the Black. However, despite having their own path and name, the Hao faction is just a group of experienced Murim scumbags with terrible cohesion, but regardless of this fact, their story is longer than the 9 big factions or the River of Evil, all because of not only their ability to gather information, but also because their organization is spot on. Because of this, not only is it hard to pursue them, but it's also impossible to know who the faction leader is. The captive in these moments would say that they didn't know. And he was just getting orders. Torture to find the head was pointless because the subordinates are not aware of who is behind everything. On top of that, even if you destroy one of their branches, the streets are full of lowlifes. Just recruiting new bangers is how they've been surviving all this time, but that does not mean to him that there is no one behind them. The numbers are small, but there are branches that operate like a headquarters. This time, he must attack them, and, to do this to him, he decided, he asked Soren if she would teach him the skills to kill. Soren replied without thinking that she would. Soshun got very excited and said that they would focus on daggers to begin with and would start by learning the killing skills of the Ghost Divine Art. At this time, in the secret underground hall, for the training of the sword faction, Golden Desire, the guy labored until morning and practiced. Soshun began to demonstrate the dusky methane knives. And then in a moment he stopped and realized he had made a mistake. Soren waited for this moment to attack with her techniques. Picking up every single one of them, she launched a leg attack. So-shon was surprised and asked what was that even about? Soren replied that they had to punish with violence when a mistake was made, but she stopped because she can't attack him. And then So-ching thought it was cruel. The girl said that she realized that it was most likely very effective. So-shon thought for a moment and replied that he was fine because his level was already high, but the students must have made a bunch of mistakes, and that's why Garmurian called this place a hellhole. For goodness sake, what a brutal way to train already from the beginning, which isn't so bad. So-ching said that from now on, he would let the three of them attack him. Let them give him everything they know how to do. There's no point in worrying about killing him inadvertently. They all three of them came at him at that moment. Seo Kong was surprised, but he managed to dodge the attacks. So-shon fought them at full strength. The boys saw that they could not resist him and invited another one. So-ching was not confused and told the others that it was excellent. Everyone had done a good job. And he asked Soren why she was wearing a headscarf. Soren replied that giving up their sight allowed them to heighten their other senses. With heightened hearing, you can hear enemies from afar, or even their slightest movement, and with an enhanced sense of smell, it becomes easier to detect and identify the poison. It allows them to be as efficient as possible. That's why they train like this when they're still apprentices. So-shon thought for a moment and remembered that he had heard that assassins were brutal in training. But this is much harsher than he thought. He asked Soren, "Isn't that convenient?" Soren replied that she didn't understand the question. "Does she wear them in front of the others too?" he asked her. Soren replied that it depends on the situation. She takes pictures when she needs to infiltrate a group of people. Seo-chan asked her if she knew how to use the change of appearance technique. A shape-shifting technique is a type of martial art. It allows the person who uses it to transform their face shape and bone structure. Soren answered him at once that she did not know. Only a few masters are capable of knowing her. If they want some specific appearance, they try to find someone similar to their group. Seo-chan replied that he understood. At this time, there was a festival in Henan in Jingju City. There were many beautiful girls who had a lot of weight in the city. The men looked at the girl who sat on the balcony and said that she was part of the Hao faction. Just like that man. And then the guy who was selling his merchandise and asked a passerby if he wanted to stop by. Seo-chong realized that everyone who worked here was from Hao's faction. Now he had to find the agents of the Dark Heavens among them. Before he acts, he'll start by gathering data. But then again, there are a lot of Hao people out there. If he shows even the slightest bit of suspicion, they'll start hiding, and that's such a pain. And that's why he'll become part of Hao's faction. At that time the seller said that the goods were worth 1 silver. So-shon handed it over to him and the seller asked his name. So-shon decided that his real name didn't need to be told, and decided to reply that his name was Byron. The man sitting next to him noticed him and said he looked like a kid, but they can't have every cross-dresser they meet. So-shon stepped to the other side and told the guy that he needed a job. The guy told him to speak more easily and let him tell him what he can do. Seo-chung replied that he was a dagger wielder and good at fighting. Then the boy said he had a job for him, but it's very dangerous. Still interested in that offer? A couple months ago, 2 brothels got into a dispute over a talented newcomer. What was originally a simple quarrel has now turned into a serious conflict. Now bigger forces have intervened. So-shon replied that he understood everything. And the guy wishes him to join the battle. The boy said that's right. But he wouldn't want him to die a senseless death. There are dead bodies all over Jingju because of this mess. Seo-chong asked which side he should join. The boy said he could join either side. So-shon went to the mountain and thought that the 2 brothels involved were the Red Terem and the Blue Terem. They still continue to lead the 8 at night, but behind the scenes, they are running their bloody errands. It's his job to eliminate the martial arts warriors hired because of this problem. The accompanying Red Terem warrior, Bu Jubek, laughed non-stop. Then the girl came up to him and told him to take her drink. A great decision was to go to the Hao faction, Bu thought. He was already tired of running from all the trouble he had caused, and he can't believe he only got that kind of treatment by smashing the heads of a couple of warriors from the Blue Terem. You can't even imagine such a thing in the River of Evil. Bu got really mad and yelled for them to bring him more booze. And then So-ching asked, why doesn't he go himself? Or are his legs just for show? Bu stood up in a moment startled and asked who's here? So Cheng stepped in front of him and said he was the Grim Reaper. Bu asked the boy, is he aware of who stands before him? So Shon replied that he knew his name was Bu, and he had come for the reward that had been assigned to him for the blue terum. Bu said the guy made a serious blunder by getting the name of the person he would be giving mercy to wrong. Bu grabbed a bottle off the table and immediately threw it at the guy, saying he would regret that decision. So Shon managed to dodge the bottle and saw this Bu attacking him with his axe. As he made his attacks, So Shon repelled his attack and had time to make his own. Bu flew back into the wall and asked how so? He's strong. Bu decided that in that case. He changed his face in a moment and said, why don't they talk? But before he could say anything, So Cheng sent his knife into his head. Bu didn't expect this and thought they would talk. But So Shon didn't care about that and asked if there was anyone else here. The girls heard his question and answered that 2 more of the same red warriors were here. He came to the guy who had given him the job and said that 3 warriors of the red terium. The guy asked what he said his name was. Soren didn't stick his neck out and answered that his name was Byron. The guy asked him what he wanted. Money? Booze? Girls? Let him talk and don't walk around the neighborhood. Seo Chong thought for a moment and replied that he would like to see the mistress of the blue terum. The guy was greatly surprised and said he was an asshole. She used to be the best courtesan in all of Xingju, but now she's retired and is the mistress of a terum, and he needs to do more than that if he wants to spend the night with her. But if he insists, let her bring him the head of the song that killed Joy from the red terium, and he'll arrange for him to meet her. So Shon replied to the guy that he understood. But then the people who were around him asked him if he was the master, the song that killed Joy. The boys waited until he left and went up to the man in charge to ask him why he sent him after the song that killed Joy. He could have used it a little more. The chief told the boys that it was all right, and there were plenty of others like him. The head didn't hide it from them and said directly that the song that killed Joy was dead. He was found decapitated in his room. They say the Red House didn't even realize there had been an invasion. The guy said his friend told him that there were no battle ghosts in the room. Is he really that good? The other guy asked. The head threw a sack with the head of the enemy at their feet. The boys were surprised and asked who the hell he was. The head replied that he was the Silent Reaper. So Shon approached the men and asked, "Where is the mistress of the blue house?" The man smiled and replied, "How about a drink first?" So Shon disobeyed them and with his fast-traveling speed got right to the landlady's house. The mistress of the blue terium apologized to the lord and said that his promise made to him earlier was without her consent. He hadn't really expected it to be this strong. And let her apologize. So Cheng replied that the master is responsible for the mistakes of his subordinates. Since he has eliminated the target, he desires his reward. The landlady immediately ran to his arms and said she was madly pleased that he wished her so desperately. Let him be allowed to see him off. People looked at the hostess and saw her cuddling with him and they became very jealous. The hostess set a large table for him and said if he didn't mind, they could start with drinks. Seo Chung replied confidently that he wasn't interested. Let them all get out of here. He wished to talk to her one-on-one. The hostess laughed and said she understood. He was very much interested in her. Seo Kong replied for her to continue if she wanted to see the blood on the floor. Seo Chong said confidently for them to get to the point. The hostess immediately realized that he wasn't that simple. What did he want to talk to her about? Seo Chong replied that, frankly, he wasn't interested in spending the night with her. The hostess became curious and asked what he wanted then. Seo Chong didn't hide anything and replied that it was information about the Hao faction. The hostess didn't expect this and was shocked. The hostess asked the guy what he meant by information. So Shon replied that frankly speaking, he was looking for someone who could help him, and the Hao faction head would be the best fit. The mistress sighed and became depressed. She told the guy that she couldn't tie him directly, but she knew someone who could. Seo Kian said that's great. Let him introduce him. The hostess replied that it's not that easy to do. She would need some kind of appropriate reason. So Cheng replied that he understood everything. Honestly speaking, he is a murderer from the Ghost Valley. Mistress heard these words and was very frightened. So Cheng saw her face and told her not to worry. He meant that he was out of there, no longer a part of them now. He was a ghost, but he escaped after accidentally killing his mentor. And he needs the power of the Hao faction head to hide from them. The hostess immediately thought that the boy's movements were frighteningly similar to those called ghosts. And she thought he was lying. The landlady decided to think about it and told him to wait a minute. And a guy came in and said that he was the silent reaper everyone was talking about. And he introduced himself as Kang Nyuncho. Soching did not reveal himself and said that the flexible poison in front of him was in front of him. Kang asked him if he knew who was in front of him. Sochon replied that he works for the Blue Terium. Of course he knows. Kang said he understands everything. The mistress has told about him. And he will be frank, the head of the Hal faction is an unreliable person. She's the type of person who would sell him back to the Ghost Valley instead of protecting him, though he realizes that guy might not believe the words of a man following a black path. Sochon wondered, and why is Kang telling him this? Kang answered and said there were two reasons. First, he needs the power of a ghost. Secondly, because Hao's faction leader will be replaced soon. So Chang looked into his eyes for a long time and replied at the end that he understood. And he already knew who the head of Hao's faction was and where her people showed up most often. But if hurriedly directed, there's a good chance she'll run away and hide, and hence the internal feud. Since the faction head's position is unstable, he has to create a situation where she has to come forward using people coveting her position. Seo Chong thought that the exploration potential of the Heavenly Jade came from the Ha faction. If the faction's foundation is shaken up, leaving it like this, it won't be able to abandon it. Moreover, if it's a conflict created by people from within, he won't be suspected. Sochan asked Kang, so does that mean he wants to use him? Khan asked, isn't that what Murim is all about? Everyone uses each other for their own benefit. All this talk about justice is a dirty lie, Seo Chong thought. Why wasn't a person of this caliber known? He has such confidence and fighting spirit, while still not fancying himself the strongest. He's not an ordinary brat that could be seen on the back road, or perhaps that was why no one knew him. But he doubted that he had survived after he had shown hostility to the head of Hao's faction. Sochon thought for a moment and replied to the guy that he agreed. In a moment, he saw his face and asked what was wrong with them. Kang was the one who talked him into it. Kang replied that because things in Miramar in life, don't usually go as planned. Sochon said that if he wanted a reason, he would simply say that he would rather believe him than someone he had never seen before. Did Khan tell the guy that's enough for him to believe him? Maybe he's lying. Sochon was surprised and asked, believe him? Although he has only been in the Hao faction for a couple days, he knows the rules of these streets very well. He trusts no one. Khan came to fight his enemies and shouted to his men to leave no one alive. People began to shout that it was the Silent Reaper. Kang had brought the Silent Reaper to his side. Kang grabbed one of the enemies and said that from this moment on, he controls the Red Terum. Does that mean both the Red Terum and the Blue one are now under the management of this guy named Kang Nyuncho? The girl asked. The girl thought of Kang Nyuncho, a flexible poison. He'd heard of him before. He was an orphan from Zhengzhou, which is a lot of people on the streets. He was lucky enough to learn martial arts from someone. He seems tenacious, but nothing more. He's nothing special. But the Silent Reaper is a headache. But it's not worth her attention. Apart from the Blue and Red Terum, there were quite a few factions in the Hao faction, and some of them swore an oath to the faction head, becoming the minions of Heavenly Jade, and they are his next targets. Kang tells Socheng that they need to talk about their plans. They recently dwarfed the Red Temple, but that's just the beginning. Everyone knows how dangerous and greedy Yingzhou is. They have expanded rapidly, so they have made a lot of enemies. They need to hit them before they hit them. The warrior asked the head, does this mean war, Henim? Kang responded by saying exactly that. But that's not all, he plans to take over all of Xingzhou. Sword of the Viper, the warriors started saying that they are all celebrities of the Cal faction. They can't. Kang asked, seriously? There's no need to worry, they have the Silent Reaper on their side. When the warriors heard his name, they began to shout his name and cheer. Kang told the main one to deal with the annoying Viper sword first. Of the three, he was the hardest to deal with. He is not only a strong master, but also a good strategist. Kang asked Soching what he thought about it. Soching said that he would deal with the muscle pig himself. When the hostess heard him say that, she said it was outrageous. Socheng said that the arsenic pig is the faintest among them, but he's not an idiot. Even if they defeat the Viper Sword, human casualties they can't avoid. And he's sure they'll take advantage of that to strike back. Mistress replied that they were well aware of the consequences. But even the Silent Reaper would not be able to simply enter the lair of a muscle pig, Kang thought, and realized that he didn't expect him to go this far. Perhaps it was because of his confidence in his martial arts, but there was no reason for him to object. Uncontrolled force is a double-edged blade. If he died with them, it would only be to his advantage. Kang said he would then gather forces at the Blue Terram and concentrate on defense, and he's taking advantage of the situation. Kang told Soching that they won't be able to support him. Will he be able to do it alone? Seo-chan confidently answered that yes. At this time, the western outskirts of Xingju in the pub, a team of guys were drinking. But then the head replied that the door opened and immediately shouted that flexible poison is coming. Here comes the flexible poison. The enemies got scared and said they had to get the hell out of here. Khan saw this and told his men to kill them. The boys ran to the snake lair and shouted to their men that they had to go, for they were under attack. And let them wake up the boss. The boss was informed and shouted, "Flex poison, cheeky scumbags." And how dare they attack them? The boss ordered the servant to send all the bow wielders to the roof and told them to put obstacles where he said, and if anyone tries to escape, let him have his head cut off without hesitation. The servant immediately replied that everything would be done. The boss said that a brat who's only recently grown up is no match for him. The real problem is the Silent Reaper. They stood at the door and the servant told Sochon that it was here. And let him go there himself from here. Kang tells Soching that Arsenic Pig Lair is a hellhole even for Zhengju. It's overrun with idiots who have no patience or decency, usury, kidnapping, blackmail. It's an abode of pure violence. Even people of the Hao faction don't go there unless they are sure of their strength. However, there is a place where violence is limited. And it's a secret underground arena. Sochon asked the guy what he says he used to work in the arena. The servant replied that this was correct. Sochon told him to guide him. But then someone shouted for him to stop. The warrior ran up to him and said he didn't know him. 2 silver, if he wanted to come in, let him give it. Sochon replied that he did not carry such a thing with him. The warriors began to address the Lord and asked, is this how he is going to let himself be fooled? The warrior replied that he understood all about how strong his death wish was. But then Soren came up to him. The warriors were surprised and didn't understand when she approached them here. Soren told her men that they were allowed to fight back, but first let them ensure the safety of their guide, and let them focus on defense, not offense. They can let them go if they don't show a willingness to fight, and so quickly have them kill them all immediately. The boys immediately replied to Soren that it would be done now. At this time, on the western outskirts of Xingju, Kang shouted to his men that the archers had started firing from the roof. Let them cover themselves with shields immediately. Khan decided to take this to heart and got close to the archer. Archer immediately freaked out and said it was flexible poison. Kang said he was an idiot. He should have shot first. Kang ordered his men to deal with the archers first. The boss was watching from the window and saw his men losing. The boss asked, what else dare they piss him off? He ordered the spearmen not to let them break through. The rest of you get ready to attack, and have them watch the rooftops. Guy asked Henim what they should do with the wounded. Henim asked the guy seriously asking him that. Let them go on fighting until they can't move. Cut the throats of all the deserters himself. Henim said to stop them before they get near the cabinet. Let them all be put to death. Kai saw one archer and said he was on the roof. At this time the girl received a letter from a pigeon. She started laughing and said that the flexible venom attacked the Viper's sword. So much for that. She hated that jerk anyway. The femme fatale said that she would have done it herself without faction head Hao forbidding them from attacking each other, but she has no doubt that the flexible venom will be enough to overpower the Viper's sword. But she should bet on the Silent Reaper. At this time, the people of the Viper Sword clan were living a terrible day in their lives. After all, there was a lot of blood. Then Sochon told his men to be quiet. They looked at the stairs and said that voices could be heard there. At that time, underground fights were going on and people were shouting so loudly that they could be heard from the 4th floor. People were telling the fighters that they didn't realize how much dough they had bet on them. Sochon came down with his warriors and said that it looked like it was useless to shout in such a crowd. He asked the guy if there was any way to recognize an arsenic pig and his men. The guy replied that he wouldn't miss the arsenic pig, and his men have nickel decorations on their weapons. So Cheng replied that it was a good job. They didn't need his escort anymore and could go. He immediately thanked the guy and gave him the money. So Shon was ruthless this time and ordered his men to kill all the people of the arsenic pig, and if anyone else expresses hostility, do not hesitate to remove it. The warriors replied that the order would be obeyed, so Shon didn't just stare either and pounced on the guy with his attack, leaving him no chance to escape. People began to get scared and asked what was going on here. They couldn't see who was killing everyone, so Shon said he was definitely going after the arsenic pig. And then one of the guys said he was such an idiot when he was young. Why was he sticking around in the woods when he could have been in a place like this? A servant knocked on his door and addressed the boss. The boss came out opening the door and asked who dared to interrupt him. The servant replied that they were attacked. The boss replied that he was going to kill him if the reason was negligible, but I guess he got lucky. The servant rejoiced and glowed with joy. The boss said it would be all right if the situation wasn't quite so dire already, but then another guy came in and shouted to the host that the enemy was already inside. At this time, Siashan's team was exterminating all the enemies. When people saw him, they shouted it was a ghost. It's time to run. But some people told them not to run away. Don't they know what's going to happen? They're just gonna die in here. And then the boss himself came out in front of them and called them all assholes. So Shon heard in a moment that the warrior boss was here and he had come. The boss asked them, they didn't even fight back. The boys replied to the owner that of course not. They were just playing with them. The boss told the enemies to get out already. His eyes can't be deceived, and he could still hear him there already shaking with fear. So Shon appeared in front of him and asked, really? The boss was surprised and started laughing. So Shon didn't understand this and asked what was so funny. The boss replied that how could he not laugh when he turned out to be an even bigger dumbass than he expected? A self-disclosed killer? Is that supposed to show how confident he is in his martial arts? The boss held out his sword and told the Silent Reaper that he would lose. Because he underestimated him. And because he underestimated Sengju, the boss said he'd show mercy. Let him surrender now and he would spare his life. Same goes for the rats he brought with him. Seo Chong realized that there was no need to be afraid of a killer who had exposed himself. The boss asked the guy, does he know the principle of killing a muscle pig? Murder is an art, where you have to kill the victim while remaining undetected. That means that even if he's discovered while there are no witnesses, it's still technically murder. Seo-chan immediately reached for his mask and showed his face. The boss started laughing and said that he had already given up so easily. The boss came at him with his attack and shouted that he would kill him and he wouldn't even have time to At the last moment, So Cheng made a small movement and stepped back. Siashan realized in a moment that the loon was slow. Siashan immediately jumped on his sword and headed towards him. So Shon pulled out his knife and decided to scare him and made a few cuts. He straight up realized that the guy was going to kill him. The pig immediately apologized to him and said that if there was anything he wished. So Ching asked what he had just said about killing. The pig froze at that moment and became frightened. So Cheng raised his knife and thought that this should be enough to play on the Heavenly Jade's nerves. The pig was asking the guy to spare him. So Shon told his men, since they were done here, half of them would stay here so that no one could take over the place again, and let the other half follow him. The warriors replied that all would be done. Kang shouted to his men not to let them come any closer. Tell them to let their guts out. And a couple enemies are on the rooftops. Khan ran and shouted to his men that they had broken through to the front. The boss saw that into the abyss of it all. Useless idiots. Kang saw the chapter and said that meant he had finally shown himself. Sword of Vipers said that because of a couple small victories, they were already reaching for the heavens, and let Khan go and give him the red and blue Terum, then he will spare their lives. Khan replied that this bargain was not favorable to him. Viper Sword said, which means he insists on taking the hard way. And it will show him what it means to fight a viper. Sword Viper immediately pulled out his sword and started swinging it. Kang was not afraid and only went forward. Sword of Vipers made an attack, but Kang reacted in time and dodged the attack. But the Sword of Vipers didn't stop and launched a couple more attacks. Sword Viper told Kang that he knew his story. Kang asked that he meant the story of the orphan from the streets of Xingju who was struggling to live. Viper Sword said that Komswa was from the Blue Terem. He dug in a little after the Red Terem was attacked. The poor girl who was lucky enough to be spotted pimping a blue terrarium took it with her, right? Kang got angry and told him to shut up. In the moment, he remembered the guy telling him that he had fallen in love with a courtesan who was his childhood friend and savior. Sword of Viper said it was such a typical cliched story, didn't he think? And then Kang remembered how he had turned on his powers as a kid and killed a guy. The part where the courtesan lived a short and horrible life, to the point of tears. Khan couldn't take it anymore and attacked him. Sword of the Viper realized he was caught, but things didn't go smoothly and Sword Viper thought that he only needed to take out the flexible poison, the rest would be easy. At this time, people surrounded Kang and told him not so fast. Kang realized that he had just cut off his escape route. Was this the end? The Viper Sword swooped down with its attack and screamed at the guy to die. Kang fell to his knees and realized that he just wanted to change this place. And then Kang had already realized that it was the end of him, but Soching had arrived in time and repelled the Sword Viper's attack. Sword of Vipers was surprised and didn't realize what had happened. Kang was surprised and said it was Byron. Soching didn't expect and remembered that he had also named himself. Soson turned to the Viper's sword and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He was delayed because he was butchering a pig. And here he is next. What the hell were people thinking? How much trouble had he gotten himself into? Why did it all happen like that? Kang turned to the Silent Reaper and asked why he was here. And then Sword Viper was surprised to hear his name. After all, he thought the guy was hiding or there was some problem brewing that he wasn't showing up, but that didn't seem to be the case. Soshon replied that he was here because he had done his job. And then Kang was surprised and asked what? Not even a couple hours in, and he claims to have already dealt with the arsenic pig. Sword Viper asked, is this the famous Silent Reaper? It is an honor to meet him. The warriors started asking what was going on here. Sword said it was nice to meet him, looking forward to meeting him. Soshon was surprised and asked if he was right. Viper Sword replied that was correct. He was curious why a strong warrior like him was helping a scum like Kang. They can say anything. He's willing to help with anything. Actually, he's one of Zhengzhu's top 5. No, the top 5 of the Black Road. Let Soching work for him, and he promises him wealth and fame. With his power, they can forever be the second man of the Black Path. Soshon asked, not first? Viper Sword said, telling him to surrender. House faction head is not a human, even they all wouldn't be able to reach her level. The Hao faction head was saying that the whole world was being cheated. She must be in the top 100 martial artists. Sword Viper said that together they could become the right and left hand of the faction head. So how about it? Just then, So Chang interrupted him and replied that he wasn't interested, because how can a warrior of the light faction become the left or right hand of the Black Path? Both guys were surprised by his answer and didn't understand why he responded to the Viper Sword like that. Soshon bowed and told the Sword Viper that it was a pleasure to meet him. Just then, someone told him to wait a moment. Sword Viper realized that the guy was strong, but he found himself, even though he is an assassin. Soshon saw that the Viper's sword had taken hold and without saying anything, he released his knife right into it. He told him that killing is based on furtive movements so that the enemy does not realize anything. Sword Viper shouted to his men that he understood and let them attack. Soshon understood them and stood still, waiting for the moment. Soshon said it was like these attackers. He didn't waste time and fired his knives straight at their chests. Sword Viper seeing that his men had died from one blow from the guy. He fell to his knees and told the guy to spare his life. The people of the chapter were surprised and didn't understand why he was doing this. And the Sword of the Viper lost. They asked, what should they do now? Should they run? They had heard that the Silent Reaper knew no mercy. Seo Chong said loudly that it was all over. People started to say that Kang Nuncho of Flexible Venom was the new owner of the Snake Den. Sword Viper was surprised that it was Kang who was the head and planted himself at his feet, began to tell him to spare him and give him a chance to serve under his leadership. Kang kicked him off his foot and told him with a viper's tongue that if he had any possessions he was hiding, he had better tell him about them now. Otherwise he would die a slow and painful death. The next day, people were asking each other, had they heard of the Sword of the Viper? Last night, he lost, and then the girl found out that Sochon had destroyed the underground arena. How dare he touch one of their main sources of profit? This she said she couldn't report on right now until she figured it out for herself. The Lord is already in a bad mood. It's not that big of a deal. We have to fix it first. The flexible poison is quite capable. She'll leave it behind to rebuild what's been destroyed, and if he deals with everything quickly, his death will be very quick and not painful. The guy sitting at the table was saying what he heard. Khan had taken over both East and West. But it's only been a week. It's actually understandable, considering he killed a sword viper and a pig on the same day. It seems that even the Silent Reaper is supporting him. Does this mean the flexible poison is targeting House faction head position? Kang gave Sochon the letter and said that the femme fatale had sent a message this morning. The boy asked what it was. Kang said she's inviting him to the banquet to congratulate him. And he wasn't the only one invited. His name was there too. Sochon asked, and where is it? Kang squeezed the letter in his hands and said, in the Southern Fire Terrium. A brothel located in the southern territory of the femme fatale. Soching said they offer to pick a location if they suspect a trap. What will Kang say? There's no need for that, and at this time into the southern firehouse, the girl asked if she could ask where the rest of the warriors accompanying them were. Khan replied that he was only one. The warriors immediately thought they had confidence. But it was not confidence, but recklessness. This is the territory of the mistress of their terem. However, he brought only one bodyguard to the lair of the femme fatale. The girl treated them respectfully and asked them to come this way. They went up to the 10th floor of the southern firehouse and the girl told the lady that she had brought guests. The lady rejoiced and replied that they had come. It is an honor to meet the flexible poison and the Silent Reaper. The femme fatale said that before they could start talking, she needed to prepare the banquet. Don't let them worry, it wouldn't take long. The girl started hitting on them and told them they were so beautiful. The femme fatale took the bottle and said they would start with a drink. The girl served them and said it was their drinks. The best of the thermos. It has a special smell. Sochon turned to the femme fatale and said that he didn't want to waste his time. Let's get to the point. The femme fatale replied that means he is the famous Silent Reaper. What does he mean by wasting time? Does he know why this place is called the Southern Fire Terrain? Seo Chong answered her that he didn't care. The femme fatale said it's because people come here and burn their minds and bodies to ashes, and every man leaves this place with a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let them tell him their taste. They have everything a man could ever wish for. So Chang replied that Hao's faction head was his type. The femme fatale said that she wouldn't advise them to insult that person. So Chon replied that he agreed with her as he did. Kang was already tired and told them to get to the point already. He was busy. The femme fatale considered them to be insolent and she would have ripped out their tongues if not for the faction head's orders. The femme fatale said that if they were so insistent. Frankly speaking, the two of them were invited here because the faction head has a message for them. They might already know this, but the viper and the pig they killed were working, like her, for the Hao faction head. So Shon asked, so what of it? The femme fatale replied, lest they misunderstand, they didn't invite them here to put the blame on them for their murder. The Hao faction know, the Black Path does not censure the demise of weaklings. They invited them to offer the seats that the previous two had, and as someone who came before them, she recommends accepting the offer instead of flaunting her stupid arrogance, even though the faction leader didn't show up in person. And then the guys both replied that they were not interested. So Shon asked her, are they dating? Also, what does she mean by not showing up in person? And then they saw that the girl who started laughing loudly looked like Mrs. Hao. She told Soching that he was a toddler and noticed her. Mistress said she knew, they nicknamed him the Silent Reaper, but she thought that was the assessment of weaklings. Looks like he's actually quite good. She was going to tear him apart for destroying the underground arena, but now she changed her mind. Heavenly Jade. Seo-chan became curious and asked why that was so. The lady replied that she knew he was a supreme master, but did not assume he was at the border of the unlimited limit. Even though she didn't try hard enough, Seo-chan felt her presence. She's actually a very placid person. It was a shame that So-shon ruined her business, but considering his abilities. And So-shon started laughing. Madam asked him what was so funny. So Chang replied that it was nothing, it was just easier than he expected. Mistress was surprised and told him to just not say he was counting on those kids hiding behind the ceiling. They realized that it wasn't going to be that easy today, and the mistress pounced on Soshon, but he managed to dodge and attacked in return. Soshon saw the battle heating up and told Khan that he would leave the femme fatale to him, but then, out of nowhere, Soren fell from the ceiling. She immediately handed Sochin his sword. Seo-chung wanted only one thing, the death of Lady Hao. He didn't wait long for the moment and attacked her on the fly with his sword. Soshon told his men that they would hide behind the ceiling and assess the situation, and if detected, have them completely conceal themselves or distract the enemy. Given that Celestial Jade placed great importance on information and control over it, she would gather data on the Silent Reaper, and in the process, learns that the Silent Reaper is a killer. That's where it all starts. Seo Kian says it's nothing, it's just easier than he expected. Soshon immediately pounced on her with his attack, but the mistress was strong and easily repelled the attack. But behind the knives went Soshon's sword, and here she marveled that he was so fast and agile. She found no other choice and decided to counterattack and put her bare arm up against the blade. Seo-chung didn't run away and accepted everything as it was. He was willing to fight to the last man and win this battle. Soshon was very close to his target with each of his attacks, but the mistress kept managing to dodge. Mistress wondered, how could he parry her chi attacks so easily? It can't be. How can such a petty child do that? She sucked the life chi of 1,000 men until they died. Not to mention the occasional support with miracle medicines and life chi from the dark heavens. The mistress in the moment of attack used a pill of energy and which she sent straight at the guy. But Seo-chun dodged it and was able to attack in return. She gave herself completely to this attack, but in a moment of defense she saw that she was losing and Soshon came very close. And then mistress realized the full extent of the situation and told them to just not tell her it was a distraction. The mistress couldn't figure out where the attack on her would come from, so the guy took advantage of that moment and sealed her into the ground. And then Soshon flew up into the air and making his attack said that he wasn't done with her yet, all the interesting things were ahead. Mistress realized that things were bad. But the only thing she wondered was, why was the boy so hard? In the moment, she remembered all the past, how she had killed all the warriors in a row and spared no one. Seo-chun wanted her to pay the price. The femme fatale thought to herself, what's going on here? She was greatly surprised, and then out of the blue Khan took over and attacked her. He told the girl that she had good reflexes. Kang told her to give up and he would spare him. The femme fatale asked, and why should she believe him? Kang replied that Hao's faction leader is dead, and Hao was now ruled by him. The fatal mistress didn't believe it and started laughing. She asks the guy what he thinks, the head is going to die so easily. He doesn't know what a monster she is. She's fooling the whole world. But then someone in the smoke said she wasn't human. The fatal girl hoped that only she would be satisfied with the lives of ordinary humans. The lady was very much angry with him and asked how dare he hit her face. She used her powers to blind So-chang. Seo-chun stopped and decided to wait, saying that she was a damn bitch. The mistress saw him and immediately grabbed the guy's face and sucked all his energy. Seo-chong immediately realized and saw that it was a demonic white hand art. If yang represents men, then yin represents women. The fact that the palm turns white while practicing, or the fact that a woman's chi is as strong as the snow-white ice divine North Sea white palm. Not so important. The important thing is that this art has earned notoriety for its methodology, which is to collect chi from other women. The truth is that this demonic art absorbs chi and purpose, just like the great art of breathing in a shooting star. It would allow one to maintain eternal youthfulness even after crossing the threshold of one's 70th birthday. The most demonic of all yin demonic arts. It is said that she prefers younger prey so that she can easily regain her youth. So-chang told her not to even dare to think that she would die an easy death. He ordered his men not to let anyone come near them. Let them deal with anything suspicious. The mistress was greatly surprised and asked who the hell he was. So-shon asked, what does she think? Madam replied that she had never heard of the Wasan faction head having a successor, and also about a person who practiced this level of poisonous arts. Seo-chong realized that this was what he expected from the Celestial Jade Sphere. It was even better than the Celestial Sphere when it came to gathering information. So-ching said as she asked who was standing in front of her now. Then let her meet the Silent Reaper. He saw her wrinkles. There must be quite a bit of feminine chi used, that was definitely fine? Mistress replied that it was just a scratch he left because she let her guard down. Seo-chong asked in surprise, really? He immediately used his speed and got very close to her. But the lady replied that that was exactly it. They faced both attacks, but no one was willing to give up and went to the last man. But something got in the way and pushed them back. Madam started laughing loudly when she saw that he had done nothing to her. Seo-chong said, showing his respect for pretending to be unharmed, "How faction head." She knew she hadn't moved an inch, though, had she? Mistress was surprised and couldn't understand why. So-ching started smiling and said that he was very impressed. And that's why he hates dark skies. Mrs. Howe was greatly surprised and asked what he was talking about. But Soren didn't let him live and launched an attack. She looked at her stomach and saw that it was bleeding. She immediately realized it was a rat that was hiding. But if she was a girl, she could just use her powers. So-chong immediately attacked her and replied that she couldn't and called her a heavenly jade. So-ching also decided that he would launch a sword attack and stuck it straight into her chest. The names and branch structure of the Big Bear constellation is top secret, only a few select ones from the dark heavens in the crux. But how did an outsider know about it? So-ching said he would make sure she wouldn't be bored alone in hell, and when he meets the people in the illustrated records department, let him tell them that the Reaper has benefited from miracle cures. Also, she was looking for the one who destroyed the cursed demon's tomb, right? Ms. Howe understood that she needed to tell them that here was this guy. At this time, there was a fire and people were asking what was going on, and they were so looking forward to spending the night in this place. But some had heard that someone had reserved the entire terem for the day. The southern firehouse burned all night. By morning, all that was left of it was ruins and a faceless body. Burned to the ground, the femme fatale, after confirming the death of faction head Howe, retreated. Kang began to actively reconstruct. The femme fatale helped him and then stepped off the stage, causing the other factions to stir, but no one took any active action. The reason for that was Kang Nyungcho's flexible poison, a tyrant who gained everything through true power. Seo-chong said it looked like he had a hard time while he was away. Kang replied that he welcomed So-chang. The guy said that he could take a break since he had finally reached the position he wanted so badly. Let Kang see himself suffering through all this work. By the way, did he find out anything about the previous chapter? Kang replied that it was obvious that her identity as a Southern House courtesan was fake, and there was almost no record of her. It was as if she had never existed. So-son asked him if he was going to touch brothels. Kang replied that he was going to. The underground arena and the black market are enough for him, and is going to focus on them, but if So-son wished, he could take the Borgelli back. He was going to recapture them if anyone saw them. So-son replied that no, it was all right, they were his. So-son was sure the Merchant King would be happy to take them, but it was too much of a risk considering their value. The dark heavens are already watching him. And he'll take control of the brothels, and things will get worse. In addition, Heavenly Jade was practically the eyes and ears of the dark heavens. With her death, the celestial realm should notice it soon. Kang wondered if the guy was going to leave. You can't survive here if you can't read people. Besides, he made too much noise for someone who wanted to hide from ghosts. Or maybe that was a lie, too. Well, none of that matters. Just have So-ching tell me what Kang can do to help him. But behind him, there's enough work this week. Seo-chun couldn't help himself and started laughing. Kang was surprised and asked him what was so funny. So-chun replied that it was nothing like that. He was going to end their relationship when he left. But it looks like Kang is better than he thought he was, and he thinks he'd better take this opportunity, make him his debtor and come back later. So-chun says he doesn't need anything for now. He wishes for Kang to help him when he contacts him sometime in the future, and those guards will protect him. Let him use them as he pleases. They'll do anything except hurt him, and he should also be careful now, as there are lives depending on him. Right, Godfather? Kang replied that it was nothing of the sort. And it wasn't his wish. It was hers, she wanted it. So-chang went out on the road and running on the rooftops thought that first he was going to deliver the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. But Henan Valley is not far away. He would deal with her first, if you go straight west from Henan. You will come to Luoyang, located between the Yellow River and the South River. It was the capital of 9 dynasties. It was also the center of culture and science. Thanks to great minds like Lao Tzu and Li Bo, Luoyang has the Lunman Grottos, the largest complex of temple caves in history, which took 400 years to build, and it's known to have 1,350 caves. And Soren said they're in place. The Lunman Grottos of Henan Ghost Valley. The warriors came out and told Soching that they were happy to welcome him. The boy replied that he would stay here for a couple of days. Let them help him with his training. Sochang realized that he had failed to reach level 5 in dusky throwing knives and ghostly footsteps. It was necessary to continue practicing, and maybe there's a difference in training methods in different departments. That's worth checking out, too. Seo Qian said the next day that apparently there was no difference. And speaking of which, what do they seriously only have simple pills to eat? Naturally, their minds will die if that's all they have from food. Enough with the training. He decided to go look up some information. Branch information includes client names and homicide records. It seems that each branch's property has many different pieces of data. It makes sense, since they can connect with each other through letters, discussing important things, but not everything. Soshun cheered and said that it looked like their king of merchants was on the list as well. And again his name is on it. Soshun sat for hours and said that he believed he was not just a merchant king. And his name again. He ordered his own to send it all to the head of the Golden Desire Sword faction. And have Soren send someone to watch Qingju from a distance. So Qing thought and expected the celestial sphere to spring into action at any moment. But it seemed to be acting very, very cautiously. There's no need to worry about that just yet. Besides, in gathering information, they have superiority. He won't let things all the way they want them to. Dark heavens. Celestial Fira said at the meeting that the chapter was unable to join them because of their schedules. The head of the Illustrated Records branch was also unable to attend due to work-related issues, and the Heavenly Jade is also missing. It was reasonable to assume that she was dead. The Celestial Scales asked him if he was sure. Celestial Fira replied that he had been pondering it for the past 3 days. Sure enough. And as someone who has worked with her often, he believes Libra knows better than he does that she wouldn't break the bond for no good reason. Celestial Scales got very angry and thought for a long time whether to believe such a thing or not. Fira told him not to be so sure. Nothing is absolute. Always let him remember that vanity can lead him to ruin, and sometimes you have to accept that. Jasper Libra said he never considered the possibility that he might be the one being vain. Fira replied that a valid point. He considers that possibility all the time, so don't let him worry about it. That's why he's talking about the worst possible scenario. A person or some group could know about them and act against their grand plan. The celestial mechanism replied that this was nonsense. Fira said that Jasper Scales is constantly on the lookout for those in their group who are capable of treachery and deals with them if they give him cause. And sure enough, he knows better than anyone about other methods of controlling information leaks. Let them all calm down. He's just talking about the worst possible scenario. It's better to discuss it instead of keeping quiet. When they're all thinking about that possibility. As for other possible developments, it could be grudges harbored against Hao's faction, or something more personal. Jasper Scales said it seemed most plausible. Still, she was from the back way, and if so, it's going to get complicated. Given Celestial Jade's murky past, it's hard to trace all of her past relationships, and on top of that, she was the group's data collection specialist. Without her, their data collection capacity would be drastically reduced. Naturally, they're with Celestial Scales who've worked with her often, and they might try to check a couple things, but their options are limited. Fira said that if it were the work of one person, it wouldn't be a problem. Every person leaves traces behind. All they have to do is find them and trace them. The heavenly mechanism said regarding this, he doesn't understand why Fira is letting the flexible poison get away with everything. He doesn't believe that such a husk was able to overpower Heavenly Jade, but doesn't that mean that somehow he was involved in the case after all? Libra replied that the killer, known as the Silent Reaper too, is under suspicion, and then there's the fire in the South Firehouse. He investigated, but couldn't find out anything since there were no witnesses. It couldn't be that there were no witnesses in a place as prominent as the Southern Firehouse. Only weaklings were there because the squads of the Great Bear Constellation branch were on a mission elsewhere. The guy asked what he planned to do with the flexible poison. Fira replied that as they all knew, Celestial Jade was no ordinary person, and if someone had managed to kill her while going unnoticed to them, it was no ordinary person. He didn't think they would have left such an obvious lead. At worst, it could be a trap to get them out. Consequently, approach with caution and patience. Have them reallocate resources and tasks in the Celestial Jade branch and continue preparing for the grand plan. At this time in the Shaolin Monastery, So-Ching was rejoicing that he was finally here. Shaolin Monastery, it had always been the anchor of the light factions, remaining unshakable even in times of chaos. The chrome ringing is pleasant and relaxing. It would be better if he didn't have this burden with him. He should hurry up and finish the job. And Nak Sovel is waiting for him. The monk came out and said he was welcoming a guy to the Shaolin Monastery. Can he write his faction, nickname and purpose of the visit? So Chang remembered that he had to say the password. Immediately, the guy said the password is an ancient Buddhist sutra. The monk was greatly surprised and upon opening the leaf saw that it was Soshon, the sword of true plum blossom. This is the man who destroyed the Shaolin's only opportunity to rid itself of shame. And then So Cheng replied that he wished he could remain unnoticed. If the monk didn't mind, could he come in quietly? The monk decided that he would guide him himself and told him to follow him. At this time, one of the 10 higher heaven Saint Monk Preceptor He-Man was thinking about what to do, and the Holy Scripture of Blood. It had been more than half a year since the demonic arts, a chance for the Shaolin Monastery to rectify its past mistake, had shown up and disappeared again. They stood idly by because they worried that their intervention would blow a full-scale war out of the conflict. And yet the result was a scripture burned to the ground. However, the head of the Murim Alliance offered them something else as compensation, which was a consolation, he thought. But so much time had passed, disgruntled cries were already beginning to be heard. He was upset at how aggressive Monk Zon was in this case. Who could have imagined this would happen? And not 2 dark factions or a river of evil, but a disciple of the 9 great factions, and so please let him bring them the sacred art of enlightened wisdom as soon as possible. Xiao Kong thought about it and realized that they were delayed. It had been an hour, and they were still gone. If they had known what he had brought with him, they would not have delayed. Then the monk came in and said that he apologized for the delay. Xiao Chung was surprised to see the Supreme Master and realized that he had a familiar face. The senior monk told the boy to follow him. So-Shon thought at this time that he was leading him to his preceptor. On the way, he saw many monks bowing to him. And he supposes the monk is some superior among them, given that his face seemed familiar to him, perhaps he was famous, and his past life. So-Shon was tired of following and at the last moment wondered where they were all going. They haven't met anyone for a while, and the atmosphere is kind of heavy. And something's wrong. The monk said that the sword of true plum blossom stands before him. Chu Seo Chong. And why did he burn it? So-Shon asked what was he talking about? The monk replied that it was about the blood scripture. And then the guy already realized for sure that something was definitely wrong. The monk said it was something that was supposed to go to the Shaolin Monastery. And as far as he knew, they were aware of this fact, so he brought him here to find out why So-Shon did it, since he knew about everything. So-Shon answered the monk that he did not know who he was, but he must. The monk said an ancient Buddhist sutra. He knows about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom, so let him not worry. So-Shon thought, what's going on? The monk said he was grateful to him for getting him safely to their monastery, but that doesn't mean they won't consider his other guilt. So-Shon asked, what is he? The monk replies that he apologizes for not introducing himself. Hongwa stands in front of him for a melon moment. Seo Chong realized that there was a reason why the monk seemed so familiar to him. He is the holy fist of this monastery. Hongwa is a holy fist. In the future, he would become a senior monk to lead Shaolin, and when the war begins, he will lead the Arhats to the end. And will strike a critical blow at the head of the Dark Heavens along with the other heroes of the time. So Chang replied that he was pleased to meet the monk of the 100-step fist monk Hongwei. And then the guy thought that he was lucky to run into a man who revered Shaolin to the point of fanaticism. We shouldn't complain though, for it was this obsession of his that led the monastery to its golden age. But that was the last person he would want to meet right now. Hong told the boy to be kind, and answered his question. Seo Chong thought that of all the Shaolin monks, it should have been him. and then he felt that something was wrong. Sochon replied that he would first like to ask if the elder Monaco knew that he had come with the sacred art. Sochon immediately realized that he was right. Shaolin treats the delivery of the sacred art of enlightened wisdom as the first priority. He had heard that Saint Fist was quite bloodthirsty in his younger years. Go didn't expect him to be so stubborn in his more mature years as well. Sochon told him that he was grateful for the personal interest shown in him, but as he should know by now, he was in the middle of an important mission, and so would like him to be sympathetic to his desire to rush his delivery. Hong said he wasn't here to interrogate him, just asking a simple question that he wanted to hear the answer to. Why did Guy burn the scripture? Seokong realized at that moment that it was possible to go crazy. He had heard that in the southern regions there were birds called parrots that repeated every word a person said. They must be just like that. Seochong realized that he could just keep on piling on with the mission theme. But he didn't want Hongwa to hate him. Sochon said that they may have heard, but there was a serious conflict at the time. He thought it unreasonable that people were killing each other because of the past deeds of a bloody monk. Hong replied that Socheng seemed to have the nerve, a sort of true plum blossom. Just as he had said earlier, the one who was to judge that was neither him, nor the Wasan faction nor the Murin alliance, but the Shaolin monastery. In addition, it was publicly announced that the writing was to be given to the Shaolin. Let him not say that he did not know this. He would not have asked questions if it was a matter of his ignorance. Seochong thought that he hadn't expected it to get this hard. Passions were running high and the guys were ready to fight each other, but then someone shouted at them to calm down. Sochon was very much surprised and realized who it was. Hong was also surprised to see his mentor in front of him. The mentor asked, did he realize what he was doing now? If he knew the sacred art had arrived, he should have informed. Why did he withhold it? It would turn out to be a disaster if the kid he tried to silence didn't come to him. Pissed off, the mentor told Sochon that his disciple had shown extreme disrespect. He asked for his forgiveness. Sochon replied to the senior monk not to bow his head to him. The senior monk said that he had recently heard that he had discovered the sacred art and had delivered it safely. How could he not bow his head to him when the entire Shaolin owed him a debt of gratitude? So Chang replied that he had discovered the sacred art by chance through luck. To bring him to the monastery was simply his duty as a Murim man. Therefore, please, there is no need for him to pay him such high honors. Senior monk said that rumors are often exaggerated, but it seems not in his case. In fact, he is even underestimated. Sochon thought that it looked like Wasan had gotten his hands on a diamond, and understands why the head of the Murim alliance was so confident in him. When people are so talented that they reach an unlimited limit at such a young age, they easily become vain. However, he is very modest. Soching said that he sincerely apologized for burning the blood-sacred scripture, thus stealing an opportunity from the Shaolin to correct their mistakes. May the elder forgive him. The senior monk told him not to worry. His actions were based on the pure desire to stop people from spilling senseless blood, and on top of that, he personally came to apologize and return the lost art. Socheng realized that things would have gone terribly wrong if he hadn't gotten the sacred art. Socheng said that since he had successfully completed his mission, he would now head back. The senior monk asked surprised, already? They may be a Buddhist sect, but they don't give their benefactors a cold welcome. Moreover, how does he look at making others aware of him too and being able to welcome him? Sochon replied that he would love to stay if he had the time, but unfortunately he has no choice because of the mission he has been given. The older monk said he understood. Sochon asked him, or perhaps he would like to ask him something. He would try his best to help him. The older monk got excited and asked, really? Seochong thought that he probably shouldn't have said that, and he wants Sochon to have a practice fight with Hongo. This guy has contempt for the other factions. Even from his youth he was a diligent child who never exhibited laziness. He was also modest and kind. His hallmark was an overwhelming pride in Shaolin, but at the time he found nothing unusual about it. The problem was discovered when he went outside to wander the world. Hong never got angry when someone insulted him, even if the insult came from their sworn enemies of people from the demonic path. However, the moment a person insulted a Shaolin, Hongguo would transform from a monk to an Asura. Once, he had even beaten up a person from the light faction because he had spoken lightly sarcastically about their sect. There was nothing wrong with being proud of his sect, but he went beyond ordinary pride. If he continues to look down on other teachings, he may be consumed by arrogance. So Cheng realized that fighting him wasn't a problem. But should he get involved in it? Hongguo may have been troublesome, but he ended up becoming a Shaolin hero. But what if his intervention changed the future? The older man asked him if he could help him with his troubled student. So Cheng told the senior monk that he would do it. So please have him stop bowing to him. Hong thought that although he understood his mentor's anger over not informing him of the sacred art's arrival, the issue of blood sacred scripture is also significant. He knows they have an arrangement with the Muri Alliance, but as a Shaolin he can just ignore what happened. He doesn't realize, moreover. He asked the mentor, that promise isn't a cheat. The mentor replied that if he wins in the training battle against Chu Sochang, it will not only absolve him of responsibility for his mistakes, but will also allow him to question anything his soul desires. However, if he loses, Hong will have to let go of all his negative feelings towards him and apologize. Mentor said it's settled. And let Sochang take care of him. Sochang bowed and replied that he was honored. Hong said, giving him 3 seconds. He thought that the Sword of True Plum Blossom might be a rising star, but most rumors are usually exaggerated. Furthermore, as a disciple of the Shaolin Monastery, he cannot lose to someone younger and more inexperienced than him. He can't lose. Soshon replied that he accepts them. And he should be careful about controlling his power. Soshon looked at Hong and wondered how strong the 100-step fist monk had been in his younger years. Seochang bared his sword and immediately swooped down to attack Hong. He didn't think about the consequences of the battle. Hong saw this and anticipated everything. Using the air art, he immediately moved to the distance of Sochang's blade. Hong saw that it was a technique of practicing the movements of an immovable diamond. He realized it wasn't an accident. His breathing was still even, which meant he wasn't even trying his best. He realized that he had parried if it wasn't for the 3 seconds he gave him. Soching didn't let him go and attacked the magnificent Plum Blossom. The mentor was surprised and said that the Plum Blossom sword art was 24 steps. Soshon didn't stop and attacked with a favorable Plum Blossom. Just then, Hong said that the 3 seconds were over and attacked in return. Hong realized in his head that he had to put an end to this in an instant and attacked with a diamond punch. Soshon was also surprised to see Hong attacking with a diamond strike, the holy fist that saved Mirim in the future. It was a punch that he could barely see from a distance, right in front of his eyes. He smiled and said that he dared to say it was the Shaolin fist itself. Soshon made his attack and saw that as flowers began to grow on his sword. But Hong didn't stop and attacked in return, but got hit by the guy's blade. He immediately stepped back and realized that this wasn't the end. Hong repeated to himself that he couldn't lose. He used his inner energy and attacked, shouting that Shaolin was invincible. Seochang was also surprised that the holy fist of 100 steps. It was a technique capable of hitting everything in 100 steps. A technique whose name he had only heard the name of. Seochang thought he was an infirm Wasan elder, getting a chance to see her in person. It's like a dream, but he was not confused and attacked with the fragrance of plum blossoms for 10,000 miles. Immediately, Hong felt a wound on his shoulder. Hong clutched at his wound and said it couldn't be. The elder asked him, did he now realize how much he had been consumed by arrogance? Hong could do nothing, and realized that he had lost this battle. He accepted it and realized that Mentor was right. Soshon headed to his room and sighed, thinking that luckily nothing terrible had happened. Hong asked Master Chu that he apologize for his rudeness. Let him ask that foolish monk. So Chang realized that he might be a monk, but he was still a martial artist with pride. Surprisingly, he admitted his mistakes without any sign of resentment, so there's a reason why he's a candidate for the senior monk position. To be honest, he wasn't sure at first, but he didn't seem to have much to worry about. So Ching told Monk that he would go. It was a short stop, but he was grateful to him for everything. The monk laughed and replied that he was the only one here who should be grateful. He had to cope with this old monk's unreasonable request. So Ching said there was still something he had almost forgotten about. So Chang opened the box and said that he had found this along with the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. Seo Chung remembered that the teacher had said he should return at least one. The monk replied that he should ask earlier, but where had the boy discovered the sacred art? So Chang replied that before the Seven Swords War unfolded, he found it in an isolated mountain valley when he was traveling. He was starving for a while then, and so somehow kept desperately moving forward, so he doesn't remember much about that place. So-shon apologized and said that he could not help him with this. The monk replied that he should not apologize. He had already accomplished a lot by finding the art, and he could keep it. But he didn't feel comfortable sending his benefactor away without some proper reward. So let him take the pill. So Cheng bowed and thanked him. He said goodbye and said that they would see each other again in the future. The monks asked the monk that So-shon meant the sword of the true plum blossom. It is the one who burned the scripture of blood. Truly incomprehensible. He turned to the chapter and said, is there any chance that he took advantage of the situation by predicting the outcome? He wasn't known about before the War of the Seven Swords. He could burn blood sacred scripture and use sacred arts to quickly become famous. The monk said he could have predicted the outcome, using the sacred arts to cover his mistakes. And they think too much about his intentions, he said, then it's all very likely. As the heads of the Hall of Order, they should approach this case objectively. The head replied that he understood what they were trying to say, but Master Chu was not the kind of person that would harbor such desires. Moreover, he is talented enough to earn his current fame. He said that they knew that the Spreading Flower Hand was a strong martial artist, but he was rumored to be exhausted back then. The Spreading Flower clan wouldn't expect to win even if he were in the best condition. It would be impossible. The head said no. It's possible. He had seen with his own eyes. He asked, what does he mean? The head replied that he had defeated Hongguo in a practice fight before he left. Hai asked what did the head say about Hongguo, and then along the way, So-ching felt someone following him. When he turned around, the girl in the basque said that she was Jumran from Hebei Valley. So-shon surprisingly asked, Jumran? The girl replied that the head of the organization, the king of merchants, had called her that. So-shon asked, is something wrong? And then So-shon opened the letter and saw that he had been urgently summoned. In the Golden Desire Sword faction, Li said the bandit attack is a normal Tuesday for merchants, and so he was always cautious and used the Golden Desire Sword faction as an escort. And he knew that the number of bandits had increased dramatically lately, but he thought that the common people were having a hard time, they had to survive. But in the mountains, on the rivers, they are constantly targeting only his organization. And upon investigating, he found out that there were 18 spears of redwoods behind everything. And that's what happened, said Li. So-ching listened to him and thought. He pondered, why? Why would the 18 redwood forest ostrogates target the Golden Desire Sword faction? They picked on them because they're new? No, they wouldn't have gotten out of Chongqing just for that. And then Seo-chong thought, no way. He asked Head Li if he remembered that person who was talking nonsense. Li asked if he meant that idiot. So-chon asked in surprise, idiot? Li replied that was correct. He has come 10 more times since then. At first he offered small amounts, but then they began to grow exponentially. He kept telling him to work for him, guaranteeing commercial supremacy throughout Zhongyuan. Li realized everything and told So-chong to stand. Is he saying that the 18 islets of the Redwood Forest are somehow connected to them? He didn't suspect him because he was always being visited by strange personalities and madmen. So-cheng thought he was a scout sent by the heavenly scales. He seemed to have given up, as the merchant king didn't even consider his offer. Determined to take it over by force, he sprang into action. It's a big problem. A big one he couldn't predict. Someone must be hiding in the 18 islands of the Redwoods. They must be inciting them to attack the gold merchant organization by expanding. Li asked So-shon if he could say something. Something is wrong, isn't it? Should they give up everything? Seo-chong replied that of course not and asked what measures Chief Li had taken. Li replied that he had increased the number of escorts, but you can't cover everything as it happens everywhere, so he's recruited a decent number of mercenary warriors. But as things get worse, it becomes a financial burden. So-shon said that it looks like they need to have a large-scale raid on these bandits. Li jumped up on the table and replied that's exactly right, but he won't be able to give him much help this time. He can give a few warriors, but he's already having trouble with manpower because of the escort problems. So-shon told him not to worry. It won't take much help. Except that they called him because he needs help, right? Li replied to the master that everything is correct. It's amazing how well Seo-cheng understands his words, and he was deeply impressed in his infinite wisdom. He knew he could count on him. Seo Chong was thinking at this time, what should he do now? 18 spears of redwoods bandits settled in Zhongyuan appear everywhere, including mountains, plains, and rivers, even though most of them are small fish consisting of second and third class warriors. Their superiority in numbers is the same as the Hao faction from the Black Path, but unlike the Hao faction, they have some strong warriors. And some of the Ostrog heads are among the top 100 martial artists. Hence, So Shon thought he needed more forces if he wanted to raid them. Who should he team up with? Ju listened to So Chong's suggestion and replied no to that. But why does he want someone to go with him? So Cheng replied that he who does nothing for one day does not eat for one day. There are bandits out there wreaking havoc, and he's going to be lazy here. Ju replied that if he needed a weapon, he would just teach him how to use it. So Cheng said that they are going after bandits, but they are still 18 Ostrog redwoods. Given that they have been entrenched in Zhongyuan for a long time, they don't know what kind of traps there might be in their hideouts. Ju was surprised and asked, traps? Ju said that, and that part sounds interesting. Seo Chong immediately realized that the guy hadn't changed a bit. Seo Chong said that they weren't going alone, and his inner strength was at a level. So don't worry too much. Let him start preparing. They're performing tomorrow. Nak approached them surreptitiously and listened to their conversation. The boys were immediately surprised and said hello to her. So Shon asked her how he could help her. Nak thought and answered and asked if they could take her with them. So Ching asked if he could ask why. Nak answered the young master that Ju skips meal times when no one is watching him, so she is worried about him. Ju asked, what is she talking about? It's not like he's a child. Like he always says, she worries too much, young Madam Nak. Nak said that the last time he had said the same thing, he had then starved himself for 3 days straight. Ju replied that it was because he was designing a new device at the time. He can take care of his hunger with chi, so it's fine. Nak asked So Ching if he can see. She can't leave him alone. Let the master take her with him. So Shon asked, does she even know where they're going? Her father will kill him. Tell him to stop. So Shon asked if it was possible that she, Ju, and young Miss Nak were in a relationship. Nak thought for a moment and replied that they are not in a relationship. Ju was surprised and asked what were they talking about. They had misunderstood their teacher-student relationship. Ju said that young Mrs. Nak often comes to watch him make all sorts of devices and mechanisms. So he recently started teaching her how to build mechanisms. She is one of the few who understands the true value of this art, besides his older brother. So Shon asked, does her father know? Nak replied that he doesn't yet. He thought the structure of mechanisms, and something suddenly made him want to go home, something itching him. With the will and desire to learn, Thoth said he was with him again this time. The people were frightened and said, lest they should say they were storming 18 islets of redwoods with so many men. So Chang replied that more would come when they approached Zhongyuan, so don't let him worry. The latter said it was a pity he would not be with them. So Shon replied that they needed someone to protect the organization. Ju asked, and who will they be seeing? So Chon replied that he'll see soon. Nak said he's full of secrets and surprises as always. Sochin said that he was really sorry for leaving her alone earlier. Nak smiled and replied that it was okay. She wasn't angry with him anymore. She was going to be angry some more, but that would be too harsh on him. They immediately set off, but they didn't even realize that they were being followed and it was their enemies. The scout said that a message came from the Heaven Scale squad. The True Plum Blossom Sword has departed from the Golden Desire Sword faction. It seems to be true that the True Plum Blossom Sword and the head of the Gold Merchant organization were close friends. And they could use this chance to get rid of both of them. The sword of the True Plum Blossom, So Cheng. The man who ruined their plan by burning the sacred scripture of blood because of a pathetic sense of justice. They couldn't get him because he had returned to Mount War as soon as the war kicked in, but now they had a chance. Fira thought they had worked out a plan, but it wasn't perfect. Without Heavenly Jade, there are too many gaps in the data. What a shame that he has to deal with this kind of minutiae by himself. Also heard that the guy recently delivered the sacred art of enlightened wisdom to a Shaolin monastery. I also heard when he was young, a lot of strange coincidences happened. He must be a lucky man, and then he wondered, were they coincidences? He felt like he was missing something. Nak was surprised to see her brother, Jiang Hong, and sister, Jiang Son, in the Ankang territory. Son smiled and told Nak that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hong ran to Xiashan and was happy to see him. Xiashan replied to his older brother that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was glad that they were doing well. The one at that moment hearing their names thought it sounded familiar to him, and he'd seen them somewhere. So Sean said that he had heard. It was decided that they would become Plum Blossom swordsmen, the elite swordsmen of the Wasan faction. Hong replied that that's right. Lucky like that, lucky. That's why their names sounded so familiar, he thought. He thought of Chang Hong Plum Brave Sword, and Chang Song Plum Jade Flower. So Ching said he didn't think they would come, considering it was a private matter. He expected about a dozen people. Hong replied to the guy not to worry, they have a personal score to settle with the Redwoods. Song replied that they did. Does he remember back then, on the Lotus Squad's first outing? So Sean replied that the way was so, but he didn't expect them to send Plum Blossom swordsmen. Hong told So Hung that he always knew how to cheer people up with his speech. Song replied that they had also decided that they weren't officially Plum Blossom swordsmen yet. Hong said that was also why they were allowed to go outside. May he forgive them if they were disappointed that she only got sword candidates. Seo Hong replied that it was fine. One of the leaders received information that the Golden Wish Sword faction had sent a raiding party. The ones who had caused the Red Forest to hold a grudge against the Wasan faction and the Chegal clan. About 7 years ago, the battle for Gaizhou between the Muram Alliance and the River of Evil. In the end, the Muram Alliance won an absolute victory, although there were few casualties. The head of the River of Evil could not accept their complete defeat. Unwilling to accept the outcome of the conflict, the head of the River of Evil planned a trap for his rivals of the Wasan faction and the Chegal clan. However, at that moment, it was still worth killing those little assholes back then. The guys asked the head why he was so angry. They call them heroes, but they're still little guys. I hear they're small in numbers, too. They'd have an advantage outside the forest or the river, but nothing to fear if they come into their territory, and considering the value of the Golden Desire Guild, it's too early to abandon their position. And they can just fight back with the forces they have. The head thought and replied that they were right. How can you even call yourself a man if you run away from children? So Sean looked around and said that it was getting dark and suggested that the rest of us spend the night here. And then Thoth saw and felt someone coming and warned everyone to get ready to fight. Seo-chan said they shouldn't worry because it's Daeshik. When Daeshik heard that, he said he was still as rude as ever. What kind of man is Daeshik to him? Nak asked the guy, is he an acquaintance of his? The guy replied that he is a warrior of the Tang clan, Daeshik. He serves his young mistress, the Poison Phoenix. Daeshik said that the young mistress is waiting, so Sean. Nak asked her brother, will he ask the Tang clan for help? So Sean replied that not really. Nak said then it was a Poison Phoenix. And then the Fire Phoenix appeared in front of them. Son told her brother that she hoped he realized that by calling her out, he might catch a dagger in the back during the campaign. Did he think well? So Sean replied, telling her not to worry. He and the Poison Phoenix had settled their problems long ago. They were now very good friends. Poison Phoenix said hello to Soshan and said that they hadn't seen each other in a while. It was good to meet him again. The Poison Phoenix said she hoped he wouldn't refuse to drink that poison potion. She had waited so long for the moment when she would see him rolling on the ground while his stomach melted, and it looked like coming here was a good idea. Poison Phoenix asked, wondering if he could accept it now. This time she was confident, so Shon told her to stop idle chatter and let her get down to business. How are the preparations going? Poison Phoenix told him not to worry about it. She had come 4 days earlier and finished everything, so Shon answered what he had heard. The Great Tiger Ostrog, one of the 9 islands of the Green Forest, is nearby. They will attack them in the morning, Toth said he could have told in advance. He was ready to bat, but a plan had to be made at least. Seo Chong said he had to be delayed because it was necessary to take care of some small things along the way. Don't let him worry. It won't be too difficult. Seo Chong thought that it was actually because he didn't want the Red Forest or the Dark Celestial to become wary. In any case, it was better to hit them while their guard was down. The guy who was watching the prisoners was very angry and asked how much longer he had to stay here. To babysit these animals? At least there's no one around to whine. Is this usually the time to throw food to them? The guy said that the beasts were rioting again because of their empty stomachs, so let the prisoners come out. The guy was picking out prisoners and said he was about to see who he would pick today. The prisoners started to get scared and cry. The boy asked them, "Are they crazy? Why did they make a fuss today out of the blue?" But things took a different turn. The tiger got out of his cage and attacked a guy who was trying to feed people to him. Everyone was frightened and cried. But the tiger looked at them with his bloody face and went on. At that time Soshan came and told them not to worry. He had come to save them all. The people in town were all yelling and asking, "What's going on? These are the pets of the head of the stockade, and yet how many of them escaped?" They asked, "Where is the tamer? Tell them to bring him back." The guy went to the head. The chief said, "They're all morons. Can't even look after an animal properly." The guy said there wasn't just one tiger, there was a whole horde of tigers escaping. "What's going on?" thought the leader. So Ching said the poison of the hungry spirits worked. The effect is quite creepy. But everything is going according to plan. Poison Phoenix asked that So Ching wanted the poison to work only on the bandits and not on the civilians. Normally she would say that it was impossible, but in this case there was a poison that could help. It's called the poison of hungry spirits. So Son asked, "The poison of hungry spirits?" Poison Phoenix replied that it was so named because it causes unquenchable hunger. It doesn't have much effect on people, though. It just makes your stomach rumble and you feel weak, that's all. That's why it was originally considered useless. But there was something unusual in it, namely, that it did not affect people particularly, but on animals it was strangely excellent. Seo-chan realized that it was true. She is a poisonous phoenix after all. So-shon headed towards the main gate and the guards shouted that someone was coming. The guards immediately recognized him, but no one had time to warn him. After all, Seo-kian had released his knives and killed them. Just then someone shouted out that there was an invasion. At that time, the archer saw him and fired. So-shon saw it and dodged it. And then he threw the knife at him, and the archer didn't even have time to react. So-shon immediately broke down the main doors for his team to get inside and trashed everything. That one shouted that the Golden Desire Sword faction would rescue the captives. The Wasan faction is attacking. Poison Phoenix said that the Tang clan would bring order here. But immediately, she anticipated the tiger approaching them. Poison Phoenix realized that it was a very stinky powder. If they didn't want to be caught and eaten, it was better to let them smear it on. Seo-kian shouted to his men that it was time to attack. It was a war to the death. Everyone fought to the last man. The warriors shouted to the head and begged for him to save them. The tigers, too, were at one with the boys and fought with them. The head immediately grabbed the tiger by the throat and said that it still dared to attack its own master. The head started to fight with the tiger and broke its neck. The boys shouted that the head of the ostrog was a real monster. The head asked them why they were standing up. If he saw a single fang pointed in his direction, let them expect no mercy. He'll kill them all. The guy asked the head what to do about the intruders. They're not just ordinary burglars. The head replied that if they weren't, they'd just turn tail and run away, wouldn't they? Guy asked the head what he was saying, and how could they do that? The head ordered them to hunker down for food from the dungeon. They would see if they could be used as hostages. If not, they would fight themselves. And in any case, they outnumber them. So-shon saw that Hong had a plum blossom on the inside of his sleeves. So-ching thought that being fourth-generation disciples, it seemed that most of them didn't have any combat experience, and they didn't know how to line up. He said that because of their wrong actions, they might exhaust their internal chi. Fight in the center, survive the opportune moment and only then let them attack. Poison Phoenix said that if she heard one word that they did worse than Wasan, neither of them would sleep that night. She immediately released several needles directly into the warriors that they couldn't handle from the pain and fell to the ground. The warrior saw that it was the girl's fault and attacked her. The Poison Phoenix saw this and used poison. Han thought, why is she so stiff? Thank God they're on the same side. They say that if you go near a poisonous phoenix, you'll drop dead. The warriors were surprised that the Wasan faction along with the Tang clan. This was no ordinary assault. He immediately ordered them to bring hostages, but then a guy came running back and told the head clerk that there was someone in the dungeon. But the guy didn't get there in time and died. The deputy head asked who those people were. The one said that he was one of the 10 Whirlwind faction, the Golden Desire Sword. The deputy chief heard the guy say that she told the Golden Desire Sword faction, and then he remembered that recently at a meeting, the leader had spoken then. So Ching had told Tot to report. The one replied not to worry, everyone is saved. Have fun. It's time to exterminate them. So Chang turned to the deputy head of the Great Tigers Ostrog. And he will not be unsubstantiated. If they value their lives, let them surrender. In that case, they will spare him. And then the deputy head said that some green snot started singing fables here, not even knowing what this place is. The one saw the guy who came up and recognizing him said it was Guardalic, the bloody tiger of the mountains. So Chang said it was a pleasure to meet you, outlaw, and told him his name. Gua asked if he was the sword of the true plum blossom. He had heard of some Soshon, a kid who sold his soul to a merchant and became almost his servant. That must be him? Hong immediately got angry and asked how dare he talk such nonsense. Gua said that it turned out that there was also a pretty girl in Wasan that he had never heard of, so what was her name? He would make her his favorite concubine. Immediately Soshon did not accept such communication and called his name. Gua pointed his finger and said that the one over there had a sharp temper, but she had a pretty face. Did she come here to please his eye? Soshon called his name to him again. Gua stopped and said that he was ready to show his greatest mercy. If he would give him the women, he would spare the lives of the men. Soshon called her name to him again. Gua replied to shut up already and called him a true plum blossom. He had no interest in the name of a lowlife like him at all. Stop correcting him already. Soshon replied to think of it as an act of mercy. His death will be quick. Doesn't he deserve to at least know the name of the one who will kill him? And then Gua started laughing and asked him what did he just say? And the guy killed a clutch of sprawling flowers on pure luck, and now he acts like the whole world is beneath him, the cocky asshole. He might have a chance to overpower him if he attacks with the poison phoenix, but he'll prove him wrong. Soshon immediately attacked and said that enough talk. Gua immediately put up his sword to repel the swift attack. Gua was immediately surprised and didn't understand how so. So Cheng replied that he was a little busy, so he needed to deal with it quickly. Gua didn't understand what kind of sword aura this guy had. Soshon didn't bother to reply and attacked him. Gua fell to the ground, and when he saw his sword, he couldn't believe that this could happen. His sword had completely broken. He thought, is that really an unlimited limit? Gua said he must have used some kind of trick. He started shouting that sword of true plum blossom, the cowardly loon. Seo-chan didn't let him speak further and kicked him in the leg. So-ching said he's busy, let him not waste his time. He has tons of questions, so let him stop this useless resistance and give up. Soshon grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and began to say that he needed a portion of people who wouldn't get in the way before doing so. So-ching started shouting his name and said that the head of the Great Tiger Island was defeated by him. The warriors thought, is So-ching really that strong? So it wasn't by sheer luck that he defeated the Blossom Blade, either. They heard he was taught by the faction leader himself. He's reached enlightenment and become stronger? And they envy him. Even one of the strongest 100 masters couldn't resist him. And then the deputy chief fell to his knees and begged for mercy. The attack on the Great Tiger Stockade was over in a day. The prisoners were released and they began to thank him. So-ching said that the warehouse of the Great Tiger Stockade was full of all sorts of goodies, so let them take as much as they need. With so much money, the Golden Wish Trading Guild would help them with housing and jobs. People said that they had already saved their lives. The people began to rejoice and cry for joy. They did not stop thanking him for this help. Soshon rejoiced and realized that these people were now on their side. After all, the Golden Desire Trade Guild was in the business of selling weapons. Because of this, it is perceived poorly by people, and it is not valued very well in Murama. But despite this, this incident will help improve their reputation. Hong approached his brother and said he was proud of him. In Wasan, they are taught not to take advantage of other people's wealth, but that's easy for them to say, but it's not so. He was ashamed of himself. When he saw the mountain of stacked goods, he thought to himself, there is so much here, it wouldn't hurt him to sneak a handful, would it? The brother, however, went to the captives and did not hesitate to help them, deciding to give away all the wealth. He is proud of such an extraordinary brother as Soshon. Son said, just like her older brother said, nothing had changed since their childhood in the Lotus unit. neither his martial arts nor his character had changed in the slightest. Seo Kong realized that it was because he had plenty of money. Poison Phoenix walked over and said that she didn't want to disturb the warm atmosphere, but maybe they should discuss what they should do next. She wants Seo Qian to reveal everything he's been hiding before. It's hard to respond appropriately to the situation if he continues to remain silent. So Shon replied that he was just about to. As they all know, they had assembled a punitive detachment with the purpose of destroying 18 Redwood Islands. At least, that's the plan they were following. But it only sounds so easy on the lips. It took a quarter of a day to get here, half a day to go to the Green Dragon Castle. Their final destination is the head of the Green Dragon Castle, but more specifically, the head of the Redwood Forest Supreme Stockade. Right now, it was almost impossible for them to handle the Redwood Forest by themselves, therefore, targeting the neck of the head of the Supreme Warden, after which they would immediately retreat. Hong replied that he understood. Nak said she understood everything. So Cheng plans to kill the head of the High Ostrog to cause internal strife in the Ostrog. Zhu said that they intended to vacate a powerful position and exploit the fight that would arise for it. The one at the time was yelling at them to keep it simple. Maybe someone could explain to someone like him whose head was severely out of whack. Zhu said that they have no concept of morals and morality, and loyalty is also unknown to them. When the head of the Supreme Stockade dies, no one will even take revenge. Everyone will be too concerned with who will take the vacated seat. The one asked, "Is that how it is?" Seo Chong replied, "If after killing the head of the Supreme Ostrog, the bandits of the Red Forest don't retreat, the bandits of the Red Forest will continue to fight with them to survive. The problem of who will occupy the vacated position will recede into the background. Therefore, if the punitive unit retreats in time, history will change." Hong thought for a moment and replied that it was like this. If the punitive detachment retreated, the 18 Red Forest Islands would begin to reorganize. Obviously, in this chaos, everyone would be divided into warring groups. Nak said she wondered why they had originally targeted the Great Tiger's witchery, all because they were closest to the Green Dragon's witchery. Weno, at this time, the Green Dragon Island was saying that the head of the Great Tiger Island had been attacked and defeated. What was the name of that crazy guy? The servant replied that it was Siashan, the head of the Supreme Warden. This kid, the True Plum Blossom Sword, along with the Golden Desire Sword faction pulled up the Wasan faction and the Dan clan. The head asked in surprise, "What?" It was the head of the Red Sword Supreme Sharpness named Mengang. Mengang said that if those two make a move and they don't find out, then how will they be? Let him tell him more. The servant replied that it didn't look like the Wasan faction and the Tang clan were in the middle of making preparations for a full-scale attack. That Soching kid, he used his personal connections. Mengang said he still doesn't get it. There's a lion's share of green rookies, but they've crushed them all in a day? What's Gua Dalek doing there? The servant replied that he was defeated by Soching. Mengang said that he went against the green kid, got overexcited, so he went down in a puddle, obviously, but rumor has it he killed him with one punch. That's a rumor from someone who doesn't know a damn thing about martial arts. Probably exaggerated on purpose. Certainly a pity. It was nice to hear what he was spitting to him. The servant asked what to send the boys to the Great Tiger Stockade. Mengang replied that he was sure the government troops had already moved out. It was too late to move, so let him drop it. Let him tell me, where is that puny punishment squad hanging around right now? The servant replied that they had left the Great Tiger Stockade this morning. So they must be heading this way, to the Green Dragon's castle. Meng thought, not going anywhere, but specifically storming the Green Dragon Stockade. With less than 100 men? What did they have in mind right now? The servant asked what will they do? Meng replied that it would be problematic if it was just bait and distraction. Before they start moving, it would be better to wait. Meng immediately gathered his men and looked into the distance saying that he was serious. He didn't know what they were thinking. Just then the servant turned to the head and Meng jumped out a few meters high and asked what's wrong? The servant replied that they had received a report from the scouts. They found a group of 200 heading this way 6 hours south. Meng said he knew it. Meng asked if they had found out where they were from. The servant replied that judging from their movements and aura, they were sure they were warriors, but they couldn't say exactly where they were from. Meng replied that there didn't seem to be anything that could be done. He thought it was beginning to make sense. They're trying to kill him and stir up internal conflict in the Redwoods. He told his own that the camp ahead is just a distraction. He's sure they're trying to distract them and strike from behind, but it won't work. He's sending scouts. Have him leave a couple dozen at the new gate, have him send the rest to the back gate. They can't get through the front gate without a battering ram anyway, and have them hide when it's at the back gate. They don't want them to figure it out and back off. And if they make a mistake, he'll personally chop their heads off. The warrior thought that their supreme ostrog head was many times cooler than the other heads. Not only is he strong like a beast, but he is also a clever strategist. The warriors immediately saw that the head was already waiting for them and taunting them. Meng said they must have thought he wouldn't figure it out, but suddenly there was an explosion and Meng was surprised and didn't realize what had happened there. He saw that the main gate had been destroyed. Zhu laughed at this time and started laughing back. He said that the genius of mechanisms, Zhu, had arrived. Toph said he kept wondering why Soqing wanted them to dig an underground tunnel. Dig a tunnel under the walls and plant explosive devices to destroy them. He doesn't think it's a martial arts thing. What if the government comes after them later? Seo-chan replied that he shouldn't worry. They warned that they would use explosive devices for mining. That one thought that little Chagol was abnormal, but Commander Chu was also something. He knew that already in his youth he wasn't so simple, but she couldn't imagine that he would become like that. Meng wondered what kind of Murim warriors would use to storm the tunnels. And then he wondered, where would he go? So where's the real offense? And then the guy said to make the redwoods listen to him, and it was time to receive his punishment for torturing the innocent. Meng ordered the warrior to take half the men and run to the front gate. Seo-chong had already succeeded before and killed that warrior. Did he think that the head of the high castle was an ex-military man? He uses a surprisingly large number of archers for a Murim man. Perhaps he was a commander of some sort. Bandits who used to be in the military are common, but considering how much tactical skill he displays. But then So-chong saw the ball and thought, what was it? It was a black iron ball, Jiangdu. The warriors immediately rejoiced upon seeing Changdu and shouted for him to destroy everyone around them and protect them. Changdu started waving this ball and destroying everything around him. The enemies were very much surprised and a little worried. Chan said he didn't care if they were from Manhwa. They're uneven with the black iron ball. Nak saw this and decided it was her turn and said she would deal with him. Chan said it looked like they had nothing like that baby here. Chan started spinning his balloon and taunted her. Nak saw the balloon coming at her and dodged it. Nak thought to herself, so they could just look at the power of this thing. Even a scratch would be fatal. She immediately saw the right moment and decided to attack. But in the moment the orb headed for her, and she realized that the enemy was fast. Nak got into a stance and realized that a careless attack would kill her. Chan had said that his black iron ball was invincible. He immediately released the orb and Nak dodged and went to attack the enemy. But Chan was surprised and asked where she was going. He immediately pulled the orb towards him. The ball quickly approached her, but her brothers yelled for Nak to be careful. Nak immediately dodged the ball again. Everyone was surprised and Chan was surprised too that she was able to dodge as well. Nak came to her senses again and headed to attack. Nak managed to get close to him and cut him to pieces at just the right moment. Chan lost his temper and shouted that she was an abominable brat. He started spinning his ball at will and the warriors were telling him to be careful. After all, they are actually here too. Nak was surprised that he was so strong and realized she couldn't get close to him. She was already ready to say goodbye to her life and closed her eyes. Then So-shon came running and shouted to little sister Nak. She opened her eyes and saw that her brother had come to help her. So-shon saw that the enemies were standing in front of him and now drew their arrows. He did not dodge and went for it. So-shon used his sword and cut the arrow into pieces. The archer was surprised and didn't understand how he managed it. The archer decided he needed to get into melee range and attack. But So-shon dodged and cut him down. So-shon had time to help Nak. He swung his sword at the ball without fear and cut it in half. Everyone was amazed and didn't understand how he could do such a thing. And the ball hit the wall and broke it. The warriors were overjoyed and shouted that they were alive. One of the guys said they were idiots. They had just lost Chandu. Everyone was asking what exactly had happened. Why did the iron ball suddenly change direction? Poison Phoenix thought that just a second ago, things were going differently. But So-shon used his energy to redirect it in a different direction. She wondered when he learned that. So-shon asked Nak, is she okay? Nak smiled and replied that it was all thanks to him. Soshon asked her if she was hurt. Nak replied that she was fine, he had managed to save her in time. Soshon shouted that they would now take their chance and start making their way into the very center of the city. The warrior saw and said that Chan may have been dumb, but he was one of their best fighters. Not just that girl, but the others as well. How many martial artists did they bring here? The warrior asked them what they were doing. The enemy came here right after the battle with the Great Tiger Stockade. They are not at their best now, they're the Green Dragon's castle. Neither the 9 major factions nor the 5 noble clans can stop them. Let them remember the head of their supreme stronghold. The warriors began to shout that everything was right. The head of the High Ostrog. The head of the stockade is with them. He will only reward those who bring him Socheng's head. If they bring him alive, he will double their reward. Seochang immediately shouted to Sunga to eat this one. Zhu immediately rejoiced and unleashed his cannons into battle. They immediately started releasing arrows at the enemy. They didn't realize what was even happening now. The guy said that young Master Yu's invention is extraordinary as always. I mean, is he definitely from the Chegal clan? Maybe he's a disciple of the Tang clan? The Poison Phoenix smiled and said that she would like to talk to young Master Chegal. Soshon shouted to them that he was a completely different person when he played with the mechanisms. Meng got angry and asked what were they up to, the lowly bastards? He started waving his sword and said they were about to see if they would still be standing there after something like this. The guy decided to counter his sword attack with his own, but realized the forces were so great that he slid to the ground. Meng himself was surprised and said they were closed illusions, and started insulting them, saying they were dog bastards. The guy said they'd gotten far, but that was the end of it. What should they do now, young Mistress Shuren? And then Meng was seen, the Che Gol clan.